skill capable of overwhelming a single target after catching the enemy by surprise with its double effect, was a very powerful skill. Furthermore, the cooldown time of this powerful skill with little destructive power but an extremely high kill rate was pitifully low even to mention. However, Rending of the Night still had 2 seconds of cooldown time. Although Shun was badly injured and had temporarily lost control of his body while flying upwards after being hit by Bai Zemin, he was still a level 400 soul evolver who only needed half a step more to break through the barrier separating the lower existences from higher existences. It was absolutely impossible for Bai Zemin to activate Rending of the Night 5 times, which required a time of 10 seconds, and Shun could not defend against it. 5 activations meant 10 seconds after all. But Rending of the Night was clearly not like the other skills in Bai Zemin's arsenal. Perhaps it was because it was a skill that belonged to a subclass born from the fusion of 2 skills, or perhaps it was due to something completely different. But the point was that, unlike normal skills, Rending of the Night could be more powerful depending on spatial laws and the user's mastery of it. Being in a world where space law was so weak and basic, Bai Zemin had no problem shortening the cooldown time of Rending of the Night to only 0.5 seconds. Shun's eyes were forced open as his danger sense skill, as well as his experience gained over thousands of years, warned him of what was probably the greatest danger to his life to date. It was just then when Shun saw Bai Zemin stabbing Longinus 5 times practically at lightning speed, and when he saw the 5 spatial fissures extending from the sky towards him, Shun knew that this was the real deal. Either he would give it his all here, or he would really die. Heaven-devouring armor. In the distance, far off in the distance, Shangyuan Bingzhu saw 5 extremely thin lines breaking through the sky and charging towards what was now a large sphere of glowing purple light. Each line seemed to be able to cut through the entire world, and in an instant they crossed what seemed to be miles away, but what happened next shocked everyone, particularly the corruption demon. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous explosions rumbled, making the crimson sky tremble and the ground hundreds of miles below shatter into countless pieces. The heaven-devouring armor was a skill created by Shun himself and worked by using the power of his heaven-devouring flame. By focusing all the power of his flame to shape a massive armor, Shun was able to withstand 100% of practically any attack within his range of vision. But just when Shun thought he had managed to avoid the danger of death, that feeling of being watched by the Reaper engulfed him much more strongly than before. The thin black lines opened, revealing 5 spear-like shadows. Shun's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he realized that he had just been cheated. Damn son of a. Boom, 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 boom. Shun's curse was cut short when several howls identical to those of a wounded beast came out of his mouth. His left arm flew off and disappeared somewhere after being cut clean off by the first shadow spear. Then what was left of his right leg and his left leg were 100% shattered by the power of the second and third shadow spear. The last 2 spears struck Shun in the chest, shattering his jet-black plate armor and piercing 2 large holes in his sturdy and extremely tough body. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed fiercely at the sight of the 2 hearts in Shun's chest, and at that moment, he could not help but feel extremely grateful with the experience he had gained in Oblong World fighting demons. Although Shun had not died, Bai Zemin was neither surprised nor disappointed. At the end of the day, Shun had a divine flame capable of protecting him and absorbing massive amounts of damage for him. Besides, Bai Zemin was not stupid enough to let his anger consume him. If he killed Shun, wouldn't he end up crying rivers of tears later? In the distance, the soldiers and superhumans who had been paying attention to the clash between God and the devil cheered loudly as they saw the flash of purple light fading in the sky, while the flash of golden light remained steady as a mountain. Our God defeated the devil. This is great, our lives can finally get back to normal. After seeing God protecting them from 5 nuclear weapons and triggering an unprecedented explosion with just a wave of his hand, all the humans there firmly believed that he was a god sent from heaven to wipe out the devil that brought doom onto earth. Shangyuan Bingzhu did not know whether Zun Tian was a god or not, but she still sighed in relief, and a faint smile formed at the corner of her lips as she saw the pale spot of golden light in the middle of the crimson sky, right in the middle of the 2 slender and cold golden eyes suspended in the sky vault. In the center of the settlement, Sylvia patted her chest a few times while Wu Yijun looked like a little girl jumping here and there as she celebrated the victory. Bai Zemin stretched his hand out as he gazed with cold eyes at Shun's body falling from the clouds. Blood prison. Shun was practically on the verge of death even with his high health and terrifying vitality. So at this point, he could only grunt as he felt the blood in his body writhing around him and imprisoning him as his mana began to be sucked out of him. Looking at the sphere of dark blood enveloping Shun as well as the chains of blood detaching from the sphere and binding him firmly in place, Bai Zemin waved a hand. The gusts of wind blew in his favor, and the power of the blood prison increased considerably, thus causing Shun's mana to plummet almost twice as fast as before. Bai Zemin suddenly looked towards the horizon, and after a moment he muttered, "It's her." Shangyuan Bingzu and the others who were feeling happy immediately became apprehensive when they saw that from the distance. A flash of pale blue light split the sky in two and approached the battlefield in the sky rapidly. "Now what?" Sylvia couldn't help but scream in exasperation and fright at the same time. In just a few seconds, the flash of pale blue light stopped just a few meters short of Bai Zemin. When the light disappeared, Christina's beautiful figure slowly revealed itself. First, her blue eyes that seemed to tell stories glanced at the badly wounded corruption demon captured inside the blood prison. Then, she looked at the surroundings for a while before staring at the man with 6 different colored wings suspended in the sky before her. "Looks like you had quite a bit of fun making a mess." Bai Zemin knew many beauties, and all of them had beautiful voices. Lilith's voice in particular, it was so seductive that just listening to it made him feel every bone in his body go weak. However, the voice of the woman in front of him was quite possibly the most beautiful voice he had ever heard in his life. It was like the whisper of a baby, carrying one's innocence and purifying the soul just by listening to it. "It's not like I was looking for it," he shrugged and remarked. Who would have thought this dude actually got lucky enough to be swept into this dimension by the space storm instead of being torn apart by the void? Christina looked at Shun for a moment before slowly saying, "It's fortunate that in this alternate dimension there isn't another sealed corruption demon. If he absorbed the records of his other self, he could have advanced to the next order with success." Bai Zemin nodded. Maybe he could. In fact, he knew that in this alternate dimension there was no Shun, Felix, 9-headed immortal dragon, nor mana-eater tree. This could only mean that, based on his theory of powerful gods' souls being split up and placed in alternate dimensions to the main universe, Felix and the others were recent, soul evolvers and not reincarnations of ancient powerhouses. Even so, Christina made a little grimace as she said softly, "Do you want to destroy this planet fighting against him here? None of us can survive in outer space, you know that too." "Again, it's not like I was looking for it," Bai Zemin pointed out calmly. Christina shook her head without another word. "Did you finish what you wanted to do?" At his question, she hesitated for a moment before nodding, again saying nothing about it. Bai Zemin watched her for a long moment in silence before nodding slowly. "I see." He could sense that the woman in front of him was somehow different from when they arrived in this dimension 25 days ago. She was stronger, her eyes brighter, her aura purer, and her gaze more piercing. Bai Zemin had a theory or two about it, but he didn't ask questions for now. He and Christina knew that sooner rather than later they would have to sit down in front of each other and have a serious talk, so at least for now, they both had that tactical understanding of temporarily not asking questions. About 2 minutes later, Shun's mana was finally sucked to 0 by the chains made from his own blood and the blood sphere that isolated him from the outside world. The 6 wings on Bai Zemin's back moved according to his will, and as he approached the blood prison, it opened to let him go inside. Shun stared at the young man in front of him, not with hatred but with an exhausted smile. "I always thought that if I ever died it would be at the hands of that young saint. But to think that a little baby under 30 years old and below the third order would bring me to such a fate." Corruption Demon was probably one of the evilest existences that existed on Earth in its entire history. He massacred kingdoms, raped millions of females of different races, flattened big cities, and led some weaker races to their annihilation. But even so, after having lived more than 5,000 years, he had grown up enough not to be a poor loser. Even though his soul was wounded by the space storm, and even though his battle power had fallen below half after being involved in the explosion of more than 7 nuclear weapons, Shun knew that Bai Zemin had defeated him. In a battle to the death between two powers, there was no such thing as honor or justice. Such things only counted in fantasy books, not in real life. Who cared about the method? The important thing was to survive no matter what. All those who had gone through the baptism of the apocalypse knew that. I can't promise it won't be painful. Bai Zemin's right arm slowly took on a strange appearance like that of a monstrous claw, and from the tip of the middle finger to the shoulder, there was a flash of crimson light involving it. Shun looked at the strange arm before looking into his eyes, and with a wild grin he nodded, "Come." As the low growls grew into piercing howls of pain, Christina watched the whole process with a calm expression on her face. Her blue eyes did not leave Bai Zemin's arm buried in Shun's chest until after the latter's body turned to dust, being blown haphazardly all over the earth by the strong gusts of wind whipping through the heights. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:02 Heaven Devouring Flame. So, Christina tilted her head slightly and asked gently, "What exactly is that supposed to be?" Bai Zemin did not reply immediately, but, after looking at the black-colored pearl in his hand, he breathed in relief. "With this, I am one big step closer to evolving again." He put away the pearl that contained the deepest records of corruption demon Shun, as he knew for sure that the woman nearby was not asking for the pearl in question. At the end of the day, what Bai Zemin did with Shun and the pearl in his hands were related to a skill. It was well known that asking about the skills of a soul evolver was not considered particularly polite, unless one party was at a complete authority level or both parties had close relationships. About that, Bai Zemin looked at the small object floating in front of him, and after several seconds he remarked, "It's part of my spoils of war." Christina nodded silently as she looked at the small, thin, glowing purple flagellum floating not far from where she was. "Is that the flame that demon called Shun was using?" she asked, feeling a bit perplexed in her heart. "Wasn't it just a skill?" "Well, about that," Bai Zemin took a step forward. Then he slowly extended his right hand outward. "It's a little secret. Heavenly Devouring Flame has started the process and requested to form a soul contract with you. Do you wish to accept?" The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth curved slightly as he muttered to himself, "My little secret." Except for those close to him, no one needed to know about the power of the divine flames or their existence. Christina watched with her large blue eyes as peaceful as pond water, as the bright purple flagellum suddenly released an even greater glow, almost forcing her to withdraw her stare. Thanks to her high level, as well as the purity of her soul power, Christina could see the flagellum of bright purple flames widen before turning into a flash of purple light and disappearing inside Bai Zemin's body. His entire body burned, as if he had become a fire person. The flames surrounding him were dark blue at first, but then they were replaced by bright purple flames. Although both were flames, fires, Christina could say that both were different not only in terms of color but in essence. One was hot and violent while the other always burned at constant temperatures. "You have formed a soul contract with one of the divine flames of the universe, the Heaven Devouring Flame. The growth of the endless blue lotus flame gains a strong boost. Your natural stats receive a strong overall boost. Strength plus 500, magic plus 500, mana plus 2000, health plus 5000. Bai Zemin opened his eyes after a couple of minutes, letting out the breath he had been holding all this time. Awesome. Not only had he just received a strong boost of 8,000 stat points, but he had also gained a powerful flame capable of assisting him in defense and protecting him from enemy attacks. Bai Zemin's attack power had always been devastating, right from the start. If there was one thing he lacked, it was defense. Defensive power that would help him survive the deadly attacks of the enemies he faced and those he was destined to face. After all, Bai Zemin always faced enemies who were many levels above him. This meant that no matter how strong his attack was, he needed to be able to take at least one attack from his enemy. After checking the Heaven Devouring Flames records, Bai Zemin nodded without much surprise. The description of the Heaven Devouring Flames records was similar to that of the endless blue lotus flame, and such seemed to be that both flames lost their original masters during a great war that shook both heaven and earth. But unlike the proud endless blue lotus flame that preferred death rather than taking an unworthy master, the Heaven Devouring Flame that does not have the ability to burn forever feared, which led it to enter into a blood contract with Shun when it was only a few centuries short of its death. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart. When they were at their peak, The divine flames were beings with intelligence and consciousness, no different from living, sentient beings. It was hard to imagine how much they had spent billions of years in solitude after losing their masters. So, what will you do now? Bai Zemin turned to face the woman with blue eyes and silky black hair. There are still 5 days before my skill comes out of cooldown. Although he still needed to familiarize himself with the heaven-devouring flame, Bai Zemin was currently in no hurry. For now, knowing that it was a fourth-order divine flame, just like the endless blue lotus flame, was enough for him. Christina thought about it for a moment before looking at him and slowly saying, "Since I already did what I had to do, I'd rather stick around if you don't mind." Bai Zemin found no problem with her request, so he nodded easily. It was then that he realized he still didn't know her name. "Although I think I know who you are, would you mind telling me your name? I don't know how I should address to you," he pointed out calmly. She gave him a long, deep stare before nodding. "You can call me by my name. Christina, that's my name. I know you already knew it so." Bai Zemin rubbed the spot between his eyebrows as he felt a sharp headache approaching. "I knew it. After all, you are hers." Christina was about to say something when he interrupted her. "Forget it. I'll take care of the problem when the lion starts roaring. Now is neither the time nor the place." The 6 wings on his back spread wide, and before he launched himself towards the distant horizon, he left his voice behind. "Come, follow me." Christina remained standing in the sky, staring at nothingness for a few seconds as hundreds of thoughts ran through her head. Although she had no flying skills, her strength stat was more than enough to defy the gravity of this planet. Forget it, when the lion roars it will be. Finally, she shook her head and darted in the direction he had left. On the other hand, as Bai Zemin went back the way he came after ending Shun's life and taking his records just as the soul record asked him to do, a series of thoughts went through his head. Now that his real strength had been exposed, it would be best for him to get away from the entire group of humans he had been with for the past 25 days. Those 20,000 innocent lives that shouldn't have died will definitely become my bad karma in the future. The less I intervene in this universe that is not my home, the less the natural course of things will be interrupted. Just as in the famous movie Butterfly Effect, a small change caused by forces that should not be in a certain place could provoke huge catastrophes. Any variation in the initial conditions in a nonlinear system to that of the individual would definitely end up giving rise to a major difference in subsequent states, just as when a person accidentally knocks over a domino, and that small domino ends up being the cause of the fall of all the others. It was then that a wild thought crossed Bai Zemin's mind. "Wait a moment, don't tell me." Thinking of his alternate self in this dimension, and thinking of Sylvia's special ability, Bai Zemin's face turned pale as he finally realized that a great butterfly or domino effect had been happening before his eyes from the very beginning. Subconsciously, Bai Zemin stopped high in the clouds when the wings on his back stopped flapping. Soon, Christina caught up. She looked at him in confusion as she saw his dazed expression and pale face, but as she was about to ask what was the problem, she froze. "Now I understand." Christina unconsciously took a step back in a bit of fear at the sudden outburst of the young man in front of her. Bai Zemin's face was pale as if he had seen a ghost as he muttered with a dazed expression, "Now I understand. That's why the soul record gave me that title, and that's why no one before me had it." Are you okay?" Christina watched him intently and with some caution. She could see that the Bai Zemin before her was not exactly in his right mind, and in fact, he looked very frightened. "Not good." Bai Zemin's expression changed as he realized that the stupid theory he had just thought of was most likely accurate. "I need to verify it." Bang! Christina was almost pushed back as Bai Zemin's 3 pairs of wings propelled him forward. She followed without hesitation, with an extremely serious expression on her face. According to her knowledge of the Transcendent Faction's leader, Bai Zemin was a person who feared nothing. Even enemies hundreds of levels above his own, or when he was on the verge of death, did not lose his temper. However, the current Bai Zemin clearly did not seem normal. What is wrong with him? Christina didn't know, but she was very close to knowing one of the greatest secrets in the entire cosmos, except that she was too weak and not very knowledgeable to realize it. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:03 Kali and Lilith's Secret. When Bai Zemin arrived at the human settlement still surrounded by zombies, what greeted him was a somewhat unexpected sight. To begin with, the zombies had stopped dead in their tracks and were no longer moving like an army in the same way they were moving before Bai Zemin was forced to step forward to stop the 5 nuclear missiles. Although the zombies were still moving to attack the humans, this only applied to those closest to the establishment. The remaining zombies, those that were too far away to sense any sign of human life, simply stood or wandered nearby while letting out some grotesque growls. However, this was not what caused Bai Zemin to stop in mid-flight. What the hell is this all about? Bai Zemin's eyes followed the trail of zombie corpses for over 5 kilometers, going considerably deeper into the undead horde. There, a single human was fighting dozens of zombies at the same time. Die, 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 die. Bai Zemin seemed to have turned into a killing machine in the process of becoming a beast. His eyes were bloodshot, and as wide as they could go, his movements were much more agile than before as he moved in and out of the zombie encirclement as he killed several of them with each passing second. Unfortunately, the zombies' numerical superiority was absolute. Every time Bai Zemin killed one zombie, another 3 would take the place of the previous one. Christina stopped in the sky, standing next to Bai Zemin. She followed his gaze and after a moment of silence calmly asked, "What's his problem? Something seems to be affecting the mind of the you of this world." Although Bai Zemin was strong and had seemingly limitless energy to use, that didn't mean his stamina was truly infinite. His flesh would eventually not be able to handle the constant charge of spiritual power, and when that time came, everything would begin to spiral downward. It was only a matter of time before the zombies would fatigue him to death, before drowning him in their numbers. Bai Zemin frowned deeply, but just then he heard someone's voice calling him from below. Seeing Shangyuan Bingzu waving at him as she fought the zombies, he frowned even more before sighing. "Just a little more before I finish my business here." Rumble! With a wave of his hand, several thousand zombies around her exploded into bloody mist, and the ground rumbled as the soil sank. Shangyuan Bingzu took the opportunity to catch her breath and take a deep gasp. Her whole body exuded a pleasant feminine scent, as her skin was covered in a thin layer of sweat that added a different style of charm to her ever-immaculate beauty. Her eyes lingered for a moment on the woman who descended from the sky next to Zun Tian, and seeing that her beauty was even higher than hers, she couldn't help but blink in amazement. Shangyuan Bingzu had been beautiful since she was young, no matter when or where. She was always the center of attention of the opposite gender whenever she made an appearance. Although she wouldn't openly admit it, Shangyuan Bingzu had yet to find a girl capable of matching her beauty, forget about surpassing it. Until now, that is. Furthermore, seeing that next to Zun Tian, there was such a beauty who on top of that was strong enough to fly through the sky like a goddess, Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly felt a surge of unease growing in her chest. As if she knew what was going through her head, Christina smiled slightly at the same time as a perfect mandarin slowly came out of her shiny lips. "Don't worry, little lady. Your other self is even more beautiful than me regardless of the fact that my level is higher. If you ever reach the heights of your alternate self, you will have absolutely nothing to envy me." "My other self?" Shangyuan Bingzu frowned and a flash of confusion shone in her clear eyes. She looked at the person standing next to the unknown woman and asked with doubt in her voice, "Zun Tian, what is she talking about? Who are you?" Although Shangyuan Bingzu was fully aware that the name Zun Tian was fake, this was the only way she had to address him after all. "Zun Tian." Christina blinked in confusion at first, but she quickly stared at Bai Zemin with wide eyes. You didn't tell her." Bai Zemin gave her a cold, sidelong glance for a few seconds before calmly saying, "Your younger sister rarely speaks, but it seems that you who is the older of the two likes to talk a lot." Christina made a funny face as she realized that she seemed to have spoken out of turn, although she honestly didn't understand why Bai Zemin would keep something like that under wraps. Bai Zemin focused his attention on Shangyuan Bingzu, and after a couple of seconds he slowly said, "It's complicated, and to be honest, even I still have to process a lot of things. If you really want to know the truth, I can tell you later. However, my advice is to go on with your life as it has been so far, because I'm afraid it might be tough for you to embrace certain truths of the universe." "Truths of the universe?" Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him dumbfounded, finally realizing that everything that was going on was probably way bigger than she could even come to imagine or ever think of. "So what's wrong with him?" Bai Zemin pointed at himself from this dimension with a frown. Looks like he went crazy. Looks like he went crazy. Doesn't look like he did go crazy. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head, temporarily deciding to put aside the bigger matters to take care of the smaller ones before her. Bai Zemin just didn't stop and continued killing zombies even when you and the enemy you killed started fighting. It's like he doesn't care about anything but killing all the zombies even if it eventually cost him his life. Bai Zemin looked into the distance, at his alternate self fighting fiercely far away, his brow deepening into a frown. This looks a bit like my Blood Berserker's Wrath skill, but it's definitely not the same. After thinking about it for a couple of seconds, Bai Zemin finally made his decision, and without a word disappeared in front of the two beautiful women's eyes. Shangyuan Bingzu made a grimace as she stared at the golden pocket watch floating in front of her, and remembering all the times she had seen Zun Tian playing with it, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, so it wasn't a simple pocket watch after all. On the other hand, Christina hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand towards the pocket watch. When the tip of her index finger touched the golden cover, the treasure records flashed in her retinas. Demigod grade, Christina muttered with wide eyes. She was lucky to get a legend-grade defensive treasure that could protect her from practically any attack. Treasure that before being battered and probably destroyed by the void rays saved both her and Bai Zemin's lives back at the Sky Emperor's palace. A legend-grade treasure was already so powerful. How terrifying could a demigod-grade one be then? Christina shuddered at the thought. That guy is not only a monster, but his treasures are monsters as well. However, Christina became more frightened at the thought of what Bai Zemin had to do or kill in order to get his hands on such a treasure. She almost died and was in a coma for 2 whole months after killing by sheer luck an immortal frost golem that was 103 levels above her own, which was precisely how she obtained her legend-grade treasure. Seconds later, 2 flashes of light shot out from inside the pocket watch, and both flashes soon materialized into 2 figures. This is Shangyuan Bingzu, immediately focused on the girl with pale skin and hair even whiter than hers sitting on a strange floating wheelchair. The doll-like girl also seemed to be staring back at her, even though her eyes were delicately closed. You are, no, too weak, and the specter is different as well. At the same time as her eyelids trembled slightly, Kali seemed to want to say something but soon shook her head as if realizing something. Bai Zemin didn't pay attention to what Kali said as there were too many things going on in his head at the moment. Instead, he turned her wheelchair so that she could look in the direction of himself from this dimension. Kali, tell me if you see anything, please. Kali still didn't quite know what was going through, but she nodded anyway. However, when she saw the soul of the unknown existence that seemed to be fighting countless enemies, her expression changed dramatically. It was then that she remembered her conversation with Lilith almost a year ago. All this time, Kali had pretended not to remember that conversation because she didn't like to hide things from the person she cared and cherished the most. But now she finally understood the reasons why Lilith told her what she said. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:04 A Lie, and an existence that shouldn't exist. Bai Zemin was a person who carried a lot on his back, too many things. Forget about a young man who was barely 1 or 2 years over 20. Even a 200-year-old monster would probably collapse on the road because of such a burden. However, Bai Zemin never complained to anyone, nor did he ever let his weariness show to others. The number of people who knew he was tired and on the borderline was extremely small, definitely no more than 5. And fortunately for her, Kali was part of that small number. When Bai Zemin slept beside her and finally let go of all his guard, Kali could see how his soul continuously trembled in what seemed to be a deep ocean of darkness. After a long time of observing and studying him, Kali realized that when bad news appeared or the burden on his shoulders grew, that abyss of darkness surrounding his soul only grew and became thicker. Everyone had limits, and Bai Zemin was no exception to this rule. This was not about talent or willpower, it was simply a natural and completely normal fact. Therefore, Kali, Bai Zemin's voice brought her back to reality, successfully snapping her out of her thoughts. What? She asked calmly. Under normal circumstances, Bai Zemin would definitely have noticed that there was something wrong with Kali's behavior. Unfortunately, His mind was a mess right now due to the theory of souls of ancient gods and the new theory he had come up with shortly after ending Shun's life. "Can you see anything in that guy's soul over there? I need you to guide me." About that, Kali focused her attention again on that fighting existence in the distance, and after a few seconds she nodded. "I do." "What do you see?" Bai Zemin asked hurriedly. Depending on the answer Kali gave him, Bai Zemin might or might not absorb the records of Bai Zemin. Kali looked over her shoulder at him for a moment before turning her face forward. She definitely had a pretty good idea of what he was thinking at this point. Just like that woman said, though he doesn't seem to be as strong as she described, Kali observed the soul of Bai Zemin as she recalled Lilith's words. What she saw was an irregular soul. The soul of this Bai Zemin was not white like the soul of the Bai Zemin Kali knew and loved, but was a soul that constantly changed color every time a sort of energy she was unaware of but could faintly sense in the atmosphere was constantly added. However, what Kali cared about was not this, but two other things. This person's soul has a similar spectrum but is still different from his. They don't seem to be the same split person, and I don't know what's the problem with that, but even more important than that, she could see that, around the chest area and deep within that person's soul, an object extremely similar if not identical to the one Bai Zemin had was glowing brightly. "So?" Bai Zemin asked after she didn't say anything for more than a minute. Kali remembered that not too long ago, Bai Zemin joked about needing the records of someone named Bai Zemin, and said that maybe he needed to commit suicide to evolve to the next order. Although everyone sees him as a cruel villain just because his hands are stained with blood, only those who are like me and can see his day-to-day life know that he is really just an ordinary young man pushing himself beyond his limits while trying not to hurt others. Kali sighed in her heart and then opened her mouth to speak. Just the way Lilith said, some lies were for the best. Therefore, even though she hated the idea of lying to him and hiding things from him, Kali did what she knew was best for him. That person's soul is being consumed by the energy of this world. He will probably die soon. What? Shangyu and Bingzu looked at her in astonishment. How can that even be possible? Kali ignored her but continued to explain so that the person she really cared about would no longer hesitate. "Bullet, that person and you are different. You give me a warm feeling, but he is the opposite. Besides, although this energy is different from the one we are used to, it seems to be a bit deeper but also more dangerous. It looks like that guy abused it too much." Bai Zemin looked at himself from this dimension that was fighting with increasing ferocity in the distance, and after a long time let out a deep sigh. "I see. Did I make a mistake?" Bai Zemin frowned in his heart. Then he sighed again, "But this is better this way, fortunately." In reality, when Bai Zemin obtained the irregular title from the soul record, he did not pay much attention to it, nor did he give it the importance he was starting to give it, and that such a title deserved. This was because now that he thought better of it, Bai Zemin remembered that Lilith's expression and words were not particularly normal back then. A title that only belonged to him, an existence that should not exist. A title that encouraged him to visit different worlds constantly in exchange for a faster and fluid evolution. A title that allowed him, once a year, to manipulate in a sense two of the most mysterious and powerful laws that existed, the law of space and time, crossing worlds and galaxies to reach a destination countless light years away in an instant. It was only after thinking about himself in this alternate dimension and Sylvia that Bai Zemin couldn't help but pay more attention to his title. What if the description of his title, those records that said he shouldn't exist, weren't there just for show or to make him feel awesome? What if the reason the soul record had given him a key that opened countless doors to countless worlds was solely and exclusively because this mysterious existence wanted him dead as he should not exist? After all, pushing him to other more powerful worlds was extremely dangerous, and there was a high possibility that he would perish. How had Bai Zemin come to this wild and crazy conclusion? It was very simple. One only needed to think carefully about everything that had happened during the past 25 days to realize that his thoughts were considerably logical. Bai Zemin seemed to be able to use or produce infinite amounts of spiritual power. On the other hand, Sylvia, who did not exist in the main universe, did exist in this parallel universe, and she mysteriously had an ability that was the complete opposite of Bai Zemin. While Bai Zemin seemed to generate, Sylvia could erase. Cause and effect. Black and white. Heads and tails. Nature would always seek and eventually find a way to continue to exist, to persevere. Although in this world there was no entity called soul record, perhaps Sylvia had been born for the purpose of balancing the irregular existence of Bai Zemin that should not exist. The only thing Bai Zemin could not understand was, if the soul record really wanted him dead, then why would it give him such an important mission? The universe would practically come to its total doom in just 5 years. But in fact, Bai Zemin was not too far wrong. It was just that he had failed in one of the paths he had taken with his theory. But he would learn about this much later. The only thing he knew now, thanks to Kali, was that his ego in this dimension did not seem to be an irregular existence destined to be erased, and it was not as if nature wanted him dead. At the same time, it seemed that his theory of reincarnated gods and goddesses might be a bit wrong. But even then, Bai Zemin could not deny the fact that he felt much better and relieved after hearing Kali speak. After all, one couldn't feel good knowing that he shouldn't exist and that his existence was nothing more than a nuisance. I thought the cause of evolution and the death of myriads of races was me. Bai Zemin chuckled in his heart, realizing how pretentious he was being. Kali looked at him silently, and noticing how his spirit relaxed, she turned with an indifferent expression. I'm sorry, but for him to continue to grow calmly, you have to die. Was she being selfish? The answer was probably yes. After all, because of her words and lie, the life of an innocent person, and the one who was probably destined to become the hero and savior of this planet, was about to end. However, Kali did not care. She was more than willing to bear that guilt. Because unlike Bai Zemin, who slowly progressed into the perfect leader as immovable heart evolved, and caused him to undergo drastic emotional changes, Kali only cared and worried about who was in her heart. And he was her number one. As for other people, an existence that shouldn't exist, laughable, who says so? So what if myriads of races are perishing? If you who valued me so highly, gave me love and cared for me even though I am this broken, can continue to exist, everything else doesn't matter, Kali thought to herself. If what that woman said is true, this person will eventually become a problem for him. Then the sooner he disappears, the better for all of us. Christina looked at the top of the little white-haired doll's head and suddenly felt something that made her sense danger. But just as she was about to take a step back, she stopped, realizing that she was being extremely stupid. Kali raised her head to face Bai Zemin, and after seeing that he didn't move, she remarked, "You'll let his soul be destroyed like this? You might as well take him home." Bai Zemin looked at himself from this dimension, and although this was not the way he liked to do things, Kali was right. He did need the records. Since the other party would die anyway and there was no way to save him, Bai Zemin might as well take what he needed. Shangyuan Bingzhu was extremely confused. Everything that was happening was simply too much for her, as she could not catch the slightest hint of things even though everything was happening right before her eyes. Christina was also somewhat confused, but not as much as Shangyuan Bingzhu. However, in her heart she had a couple of questions regarding what the little doll in the wheelchair had just said. Bai Zemin took a deep breath while nodding. Okay, let's finish this before we go home. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:05 Perfect Evolution Crystal. Bai Zemin looked at the lifeless body in front of him in silence, while an extremely complicated expression flashed again and again in his dark eyes. It's okay, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. The difference in power between you and him was so absurd that he probably didn't even feel when his heart stopped beating. Kali stopped her wheelchair next to him and used her small left hand to caress his arm. He was probably in pain. You freed him from that agony. Bai Zemin shook his head, and amidst the roars of zombies and human gunfire in the distance, he murmured, I don't know if it's right, but I had to do it independently. That's right, you need his records to evolve beyond level 100, Kali nodded. However, Bai Zemin shook his head silently. You're wrong, Kali. The reason why I had to kill the Bai Zemin of this dimension is because if I don't hurry up and keep growing, most of the life in the universe will die out, he said in his heart. The words of those heroic characters in light novels or manga claiming to save everyone, without letting anyone die, sounded too beautiful to be real. And Bai Zemin knew that reality was much more cruel than any fantasy world created by human beings. Sacrificing a few so that countless more could continue to exist. Bai Zemin, who was not an omnipotent being, could only take this path. Even so, I don't feel anything strange. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly as he checked his records. My strength didn't increase, my stats are still the same. Nothing, not even a skill. About that, Kali stared at the lifeless body of Bai Zemin for a few seconds before saying, that unknown object is still inside this guy's S. Kali's words died in her throat as suddenly, Bai Zemin's body released a powerful white radiance that was intense and hot enough to suffocate her. Bai Zemin reacted faster than lightning, and his body moved without receiving the order from the brain. He stepped forward to protect Kali, and also erected a blood barrier using the blood of all the zombies surrounding the area. Fortunately, something like a sudden explosion did not happen. As the white-colored glow receded, Bai Zemin was finally able to open his eyes very slightly. In between the two narrow slits of his partially opened eyes, he saw a small, somewhat ragged and broken star-shaped object floating about 1.5 meters above the ground. That's... take it. Bai Zemin was surprised when he heard Kali's hurried voice, but his movements were not slow at all as he extended a hand forward. Swoosh! His fingertips had barely touched what felt like a cold, smooth surface, when that unfamiliar object suddenly turned into a flash of bright red light. Forget about reacting. Bai Zemin didn't even see what happened as he was pushed back a couple of steps. Bullet! Kali's naturally pale face turned even paler when she witnessed this, and a panicked expression grew on her ever-indifferent face. Bai Zemin felt a severe headache, the biggest headache he had ever felt in his entire life. I'm fine. He somehow managed to say those words at the same time, as he with great difficulty planted both feet on the ground and stopped backing up. Thank heavens! Kali leaned back in her chair, and with her head looking up at the night sky, she sighed. Back at Eventide World you guaranteed me a life full of excitement as we head to the summit. I miss my peaceful life already. Bai Zemin shook his head, and as his soul began to get warmer he couldn't help but blurt out, too late for regrets. Kali tilted her head to look in his direction, and as she saw what was happening inside his soul, she muttered, nobody said anything about regrets though. Your perfect evolution crystal has received a new unique and special feature. Still feeling somewhat dizzy and somewhat weak, Bai Zemin looked at Kali and said in a dead voice, well, at least now we know the name of the thing that has been living inside me all this time without paying rent. Kali kept looking deep into his soul until that object stopped glowing and went back to sleep. Then, she couldn't help but let out a somewhat amused chuckle at his words and tone of voice, and as she looked back up at the sky with her neck resting in her wheelchair, she commented with a single word. Cool. ////. The war against the zombies had yet to end, but thanks to the fact that for unknown reasons the creatures stopped charging like an unstoppable sea towards the human settlement, it was only a matter of time before the armed forces of humanity would kill them all. Even then, the human troops would definitely need at least 2 days to exterminate the zombie threat from outside their doors. But this had little or nothing to do with Bai Zemin. After finally taking care of corruption demon Shun and taking Bai Zemin's records, Bai Zemin returned to the center of the camp using invisibility. Of course, Christina followed closely behind him, and even Shangyuan Bingzu, who had been watching everything with an extremely serious expression, refused to continue fighting the zombies. Bai Zemin thought it was going to be harder to calm Wu Yijun and Sylvia down, but surprisingly the two girls didn't ask many questions even though they became a bit annoying in terms of getting too close. This was particularly true for Wu Yijun as Sylvia still kept some respectful distance. Who is she? When Wu Yijun asked that question, Bai Zemin lightened up and subconsciously nodded to himself. Sure enough, the young girl was jealous. It was quite surprising that for her, it was more important to know the identity of the powerful, beautiful woman who had come along with Bai Zemin than learning his true identity and the reason why he had such power. I am the mother of his children. We have 17 for now, but we are planning to have at least 5 more to start 2 soccer teams. Christina extended her hand with a friendly smile. Wu Yijun almost fainted. On the other hand, Sylvia looked at Christina as if she was surprised that she still had such a figure after giving birth so many times. Bai Zemin sighed as he felt 2 cold but strangely fire-hot eyes staring into his back, as if they wanted to shoot laser beams and open a couple of holes in him. Christina, if you keep causing me trouble, I'm afraid I will no longer be able to be polite to you, even if you saved my life before. Bai Zemin looked at her with a serious expression, and seeing this, Christina raised both hands in surrender. Why are you so serious? It's not like you or I are ever going to see any of these people in our lives again after another 5 days have passed. The expressions of the three girls changed noticeably after hearing what Christina said. What do you mean? Shangyuan Bingzu stared at Bai Zemin with a serious expression on her face. Then her expression suddenly softened a little as she slowly said, I know you are strong. You are strong beyond all sense to me, but I think you owe us an explanation for all this, particularly this strange feeling of closeness that Yijin and I feel for you. Backslash 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 backslash. AN, new chapters in a few hours, 4-5 approx. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1206, The Reason Behind Her Name, Unique Class. Several minutes later, Bai Zemin and the others sat in the main hall of the residence that the government members in charge of this base had prepared for Wu Yijin. It was necessary to mention that, given the identity of Wu Yijin being not very different from that of a princess of ancient times, the place that had been prepared for her was considerably luxurious, for which there was plenty of space to move around freely. People who are born into big families sure have it easier, Christina commented with a faint smile on her face as she felt the softness of the couch she was sitting on, at first at least, that is. Although Bai Zemin saw that Wu Yijin's expression was not particularly pleasant after hearing Christina's comment, he did not say much about it. At the end of the day, what Christina pointed out was an undeniable reality. He knew it better than anyone else since he had been born into a family that couldn't be more normal, and had seen from his position how others enjoyed better treatment just because they were lucky at birth. If you have a problem with that, then why don't you better complain to life and fate? Wu Yijin couldn't help but voice her thoughts, even if she knew that the woman sitting in front of her was powerful enough to kill her in an instant. Oh, I have no problem with the way things are, pretty little princess. Christina smiled gently as she said softly, I began to weave my own destiny with my own hands at a very young age. I only hope for your sake that your grandfather and father can continue to take care of you. A beauty like you would have a hard time living in a world like this, you know. That's enough. Bai Zemin shook his head. I don't understand. Why are you fighting with her? It hasn't even been a month for them, and the scale is way smaller than ours. Christina slowly stopped smiling, and after a long moment she nodded slowly and softly. I guess I'm a little jealous. Evolution ruined a lot of plans I had in mind and about to carry out, but humanity here might be able to overcome the zombies and mutant beasts, unlike us. We didn't lose. Bai Zemin gazed at her with a serious expression and pointed out in a firm voice, we are still fighting and have regained many lands that were taken from us. When I become emperor, I will make sure that humanity returns to the top of the food chain, but I will also make sure that humans do not make the same mistakes of the past. Emperor, King of Kings. Christina looked at the ground with a lost expression on her face, almost as if she was imagining a peaceful world where mutant beasts and other races lived in peace with humans. Sounds like a good dream. Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijin, and Sylvia watched and listened in silence. Actually, the three of them had understood a thing or two after seeing Zun Tian's power and after hearing his conversation with the woman named Christina. But it was hard to accept such a thing, so the three of them were still waiting for a firm explanation that would reveal the truth. Finally, Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, who seemed to be the most focused on this whole matter. Ask me whatever you want. I will answer if I can answer your question, and I will tell you if I don't know the truth to your doubt. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded slowly. After a moment, her first question rang out in the middle of the room. What is your real name? Straight to the heart, isn't it? He smiled ironically, as answering that question would bring countless others. Still, his reply was honest. Bai Zemin, that's my real name. Bai Zemin, Sylvia stared at him with wide eyes. Bai Zemin like Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin is Bai Zemin, he nodded. Looking at the three of them one by one, Bai Zemin said slowly, both myself and Christina are existences that should not be in this place. It is precisely because we should not be here that our scale of power is completely out of league when compared to the world you were born into. I don't understand. Wu Yijin shook her head softly as she murmured, are you Bai Zemin, like the Bai Zemin we all know? Instead of answering immediately, he pulled out his most precious treasure, a simple old photograph portraying a family of 4, 2 females and 2 males. From a certain point of view, you could say that the Bai Zemin you knew from before is a different version of me. Although my appearance has changed greatly because I have evolved so much after absorbing the vital records of other existences, you should still be able to see some similarity, shouldn't you? Now that you mention it, Sylvia opened her eyes wide as she finally realized why she felt like she had seen him before. But a different version of you. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him in shock. Could it be that parallel universes do actually exist? Bai Zemin nodded, and with a bitter smile he slowly explained the situation. I come from a different dimension than this one, the main dimension and the main universe. In my dimension, Earth is millions of times more dangerous than this Earth, and although I dare say I am the most powerful existence right now, there are still beings that could kill me if I am careless. Shun, the one I killed before, is an example. Then why do I feel so close to you? Are you in a special relationship with myself from your dimension? Shang Yuan Bingzu quickly pressed further, clearly anxious to know the truth. You mean if yourself from our dimension has a particular relationship with him? Christina let out a giggle. Girl, yourself from our dimension is in love with him. She is the second in command of the Transcendent faction, the strongest faction on Earth that took back all of China in less than 2 years, even though the main group is composed of people who used to be ordinary students. Of course, she's also Bai Zemin's right-hand person, and probably the person he trusts the most since they have shared life and death on many battlefields. In love, Shang Yuan Bingzu muttered with her eyes wide in shock. Although she wanted to say that such a thing was impossible, the fact that her heart was beating more vigorously as she spent more time with him suggested otherwise. Besides, her other dimensional self was the second in command of such a powerful faction, and the person Bai Zemin trusted the most. Bai Zemin glanced at Christina as if to warn her not to speak too much before continuing softly. Although I don't know why you seem to be partially affected by how the Bingzu I know feels about me. My theory is that it is possibly due to the dimension I come from being the primary one, while this dimension is only a secondary one or even lower than that. Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded slowly, but she still seemed to be too stunned. She clearly needed time to digest everything she had just heard before asking for more information. Me, Wu Yijun, suddenly stood up and asked in an anxious voice, "What is my relationship with you?" But you have no relationship with him. Christina pointed out with a pout. The one who has a relationship with him is the girl whose name is Wu Yijun, but she lives in a different universe from the one you live in. Bai Zemin's left eyelid twitched repeatedly as he looked at Christina, and he couldn't help but feel very much like throwing her over his lap to slap her ass red. You're really trying your luck," he said softly. Christina coughed and nodded as if she got the point. She just couldn't help but want to tease him a little after finding out that he wasn't as bad a person as the reports in Russia said, but was actually an ordinary young man who didn't act like a leader at all. Bai Zemin looked at Wu Yijun and slowly began to explain his relationship with Wu Yijun, as only then could the girl from this dimension understand why her heart felt so anxious lately. Maybe then she could move on by understanding that those feelings did not belong to her. Alternative Earth, Beijing University. A senior student held the kitchen knife in his hand as he stared with trembling, terrified eyes at the group of zombies outside the 2-story building across the street. It had been 6 days since he had last eaten anything, and he was going crazy from starvation. So before his energy hit rock bottom, this student decided to risk it all on a single roll of the dice. "You can do it, you can do it," the young man muttered like a broken recorder as his whole body trembled. Finally, the young man gritted his teeth and was about to come out of hiding when a strange tearing sound drew his attention. But when he looked up into the sky, he couldn't believe his eyes. A huge blood-red crack over 100 meters high had opened up in the dark sky, and from within the blood-red brilliance, a female silhouette stepped out with small steps filled with elegance. No. Seeing such a sight of a person standing in the sky and coming out of nowhere, the young man loosened his grip on the knife without realizing it. The sound seemed to attract the attention of the zombies as they slowly began to crawl in his direction. Finally, it took me almost 1 whole day to find this place, even with a path already marked. The figure in the sky had her eyes closed as she mumbled to herself and finished reading the notifications flashing in her pupils. When the last 2 notifications flashed in her pupils, she opened her eyes, revealing 2 beautiful deep red rubies. The energy of this dimension is different from mana. Thanks to the special trait of your Lilith unique class, you can now use spiritual power. Current energy types, 3-3. Well, that's 1 less requirement for the 7th order. Her lips curved slightly as she looked off into the distance. Then, with a lot more joy, she whispered, "I found you. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up." 3. Chapter 1207 Return to the Original Dimension, Part 1. So, in the living room of Wu Yijin's temporary residence, the group composed by Wu Yijin herself, Sylvia, Shangyuan Bingzhu, Christina, and Bai Zemin was still gathered. Basically, the me of your dimension is your left hand, who is in charge of all the governmental affairs and order of the new China, and is also deeply in love with you. Wu Yijin looked at Bai Zemin waiting for confirmation. In short, more or less. Bai Zemin nodded slowly before pointing out, "Besides, the Wu Yijin I know is one of the most powerful soul evolvers on Earth. Her plant-like skills are terrifying enough to make even other evolved humans with fire skills fear her." Plant-like skills, Wu Yijin nodded as she muttered to herself. From the glint in her dark eyes, Bai Zemin could tell that she was thinking about something. What about me?" Suddenly, Sylvia's somewhat anxious voice attracted everyone's attention. She was sitting in her place seemingly calm, but the way she was moving her hands and wiping the sweat from her palms on her jeans exposed the insecurity in her heart. This was because unlike Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijin, Sylvia did not feel any kind of supernatural connection with him. Bai Zemin took a few seconds to think about his words before slowly saying, "Sylvia, you should know that Beijing University is one of the most popular, famous, and therefore requested universities in the world. Another thing to note is that the population in my dimension is definitely higher than this one." "What does that mean?" she questioned with a slight frown. "In my dimension, I did not and do not know an American woman called Sylvia." Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression. "It is possible that yourself from my dimension lost her life at some point, or perhaps she never traveled to Asia to study. There are many possibilities indeed." In fact, Bai Zemin did not know many American women. Eleonora, Andrea, Alicia, and a small handful of others at best, with Eleonora being the only American woman with whom Bai Zemin could be said to share any sort of relationship beyond acquaintances. "No relation, Sylvia nodded hesitantly as she looked at the ground with a thoughtful expression on her face. "That's also why I had no problems and didn't refuse to interact with you excessively," Bai Zemin suddenly pointed out. He looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijin with a bitter smile as he slowly said, "You two only feel attached to me because of my close relationship with your alternative selves, that's all. What you feel now basically is not real. At the end of the day, you and I had never shared anything at all, even a simple word before this Earth evolved. Are you telling me that my heartbeat is fake?" Shangyuan Bingzhu had a displeased expression on her face as she pointed to herself and said in a cold voice, "I don't quite understand what's happening, and honestly I don't like how I feel right now because it affects my judgment. However, I think only Yijin and I have the right to say whether this is fake or not." Bai Zemin opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the expression on Shangyuan Bingzhu's face that looked like she was about to turn into a wild female leopard and attack him, he wisely bit his tongue and said nothing. Seeing the expression on Bai Zemin's face, Christina interjected, "Just as you feel some appreciation for them because of their almost reflex-level similarities with the Ice Queen and the girl with big breasts and a baby face, they can't help but feel appreciation for you even if what you said has logic." Big breasts, Wu Yijin looked at her own chest. Seeing that her two precious treasures were not much bigger than ripe, red apples, she grimaced as she muttered to herself, "Another big difference." The corner of Sylvia's mouth twitched slightly when she heard Wu Yijin's muttering, but suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Bai Zemin abruptly stand up. "What's wrong?" Shangyuan Bingzhu immediately stood up with an anxious expression on her face. Seeing his reaction, she couldn't help but think, "It can't be another terrifying enemy, can it?" Christina also stood up and immediately became alert. An existence capable of making the one who killed an ancient demon jump out of his seat was definitely not an easy enemy to deal with. However, Shangyuan Bingzhu and the other three soon realized that something did not seem right. Bai Zemin's expression was not one of alertness, rather it was happiness. Bai Zemin was about to fly into the sky through the window when a voice brimming with unmistakable sweetness and affection sounded inside the living room. "Little brother Zemin, how much did you miss this big sister from 1 to 10? Bai Zemin felt two slender and tender arms encircling his neck from behind, but instead of jumping in surprise, All he did was smile and close his eyes. Then he took a deep breath that puffed his chest outward, as he savored that exquisite rose essence that could only belong to her. Now that you know that the time difference between the two dimensions is so different, how much do you think I missed you? He asked rhetorically. In that case, this lady can say with complete confidence that you missed her 1,000 points out of 10. Lilith nodded with a serious expression on her face. Bai Zemin slowly turned to look at her, not moving away from her embrace. There he finally saw her, floating a few inches off the ground, and with her seductive body leaning forward to wrap her slender arms around his neck. It's been almost 26 days for me, but if I add the amount of time I spent in the collector's pocket world, I'm afraid that time amounts to at least 1 full month, he said, losing himself in her eyes. Lilith was surprised in her heart. This was because, when she looked into Bai Zemin's eyes, she saw weakness in them, almost like a little child looking for some comfort from his parents. What happened? Lilith wondered in amazement. She had only seen Bai Zemin put on such a look twice in the past, and both times it happened because of his family. Regardless, whatever happened certainly shouldn't have been a small thing to affect him like this. Therefore, Lilith leaned in another bit and placed a soft, motherly kiss on his forehead. It's okay, now we can go home. Bai Zemin was about to nod, but then shook his head. Not yet. I have one more thing to do before I leave this dimension. Oh, Lilith's eyes glittered mysteriously, and as if she had thought of something, she finally turned her head to pay attention to the people inside the room. Well, this is an interesting sight. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the black-haired woman in front of her with a confused expression and some wariness in her blue eyes. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel the slightest goodwill towards her, and it definitely wasn't solely due to that uncomfortable feeling she felt in her chest as she watched the unknown female cuddling with Bai Zemin. On the other hand, Wu Yijun and Sylvia looked at the beauty who clearly had no normal relationship with Bai Zemin, both of them gasping at such charm. Who are you? Christina stared at Lilith with wide eyes in shock. She was pretty sure that the information the Russian government had about Bai Zemin was very complete when it came to his loved ones and closest subordinates. But this woman with ink-black hair and blood-red eyes did not appear in any file. What's more, Christina could feel a huge mountain in front of her just by looking at her. Lilith looked at the Russian beauty with a charming smile. I am her fiancé and partner. Ah, Christina looked at her even more surprised after hearing this. This was because she saw that Bai Zemin not only did not refuse but nodded slowly. W8U. Christina was overcome by the circumstances, stammering. As I understand, Lily is Bai Zemin's woman, but she's just an ordinary human. My. Lilith let out an amused chuckle before pointing out. You think a man who came up with a plan to set his father up with several beautiful women just to make his mother jealous, and thus force her to evolve, would allow his lover to be just an ordinary person who could die at any moment? Young miss, you are quite fascinating. Lilith didn't explain much more, but Christina wasn't stupid. The woman in front of her was stronger than Christina herself, definitely. This was no ordinary soul evolver. Little did Christina know that in reality, Lilith was a 6th order higher existence on her way to the 7th order that was part of the demonic army commanders. Then Lilith stared at Shangyuan Bingzu. But to Bai Zemin's surprise, he did not feel or see the same animosity and hatred that he felt from Lilith when she first met Shangyuan Bingzu. Yesterday I visited the hospital for family matters, and when I returned home I didn't feel like writing, so I didn't. I will do my best to post another 3 chapters today. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1208 Return to the Original Dimension, Part 2. Although Bai Zemin could not feel any negative emotions from Lilith towards the Shangyuan Bingzu of this dimension, he was sensitive enough to feel some tension in the air. It was then that an idea crossed his mind, adding to the theory he had arrived at earlier. The problem was that, if that thought was correct, Bai Zemin would have to rethink many things regarding Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzu. However, Lilith's next words confused him so much that Bai Zemin couldn't help but wonder if he was overthinking. Zemin, I was surprised when I arrived at this place after following the traces of that space storm I ran into while passing through while searching for you. Is this some sort of alternate Earth? I dismissed it before, but now that I see a weaker version of that ice princess and little sister Yijin, I can't help but think it's quite mysterious. He didn't know if Lilith was feigning ignorance or not, but the truth was that everyone had their own secrets for different reasons. It was simply immature to think that everyone would lay bare their innermost secrets, even if it meant hurting or embarrassing their loved ones. Something like perfect love, free of secrets and flaws, could only exist for perfect beings, and none of them were perfect. Wasn't Bai Zemin the same? He was hiding the fact that in 5 years the universe might come to an end because he didn't want anyone to worry too much or to realize that the weight on his shoulders was infinitely heavier than they thought. Sometimes it was not a matter of mistrust. It was just that when love exceeded a certain threshold, one's position stopped being the most important, and therefore one thought more deeply about that one or those who were extremely important. Bai Zemin nodded, and for the next 10 minutes explained to Lilith a considerably detailed approximation of how things stood for them. Finally, Lilith nodded slowly and with slightly curious eyes remarked, "Zemin, you said before you went home you wanted to do something. May I know what it is? I understand that your original plan was to return to our dimension using the power of your title, but with me here it's not necessary." "Of course you can ask, it's not a secret anyway." Bai Zemin nodded. Then he asked, somewhat puzzled, "Little Succubus, do you have some way to return?" "My understanding of space is quite good," Lilith remarked with a slight smile. "If that rift had closed, I'm afraid I could only find it and open it again after at least a couple of years. But since it's still partially open, I have no problem going back. I left my mana surrounding the edges to prevent the rift from closing completely, and taking advantage of this world's spatial law being so weak, I also sealed the space around it." Bai Zemin gave her a thumbs up, "Noise. I'm quite wonderful and awesome, don't you think?" Lilith boasted, and even used one hand to flip her night black hair. "I think I deserve a good reward, don't you?" Bai Zemin's eyes flashed, and at the same time beating his chest he nodded. "Of course. Leave it to me. This dad, I know exactly the kind of reward you deserve." Lilith's eyes immediately brightened. Actually, although she was old enough to be Bai Zemin's grandmother, the first time she had experienced the pleasure of the flesh was thanks to him, and with him, even if they hadn't gone all the way. Now Lilith was like a little drug addict, who needed his cuddles at least once every day or else she would start feeling uncomfortable all over. Of course, Bai Zemin was not exactly different than she was. He was not only a vigorous young man in his early 20s, but thanks to the extreme purity of his records, his vitality and virility had reached heights that, when he used overlap regeneration, were comparable to those of any seventh-order man. Not for nothing did even Lilith concede defeat to his touch. For Bai Zemin it had been about 1 month of total abstinence, but since he had felt Lilith's body close to his and smelled her unique scent, he felt like a wolf ready to face the moon and howl. "For some reason I feel uncomfortable just looking at them," Wu Yijin whispered to Sylvia as she stared at the duo. Sylvia nodded repeatedly, "Same. Even Shangyuan Bingzu could feel the corner of her eye twitch a couple of times as she watched the scene before her. Christina shook her head as she muttered to herself with a wry smile, "The innocence of virgins is quite cute." //. 2 days later, the war against the zombies on the outskirts and around the settlement was over. The human army, with the support of the superhumans, had finally managed to completely wipe out the horde of 2 million. Despite this great victory, however, there were no celebrations at all. Many had died, and more than 70% of all the heavy ammunition had been consumed during the war against the zombies. 3 days later, in the central hall of the tallest building, a total of 12 people sat around a large round table. Generals of the army, commanders, 2 mayors, high-ranking police officers. They were all important figures in the settlement. In the 4 corners were 4 powerful men, superhumans, some of the most powerful in the entire base. They were in charge of ensuring the safety of everyone there. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden door exploded as 2 unconscious soldiers flew backwards. The 4 men immediately moved so that the table and the 12 people were behind them. To the eyes of the 12 people inside the room, these 4 men were like 4 flashes of lightning moving. Soon, the sound of several calm, unhurried footsteps were heard from outside. "What about the guards?" growled a bearded army general as he checked to make sure the magazine of his 9 was up to the brim. "See, couldn't they have been wiped out, could they?" A short, chubby man shivered in fear. He was trying to hide behind everyone. Soon 2 people walked into the room. 2 women, both beautiful enough to steal one's breath for an instant. particularly the female who held a sword that was as pure white as her hair. Wu Yijun and Xuanyuan Bingzu, an already old and hunched commander, recognized both of them. He looked at the two young women with a stern expression and reprimanded, "What is this all about?" Both Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu enjoyed many good benefits from the government and the military. At the end of the day, one was the granddaughter of the prime minister, who was still the president's right-hand man, and the other was not only the illegitimate daughter of the Xuanyuan family, but also a powerful warrior. However, even the most stupid among those present could tell that neither of them had good intentions. The two unconscious soldiers were pretty solid proof of this fact. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the people in front of her with an indifferent expression, and did not even pay attention to the four superhumans who were staring at her like tigers about to swallow her alive. As you must already know, God has descended upon our world to put an end to the troubles that weigh on the heads of our human race. She began spouting nonsense with a serious expression on her face. Now, God has chosen us as his right hand and left hand to take the reins of our race and lead you all to a future free of war. Everyone stared at her, hoping she was joking. Yes, days ago, they had all seen that flash of golden light fighting with the purple light. Both appeared to be God and the devil, and in the end, God defeated the devil. Unfortunately, none of them could see that flash of golden light again and did not know where God was. However, Shangyuan Bingzu had just appeared in front of them saying that she had been chosen by God to be one of his limbs. This was a bit too much to digest. Indeed, a general raised his gun and pointed it at Shangyuan Bingzu's head with the intention of pulling the trigger. Bullshit. Even faster than him, however, Wu Yijun raised her hand, and the plant that was silently just to the left of the armed general struck him with the force of a whip. The man shrieked in pain as his grip on his soul loosened. He looked down at his blood-covered hand before looking up at Wu Yijun in astonishment. You said you hadn't awakened any abilities. You lied." However, Wu Yijun shook her head and said softly, "I didn't lie. This skill was given to me by him." Him? That general was stunned as he muttered, "God." Suddenly, one of the four men roared furiously and was about to charge forward when he suddenly felt something cold on his neck. "As you can see, I now have more than one skill, ability, or whatever." With her sword at the superhuman's neck, Shangyuan Bingzu, who was surrounded by crackling crimson lightning, gazed at him with cold eyes as she calmly said, "You only have two choices. Submit to God's will and become great humans within the new divine regime, or die under the edge of my sword. There is no third option here." As the superhuman at sword point sweated bullets as he could not even react to the explosive speed of the woman in front of him, the others looked at each other in dismay. It was well known that each superhuman only had one ability at best, but this was very rare as most of them could only use the energy circulating within them to strengthen their bodies a little more, and that was it. However, in front of them, the Prime Minister's granddaughter, who assured that she did not have any ability, had just proved to be the possessor of at least one strange ability. Even more surprisingly, Shangyuan Bingzu, whose known ability was the creation of ice, now also had a lightning ability that made her faster than a superhuman, whose special ability was to increase his movement speed. In the end, the people inside the hall obediently surrendered without showing any intention to fight. By the end of the day, the entire base had fallen into the hands of Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun, at least in name, as they both had a lot of work to do. Sitting behind a desk, Wu Yijun cut off the call with her grandfather, who was screaming his head off. She sighed and after a long while muttered, "Bingzu, are you sure about this?" Standing in front of the window, Shangyuan Bingzu remained silent for a minute or two before saying in a soft voice, "I have a feeling that my feelings for that person will continue to grow, even now that he is no longer here. Yijun, I want to see him again, and for that I need to be stronger. I won't force you, you can still go back." Wu Yijun smiled with irony, "Forget it." After a long silence, Shangyuan Bingzu said in a firm voice, "We have to be stronger. He and all the people around him are ridiculously powerful, particularly the women close to him. If we want to step into his life, we will have to be a lot stronger, and to find a way to get to the main dimension, we will have to go a long distance." Wu Yijun took a moment to nod. Then she pointed out, "Bingzu, that person said that 30 days here equals only one in the original dimension. That means we have a lot of time, doesn't it? 30 years for us will be only 1 year for him, so as long as we don't forget him, we don't have to worry about him forgetting us." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and then turned to leave. Shangyuan Bingzu had a solid plan in her head, and using the word God, as well as the thousands of people who had witnessed such power days ago, she would take charge of everything. However, she was mature enough to know that it would not be easy, as not many would be willing to give up great positions just because of the words of an unknown girl. From now on, the two of them would have little to no time to rest. Of course, Bai Zemin had no idea about everything that was going on in the alternate dimension. This was because, after 3 hours of following Lilith in the space rift, 3 days in the alternate dimension, he finally reached the main universe. Backslash 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 backslash. And 2 more today. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1209 Return to Russia. Better change your plans. Sitting on the throne of creation, Bai Zemin moved the powerful and mysterious monument in the middle of space under the guidance of Lilith. It was only thanks to Kali, who worked practically without rest every day for the last month, that Bai Zemin finally learned how to partially control the throne of creation. Although he could only make the throne do basic things like move forward, backward, or turn in different directions, it was still much better compared to before. Surprisingly, the throne of creation did not consume mana or spiritual power to operate. However, this did not even mean that such an ancient and mysterious artifact could move through space, raise a shield to protect its owner from dangerous matter, and even block the terrifying void lightning just like that. Bai Zemin could feel his mind getting heavier, his spirit tired, and his body aching as time went on. "This fellow is too greedy," he commented with a frown. "If you don't want it, why don't you just give it to me?" Christina rolled her eyes at his shamelessness. She was sitting on the left stone armrest of the throne. In fact, what Bai Zemin didn't know was that, for someone of his level to even be able to sit on the throne of creation without dying, was already possibly one of the greatest miracles known since the creation of the universe and life in it. "Anyway, little brother Zemin, are you sure about leaving all those treasures behind?" Lilith asked as she slashed her sword across the space in front of her and stepped in a moment later. Bai Zemin made the throne of creation go into the crack opened by Lilith as he said, "It's okay. It was just a few low-rank skill scrolls and treasures that are useless against soul evolvers above level 30. Putting aside the sword I made for that dimension's Bing Zhu and the leather armor for the alternate version of Wu Yijun, nothing I gave them is important enough to make me divert my mind." Little did he know that his action would end up interfering with the other dimension, particularly the alternate Earth, much more than he estimated at first. This was because Bai Zemin would never, even in his wildest dreams, even think that 2 girls he had not known for a long time, and with whom he had not shared much, would actually venture on a plot to rule everything. Sometimes, trying to avoid a certain fate was how one arrived at that fate. After all, fate was inevitable and inescapable. Only an absolute and totally omnipotent existence could write the future with its own hands. Still, those 2 babies really are very lucky. Lilith sighed. To think that even without the existence of the soul record in that dimension, they would still be able to learn skills from the scrolls. "Well, they have their own souls, Lilith," Bai Zemin pointed out. "Remember that each skill scroll contains the focused records of a skill or trait of a soul evolver. If you look at it from that angle, every skill scroll is part of someone's soul." Lilith was silent for a while, then she looked back and asked, "Zemin, did something happen while you were in that secondary dimension?" He blinked, feeling confused at the sudden question. "Did something happen?" Lilith looked at his eyes beyond the barrier, and after a few seconds shook her head. "It's nothing." Bai Zemin nodded slowly after thinking silently, and it was at that moment when from the right armrest of the throne of creation, a somewhat timid but mostly nervous little voice sounded. May I ask something?" Bai Zemin looked at the blonde-haired, pale, blue-eyed beauty seated next to him. His eyes glinted with a hint of joy as he calmly asked, "You are not a slave, you know. You can express your thoughts and opinions with complete freedom. You should know that your importance to me is not small, so, as long as you live under my rule, I will make sure you are protected, respected, and in need of nothing." That's right. The beauty sitting on the right armrest was none other than Sylvia, who had decided to follow Bai Zemin when he proposed to her. When Sylvia told him that she never really got to know her parents, Bai Zemin somehow wasn't too surprised. This was because, while he had dismissed his theory regarding being an existence that should not exist, he still felt that Sylvia's birth was anything other than natural. With nothing to lose, Sylvia accepted to follow Bai Zemin to a new world where she could feel safer and more secure. From a certain angle, Sylvia and Kali were quite similar in their reasons why they both decided to follow him. She smiled wryly at his words, but when she looked into his steady eyes brimming with sincerity, she finally nodded, feeling more relieved and relaxed. Then, I'll just ask without further ado. Sylvia stared at Bai Zemin with a serious expression on her face, and after several seconds she said in a curious voice, "What are these messages I've been receiving for a while now? I feel like a character out of an MMO. Bai Zemin finally realized that the soul record that ruled the main dimension was finally establishing connection with Sylvia's soul. He gave her a quick explanation of how things were, letting Sylvia gradually absorb the new knowledge just like a sponge. Instead of overwhelming her, he would let her learn more about her new and future home before giving her more information to absorb. Leaving Sylvia, who looked thoughtful as she tried to read all those notifications to get a better understanding of herself as an existence thanks to her records being put in letters in front of a screen before her eyes. Bai Zemin looked at the black-haired, blue-eyed beauty to his left. "What are your plans now?" "What do you mean?" she asked, obviously feigning ignorance. Bai Zemin didn't mind her playing dumb. "I'm asking what you will do after we return to Hero City. No, rather, what will you do after we leave Hero City?" Only one day had passed on Earth and in the rest of the universe, so all the soul evolvers who had entered Hero City and were still alive were probably looking for treasures at this time. Bai Zemin was not overly concerned about the safety of Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun. To begin with, he had made them both his loyal followers at their own request, so he knew that they were both alive. In addition, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, Matthew Sanchez, Bai Shilin, Felix Angelo. The group was simply too powerful to find any trouble there. "Oh," Christina nodded, finally pretending to understand his question. Then she said as if it were obvious, "I'll go back to Russia. I have work to do after all." "Is that so?" Bai Zemin nodded. He looked ahead and after a moment said casually, "Well, you'll have to change your plans." Christina frowned slightly when she heard his words. "What do you mean I'll have to change my plans?" Could it be that he was planning to capture her or something? Although Christina knew that Bai Zemin was very powerful, she was confident that if she didn't want to stay in one place, there was no lower existence capable of stopping her. However, regardless of whether he had the ability to hold her back or not, Bai Zemin was not thinking of capturing Christina. No matter what, she had saved his life in the past, and he was not such an ungrateful person. "Oh, it's just that by the time you leave Hero City, return to the surface from the deep sea, and cross over half of Asia to reach Russia, I'm afraid Moscow will have already fallen," Bai Zemin revealed in an indifferent voice as he rubbed his chin. Christina blinked repeatedly, then she began to burst out laughing. "With you here and later in Hero City, who can take down Russia's most important and strongest base in such a short time? Even Shangyuan Bingzu, who is the second strongest of your faction, is in Hero City right now." If Bai Zemin was fighting in the front line, Christina thought that Moscow might fall to the Transcendent faction. However, without him there, even if Shangyuan Bingzu was personally there to lead the troops, they would not be able to do so. Putting aside defenses such as towers and weapons, Moscow had gathered the most powerful soul evolvers in Russia. Even knowing all this, Bai Zemin dared to say that in less than a week Moscow would have been taken down by the time she made it back to Russia. "Well, it is true that Bingzu is number 2 after me in terms of power." Bai Zemin nodded. "But there are 2 soul evolvers in my Transcendent faction who can kill her very easily if she doesn't give her 200% and gamble everything against them." "Oh, one of them is that woman called Feng Tian Wu, isn't it? The other person is." Christina nodded indifferently at first, but then her expression changed as if she had thought of something. "The other person is Evangeline. Evangeline is the name your younger sister uses now, by the way," Bai Zemin pointed out, still not looking her in the eye. "You bastard! Are you crazy?" Christina suddenly stood up and with a swift movement pulled her dagger from her waist. Her eyes that perfectly simulated the purity and innocence of a newborn shone with the murderous intent of a fiend as she glared at him intently. "Bai Zemin, let me tell you that Eduard Valentinovich is not an easy man as you think. Half a month ago, I saw him forming some kind of pact with someone from the zombie race of those higher existences, and his power grew enormously since then. What you said just now better be a lie otherwise." To Christina's surprise, however, Bai Zemin's expression remained unperturbed and indifferent, even after hearing her reveal that the leader of Russia had formed an alliance with the Army of Evolution. Actually, Bai Zemin was amazed in his heart, as such a thing was something he had not expected. However, you underestimate Feng Tianwu too much. Bai Zemin spoke indifferently. Then he gave her a sidelong glance and said in a cold voice, "And you definitely underestimate your younger sister." He was completely confident in the strength of those two, and Christina must have seen it in his eyes because her pupils trembled and the grip on her dagger wavered. Who knows, as we speak it's possible that old Russian Thing's heart is being pierced by your sister's dagger. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:10 War of the Strongest. Planet Earth, Russia. The climate all over the Earth was many times fiercer compared to the past. Warm climates became much hotter, and those places where low temperatures prevailed became much more unbearable. Russia was a country in which cold weather predominated in practically all its territory, and after the evolution of the world, its capital experienced heavy snow blizzards several times a month, such that the whole area more than 300 kilometers around Moscow was snow, snow, and more snow. Due to the invasion of China, the survivors that were located in the south, east, and west of Russia had been moved to the main base located in Moscow, although there were also many other survivors that were abandoned to their fate by the government and the armed evolved army, once they realized that the speed of advance of the Chinese forces was much faster than they had initially expected. Even so, the main Russian base in Moscow had more than 15 million survivors. If it weren't for the fact that the base was really huge, the place would be no different than an anthill, with people having to step on each other's heads to move around. On this particular day, the survivors were locked inside buildings and houses. On the other hand, those who simply had no place to live were just taken to subway shelters built long before the start of the apocalypse. The ever-bubbling giant base had become a ghost city, desolate and abandoned. High up on the walls, thousands upon thousands of soldiers watched the various battlefields in the distance. All of them had pale faces and fear was evident in their eyes. Hey, do you think our soul evolvers will be able to beat those Chinese soul evolvers? Of course we will win. At his comrade's question, a soldier glared at him as he nodded firmly. The blood that runs through our veins is much more powerful than theirs. Blood, who cares about that? Muttered a soldier who seemed to have surrendered to fate. With a hint of madness in his gaze, he shouted, "Those damn Chinese shot down all our bases in the south, killed thousands of soul evolvers and soldiers of our Russia, captured hundreds of thousands of survivors, and now they came to Moscow with no impediments. We will lose, we will definitely lose this war." The expression of some soldiers contorted in anger, while others turned pale at the truth they did not want to accept. Now we can only pray. A wrinkled old army general took off his hat, revealing a burnt head patch as he stared ahead with eagle eyes. A couple of days ago, the strongest soul evolvers of the Chinese faction arrived at the gates of Moscow. However, instead of attacking, they sent a Russian survivor as a messenger. The message was very simple and easy to understand. Send your strongest soul evolvers to fight against ours. The winner side takes all. If you refuse this offer, our troops will root everything to the ground once our leader returns from his mission in the East Sea. After 24 hours, the reply in the form of a letter from the Russian headquarters was delivered by the same Russian survivor. We accept. The letter was signed by the very leader, president, and absolute ruler of the Russian faction, Eduard Valentinovich. For several hours, more than a dozen battlefields had been automatically set up as the two sides collided against each other. Shock waves, explosions, earth tremors, shaking clouds. The entire southern zone 60 kilometers away had become a death zone where no one could approach. Russia's soul evolvers believed they had found a loophole in the offer of China's soul evolvers. They expected to fight using their numerical advantage, since it was well known to all that China had not sent 100% of its strongest soul evolvers. After all, they could not neglect their own territory. However, they soon ran into one or two unpleasant surprises. Kai Jingyi was fighting a third-order soul evolver and a fourth-order soul evolver without showing the slightest intention or need to retreat. Kang Lan was facing four third-order soul evolvers, moving around releasing poison from every part of her body, while dozens of thin, red lightning-like snakes crackled noisily around her. Nangongyi, who had transformed into a dragon over 7 meters tall, was fighting against 3 soul evolvers of the Fourth Order. His defense was so high that his enemies had barely hurt him after several hours, while his fists were like meteors shattering everything they touched. However, the most overwhelming of all was undoubtedly Shangyuan Xinyu. Floating about 20 to 30 meters above the ground, and with a dozen huge wind dragons dancing around her, Shangyuan Xinyu looked with a bored expression at the 5 Fourth Order soul evolvers, who, after several hours of fighting against her, were panting heavily. "You guys are really weak and boring. The women in your house must be really unsatisfied with something like that." She shook her head and then reprimanded. "That's why it's not good to level up so fast and choose trash classes. My family's king taught the kids well, but it seems like that old thing in your lands really isn't good for anything." "This little slut," Roman Varyevich groaned, which earned him an automatic wince as all over his body were small but terrifying bloody gashes. Gerard Rush's most powerful mage, a Fourth Order soul evolver, muttered softly and with a pale face, "I don't have much mana left. This woman fooled us." "Hey, you ugly gnome, are you calling this young lady a liar?" Shangyuan Xinyu pointed at Gerard while glaring at him with wide eyes and gasped in indignation. "Although it's true that I occasionally lie, that only happens when my enemy is too strong but you are too weak. That lick and his bony dragon were much, much stronger than all of you put together." She was barely giving her 70% at best, but the 5 Fourth Order soul evolvers of the Russian faction could barely break through her defense. Of course, Shangyuan Xinyu knew that this was only possible because the weather in this place was extremely favorable for her. Here, she was at least twice as powerful thanks to the strong gusts of wind and constant snowfall. Soon, the 1 versus 5 battle broke out again with greater intensity than at the beginning, proof that everything was about to end. Each battlefield occupied at least 10 kilometers away from the other, and everything in those areas was shattered to the point where even the snow was swept away. However, Shangyuan Bingzu's battlefield was 6 times bigger than all the others. There was only one soul evolver from the Transcendent faction that was currently having trouble dealing with his enemy. "Hey, pretty boy, are you sure you don't need help?" From not too far away, a female voice entered Fu Zufeng's ears as he was trying his best to deal with the level 199 soul evolver in front of him. "Shen Mei, I told you 1,000 times that I don't need your help." His reply was a fierce roar as he furiously slashed at the mist in front of him. "This little bastard only hides but doesn't fight at all." Shen Mei giggled seductively as she blocked the soul level 201 soul evolver's sword in front of her. Her body was sent flying, but she turned in the sky and landed gracefully as she said, "It's very easy to defeat that girl's skill. You really don't want me to help you. Just call me Big Sister Mei Mei." "Shut up." About 150 kilometers from Moscow, the fiercest, most dangerous and lethal battlefield of all. Esoteric Ray, the leader of Russia, Eduard Valentinovich, raised both hands in front of him and fired a thick beam of black light that seemed to split the world into 2 halves. Even the surrounding light was devoured for a brief split second, and the soil rotted wherever the black beam passed. Although Feng Tian Wu was very self-confident, she did not dare to underestimate the leader of Russia. At the end of the day, Eduard Valentinovich was not only the king of a huge faction just like Bai Zemin, but also a terrifying soul evolver above level 290. However, Feng Tian Wu raised her right hand, and the crimson stone on top of the ring on her middle finger glowed brightly as she chanted, "Fire Eclipse." Just as a huge ball of blackish-red flames covered everything within 500 meters around Feng Tian Wu, the esoteric ray fired by the Russian leader struck. BOOM! Followed by a terrifying explosion that shook everything within several kilometers in the surrounding area. The sky began to rumble as if it was about to collapse. The snow in the surrounding area had long since melted and dissipated, so it was the Earth's turn to suffer when a huge new crater formed with the impact zone as its core. Feng Tian Wu had a serious expression on her face as she observed her flame slowly being consumed by the black ray. However, seriousness did not mean panic. Suddenly, the space around Eduard contorted fiercely, triggering his danger sense skill. Without hesitation, he stopped using esoteric ray and using his left fist struck back with all his might. Rumble! A huge sphere of vacuum formed for an instant with the fist and the dagger as its center, exploding a moment later in the form of a giant dome and shattering the earth into pieces. Despite having blocked the fatal attack, the Russian leader's expression distorted as he roared, "Bitch, Once I get my hands on you, I'll show you that you would have been better dead. Bang, 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 bang. Thousands of small blasts were heard from inside Eduard Valentinovich's body, and a second later, hundreds of thin, bloody slices opened up all over his body. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before, or else he would have died hours ago. Blood regeneration. Eduard's voice had barely left his lips when his entire body was covered by a strong flash of red light, and in the next instant, all the bloody cuts disappeared as if they had never been there. Suddenly, the temperature in the area rose sharply, and the world seemed to light up as if the sun had closed its distance from the earth. Eduard Valentinovich abruptly raised his head, and at the same time as a huge eastern fire dragon over 1,000 meters long descended on his head, he heard the distant cold voice of the red-haired female. "Let me see how much more you can take." This explosion was twice as terrifying as the previous one, and everything over 60 kilometers would have been obliterated, but for the fact that the battle was occurring in a completely desolate place. Feng Tianwu's face lit up as a side effect of the sea of bright fire in front of her. Her reddish hair flopped around behind her as her body was whipped by the various wind blasts produced by the explosion, but her expression was as cold as ice itself. "Evangeline, that man should be about to run out of mana, but I don't have much left either. Get ready to use that thing Bai Zemin gave you." Although Feng Tianwu received no verbal response, the spatial distortion that occurred less than 2 meters to her right was all she needed to know that her message was received and understood. While it was true that the battle proved to be at least 3 times more difficult than Feng Tianwu expected, it was still within the acceptable range. If it was just her alone, she might have no hope of winning, but with Evangeline here it was different. Before this, Feng Tianwu honestly didn't think much of Evangeline. But after seeing how she could travel distances of tens of kilometers in less than a second, multiply her attacks hundreds of times in an instant, and even direct all the energy from her slashes into the body, Feng Tianwu finally understood that while her destructive power was minimal, Evangeline was an extremely terrifying soul evolver to contend with. Your status may be the same as his in name, but you are still light years away in terms of power, the reddish-haired beauty muttered, and then raised her hand skyward ready to launch a new attack. Today, she with Evangeline's help was going to overthrow the King of Russia by any means necessary and hand over this territory to the only existence that Feng Tianwu would accept as ruler. Now that he was her friend and they completely buried the events of the past, Feng Tianwu hoped one day to get as much trust from him as that Shangyuan Bingzu woman had. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// date with the chapters. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 11 Sky Emperor Part 1. This is the first time I've seen something so beautiful. Christina's gorgeous face was being illuminated by the light but warm pale blue glow that matched the color of her eyes as she stared in awe at the scene in front of her. Sylvia was not unlike Christina at this moment. She nodded in agreement. Although back in my dimension I saw many images that the various governments uploaded to the internet, seeing it in person gives much stronger feelings in comparison. Bai Zemin smiled slightly as he listened to the two women's comments but did not scoff or comment on it. At the end of the day, he too had gone through something similar on his first time. This was because they were in outer space, just outside the Earth's atmosphere and at a safe enough distance to avoid being pulled by the Earth's gravitational force. While it was true that Christina had seen and had much more experience than Bai Zemin in practically everything since he was just an ordinary human being until about 2 years ago, she had never been in outer space before, but it was the second time for him. Zemin, I will open a spatial crack now. Lilith looked at him with a slightly serious expression as she explained, because higher existences are not allowed in Hero City, all I can do is open a rift with the approximate direction for you to go by yourself. You'll have to be very careful and use the power of that stone throne with caution though. A little misdirection could send you to the other side of the world if you go off course. Bai Zemin nodded. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing that there was no trace of fear in his eyes, even knowing that he would soon be thrown into a spatial crack, Lilith finally smiled as she trusted the person she had chosen as a partner. Young sir, when this is all over and we can rest, you will have a lot to tell me. She narrowed her eyes, Don't think I don't know that you have been hiding many things from me recently. A mysterious man will always be more attractive to women. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and raised his index finger as he said with a serious expression. Then he opened his eyes again and lowered his finger, or so my father said when I was 7 years old. Lilith couldn't help but laugh until her shoulders shook. Zemin, if your mother finds out about that, I bet Uncle will have to sleep on the kitchen floor for a couple of centuries. Why, you have quite an interesting father, don't you? Sylvia looked away. On the other hand, Christina winced. What was that person doing teaching a 7-year-old something like that? A few minutes later, Bai Zemin used the throne of creation to break into the rift opened by Lilith. As the surroundings trembled fiercely and everything became darker and darker, Christina's voice rang in his ears. I'll disappear for now. When we reach Hero City, I will separate from you and will not join your team. Once the city's space barrier opens in a few hours, I will return to Russia. Do whatever you want, Bai Zemin replied indifferently. If she wanted to waste her time, then good for him. Hearing the indifference in his tone of voice, Christina planned to say something else. However, for some reason, she finally shook her head and closed her mouth without saying anything. Less than a minute later, a small spatial rift less than 3 meters high and less than 3 meters wide opened up inside Hero City right between the artificial clouds. Well, here we are. Bai Zemin glanced at Christina and made a shooing gesture with his hand. You can go now. Christina rolled her eyes but finally left without another word. She activated her skill to camouflage herself or become invisible, and when she jumped off the throne of creation and left the protective barrier, she did not reveal herself to the world. Whoa, what an impressive city. Sylvia covered her mouth with one hand as her blue eyes gazed at the surroundings in awe. It looks like a city out of a fantasy and science fiction movie. Bai Zemin chuckled at her comment. Don't worry. This city belongs to me, so you'll have time to appreciate it and even live in it. Ah, this city is yours. She looked at him in disbelief. Of course. Bai Zemin nodded with a faint smile, though I still don't know how it works exactly, but that's precisely where we'll go now. Sylvia blinked in confusion, but despite this, he didn't answer her doubts. Bai Zemin didn't delay any longer and quickly led the throne of creation towards the center of the city. In a matter of 10 minutes, he once again found himself face to face with that great curtain of darkness he had once passed through to chase after the corruption demon Shun. It was here that it all began. Bai Zemin began to narrate to Sylvia the story of how it was that he came to the alternate dimension where they met while carrying the throne of creation into the space storm. Perhaps it was because the throne of creation was a special artifact that went hand in hand with the Sky Emperor's palace, but, in contrast to the first time, it took Bai Zemin only 15 minutes to reach the inside of the elegant and majestic palace. As Bai Zemin commanded the throne of creation, moving at full speed through the long and wide corridors of the Sky Emperor's palace, Sylvia watched everything with wide eyes. I feel like I've been living in a small cage. She smiled bitterly as she shook her head. It's been about an hour since I arrived in the main universe, but the things I saw and heard surpass everything I saw and experienced during my 19 years of life. In Sylvia's eyes, such a city could only belong to a true absolute king and ruler. As far as Sylvia was concerned, such a majestic palace could only belong to a true god as spoken of in fanciful stories and legends. She already respected Bai Zemin enormously, but when she turned to look at him again this time her eyes held respect, admiration, and even a tinge of pity. A young man barely 2 years older than me actually has enough power to move with such freedom in a palace like this, traveling dimensions, possessing the power to tear apart an entire country with ease, and even meeting a girlfriend powerful enough to cut through space. Just how many things did he have to live through to become like this, she thought in her heart. Bai Zemin had no idea what Sylvia's inner thoughts were, but when he heard her muttering about her life, he pointed out, Sylvia, I understand how you feel. I was exactly like you until not too long ago, a little ant who thought it knew and understood enough and then was thrown into a bigger world. Like a frog who thinks it knows the sky while looking at the little patch of clouds barely visible from its hole. With another turn to the right, the throne room finally appeared in Bai Zemin's vision. But soon you will be not that different from me and the others, he said as he pushed the throne of creation forward. You will become much, much stronger. The things you will see and experience are things you probably never dreamed of. Since you have decided to follow me, reaching the top of the universe is guaranteed. The top of the universe. If those words had been said by someone else, or if someone had said it to her 1 month ago, Sylvia would definitely have done everything she could to get away from someone outside of the reality they lived in. A total lunatic. But now, okay, she nodded, I just have to follow you, is that it? Her reply took Bai Zemin by surprise, but he soon smiled. You just have to follow the path I'll open. Doesn't sound so hard, does it? Sylvia had probably never smiled as brightly as she did now. Of course it doesn't. Actually, they both knew it wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be easy to break a path, but it also wouldn't be easy to walk the path he would break for her and the others. However, even though Sylvia didn't understand why Bai Zemin still risked his life, even though he had enough strength to live comfortably and luxuriously for many years, she could see in his serious expression that stepping aside was never an option. Swoosh! Bai Zemin pushed through the open doors of the throne room, and with a deadly serious expression and chilling eyes, pushed the speed of the throne of creation 2 inches above the thick carpet. Oh my God! Sylvia covered her mouth again as she stared with a pale face at the statues of armed soldiers on both sides of the carpet. Even if the protective barrier of the throne was shielding her from harm, she knew instinctively that those statues were probably the most powerful things she had ever seen. And when she saw the serious expression on his face, she realized she was right. Bai Zemin's eyes did not look at the statues. He didn't look at the wonderful room either. In fact, Bai Zemin didn't even notice that, after all the mess brought by that dragon god realm female, the throne room was still in perfect condition. His eyes only stared at the silver scepter at the top of the stairs. The scepter still floated there without making the slightest sound, as if it was waiting for someone to take it once, and for all after countless years of solitude during which only the throne of creation and lifeless statues accompanied it. If it were before, Bai Zemin would probably not dare to touch the silver scepter. This was because, unlike the calm and silence of the throne of creation, the silver scepter somehow made him feel as if he was standing in front of something weak but unknown, and that feeling of unknown made him uncomfortable. However, for some reason that even he could not understand, he charged forward without stopping. In just a second, the throne of creation crossed the entire carpet and in another second appeared on the 7th step. Like a spring, Bai Zemin stood and leaped toward the silver scepter with his right hand outstretched in a claw-like form. There was no hesitation or doubt, only action and confidence despite the pounding of his heart. To Bai Zemin's surprise, the instant his hand encircled and grasped the silver-colored scepter, a force of restraint and annihilation he had never felt before engulfed him. His heart sank, and his face grew pale at the thought that he might have made an error in judgment. Just then, his soul grew hot as if someone had thrown him into a volcano, and Sylvia's cry behind his back alerted him even more. Just as he wanted to turn around, a series of notifications began to flash in his eyes. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12 Sky Emperor Part 2. The heavenly interdimensional sealing scepter has just brought out sealed records within you. Your soul, which was about to collapse, was saved thanks to the perfect evolution crystal. Because your power is immeasurably low, you cannot use the heavenly interdimensional sealing scepter. Sky Emperor's records have been unlocked and found inside your soul. Bai Zemin had no time to feel relieved once he felt the danger disappear. In front of his eyes, the silver scepter whose name he now knew turned into a flash of silvery white light. After striking his chest with tremendous force that nearly threw Bai Zemin off the stairs, the heavenly interdimensional sealing scepter disappeared without a trace of its existence. You have unlocked a new skill. You have received the title Successor to the Sky Emperor. This title will evolve in the future as your power increases. Bai Zemin stared at his now empty palm with an expression of utter shock on his face. At first, Bai Zemin only wanted to take the silver scepter the same way he took the throne of creation. He thought that since the most dangerous throne of creation, the source of such pressure that threatened to destroy his soul, had recognized him as its owner, he would have no problem taking the silent silver scepter that floated like a small minion beside the throne. It was only now that Bai Zemin understood and realized how wrong he was. The throne of creation, or throne of destruction, was undoubtedly a terrifying artifact. However, the most terrifying of them was the silver scepter. Although it was only for an instant, Bai Zemin felt closer to death than he had ever been in his entire life. He had not even felt so close to his doom when Thao Zhai was torturing him in the depths of the East Sea. At this point he no longer cared if the heavenly interdimensional sealing scepter was in his soul or if it had fled somewhere else. What Bai Zemin felt was joy at still being alive. But, even greater than the joy in his heart, what Bai Zemin mostly felt was pure and utter confusion. What? Bai Zemin's face grew even paler as he read the records of the title he had just received. He didn't even realize that he had backed up to the point where the back of his knees hit the stone throne, making him fall seated back to where he had been before he launched himself to grab the silver scepter. Hey, Sylvia stared at him, even paler than he was. She knew no one but him in this new universe she had decided to venture into, so if he collapsed Sylvia knew that what awaited her would be utter misery. Even when he was facing 5 nuclear weapons, he still showed no sign of panic despite his initial shock. However, for the first time, Sylvia was seeing the person she most admired on the verge of mental collapse. She didn't understand what happened. Why was he like this all of a sudden? However, Sylvia would definitely understand better if she knew the enormous identity problems that Bai Zemin had been experiencing since the beginning of the apocalypse, by not knowing who he really was. // Successor to the Sky Emperor title, a unique title that was programmed to be given to the reincarnation, or the one chosen by the Sky Emperor as a future successor. Only one who possesses part or all of the records of the Emperor of Heaven may have this title. Effect grants you total control over Sky City and its insides. // The effect of the title was very simple but definitely terrifying. While Sky City was a legend among the 8 factions of higher existences, the fact that the most powerful beings in the universe treated such a city as a legend was more than enough proof that it was definitely something incredible. However, what made Bai Zemin on the verge of mental collapse was not the effect, but the description of the title itself. A title that was meant to be given to the reincarnation of the Sky Emperor, or his murderer. Bai Zemin stared at the space in front of him without any particular emotion. That's how overwhelmed he was at this moment. He definitely couldn't have killed the Sky Emperor to absorb his records, could he? For God's sake, Bai Zemin was only 21 years old, and this year he would barely be 22. How the hell was he supposed to kill a soul evolver that had existed trillions of years in the past? Forget about whether he had the strength to do it. The Earth didn't exist at that time, not to mention the Bai family or Bai Zemin. As for having killed him in past lives, according to Bai Zemin understood thanks to fire sorrow, when a soul evolver fulfilled all the requirements of reincarnation, they would lose their records accumulated in their past life, as well as their memories. But then that left only one option, only one explanation. Sky Emperor, he muttered softly and with his eyes trembling, how can this be possible? Wasn't I supposed to be the reincarnation of the heavenly wolf Sirius? How? How does it turn out that I am now the reincarnation of the Sky Emperor now? Sylvia looked at him in shock, because although she didn't fully understand what he was saying, the word reincarnation was something she definitely knew well. Reincarnation, was he the reincarnation of someone? Besides, Sylvia felt that this someone was definitely someone terrifyingly strong in the past, just by hearing such domineering names. Unfortunately for her, Bai Zemin could barely take care of his own mind at the moment, let alone pay attention to hers. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth as he suddenly felt like bursting into tears like a baby. Some might think he was immature or whatever, but not knowing where he came from, not knowing what his purpose in life was, and not knowing who he really was weighed a lot more than one might think. Only someone who lived the same as he did would be able to understand him at this moment. The greatest burden in Bai Zemin's heart was not the apocalypse, neither was it the imminent annihilation of the universe. The greatest burden in his heart was not knowing who he really was. Heavenly Wolf Sirius. Sky Emperor. Bai Zemin no longer knew which path he was walking. // Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12-13 First Captain of the Sky Army. Several minutes later, Bai Zemin finally let out a deep sigh after remaining silent and soundless sitting on the throne of creation. To anyone listening, that sigh was just a normal sigh. However, if anyone knew how great a weight he felt in his mind, in his spirit, and in his heart, they would definitely understand that that sigh carried a lot of negative emotions that he was trying to expel from his records. Are you okay? Sylvia's voice was low, soft, and caring. Had it not been for the fact that the throne room, the entire palace, and its surroundings were in absolute silence, it would definitely have been hard to hear. Bai Zemin couldn't help but smile with a hint of self-disdain at the realization that it now turned out to be that even a basically ordinary girl who had barely received a skill a month ago feared for his sanity. "I'm fine." He shook his head and straightened his posture. "Just a minor unforeseen event, that's all." "Is this about Sirius and the Sky Emperor?" Sylvia asked tentatively as she watched him cautiously, as if afraid to hit the wrong switch. "That's right." Bai Zemin did not hide this fact from her because eventually Sylvia would be part of the group of core soul evolvers closest to him, based on everything we've discovered so far, including similarities, ancient events, and even some clues left behind. Some people in my group and I were at least 80% sure that I was the reincarnation of one of the most powerful soul evolvers that ever existed in history, that is Sirius, whose constellation is in the sky. "I see." Sylvia nodded, understanding but not understanding at the same time. "So, the Sky Emperor. I just got records that completely jeopardized, not to say just demolished 100% that theory." Bai Zemin sighed. Then he shook his head, "But let's leave it at that for now. There's nothing we can do about it." Bai Zemin wanted to know who he was, what was his purpose for existing. How could he not want to know himself? So far, many of his greatest actions seemed to have been meticulously planned, and he needed to know if he was just a piece of manipulable meat. Since he began to evolve and grow, Bai Zemin was slowly learning and discovering many of the secrets of the universe. However, in the process he also learned that his 20 years of life before the apocalypse were like a cover for his true life. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do at this point but continue to press forward and move on. Although every time I discover something, only more unknowns come out and my doubts get bigger, eventually I will have to come to the answer to all my questions. Bai Zemin took a deep breath, trying to convince himself of this fact. Just when Sylvia didn't know what to say, as this was all new to her, and she didn't know Bai Zemin well enough to know if there was any way to help him, a uniform dull sound was heard inside the throne room and successfully attracted the duo's attention. It was just that neither of them was prepared for the sight image that would greet them. "Oh my God!" Sylvia covered her mouth with both hands as she whispered with her blue eyes wide open. "This has to be a joke. It has to be." Bai Zemin's face was pale. Unlike the surprise Sylvia felt, what he felt was terror as he looked at the 20 or so statues now lined up diagonally and staring at him intently. The statues that appeared to have been bathed in gold, silver, emerald, platinum, and even diamonds were now looking at him with expressions more human than they could not have been more human. In fact, none of them looked like a statue, as what Bai Zemin had in front of him were exactly 20 perfect humans dressed in plate armor and spears or swords. At this point, Bai Zemin only knew that there was no way to fight the people in front of him. It was totally and utterly impossible because each and every one of them had auras that greatly surpassed that of soul evolvers like Shun, Felix, etc. In other words, each of them was powerful enough to fight against higher existences. Although it would be a lie to say that he was calm, Bai Zemin soon relaxed enough to think, and he realized that if his thoughts were right, this might not be a bad thing for him. If worst comes to worst, I can only rely on the defense of the throne of creation. As for his own strength, Bai Zemin was arrogant, but he was not blind, nor was he stupid. Just then, a man with long hair halfway down his back and inky black in color stepped forward, breaking the perfectly horizontal line. Bai Zemin's and Sylvia's eyes automatically focused on this person. He carried a red Zeiston-like spear with green flashes of light and heavy plate armor colored to match his Zeiston. Furthermore, his eyes were green in color, as intense as a Persian cat's eyes. A Zeiston was similar to a spear but much bigger in all aspects and up to 3 or 4 times heavier, which meant that it could also be used to smash and shatter in a manner similar to a greatsword. The man looked at Sylvia for a few seconds before focusing his attention on Bai Zemin. He stared at him intently for about 20 seconds before slowly kneeling down, laying his Zeiston on the ground as he lowered his head. "Lu Kai, first captain of the Sky Army, greet your majesty." Under Sylvia's wide eyes, the other 19 soldiers laid down their weapons on the ground and knelt on their right knees all at the same time. "Greetings to your majesty." The voice of the 19 powerhouses thundered at the same time inside the throne room, and it was probably just an illusion Sylvia and Bai Zemin felt due to the difference in power, but the entire palace seemed to quake for a split second. "Be by this is." Sylvia still felt like she was dreaming, but after pinching her arm and realizing that it really did hurt, she finally accepted the reality in front of her. Chapter 12, 14 Recognized Successor. Bai Zemin let out a deep sigh again, as he let the back of his neck rest on the back of the throne of creation. In contrast to the previous sigh, however, this one was a sigh of relief, and when he let it out, he also expelled his worries momentarily. Thank heavens and this freaking title. Bai Zemin opened his eyes and looked at the 20 people kneeling with their heads down as if they were waiting for something. Bai Zemin knew that if just one of these soldiers attacked him, all he could do was obediently stay inside the protective barrier of the throne of creation and start praying that the barrier would not fall. Fighting was never an option when the difference in levels was over 300. The man with long black hair and using a large Zeiston as his main weapon raised his head slightly, looking at Bai Zemin with a confused expression. "Your Majesty, is everything all right?" His voice sounded genuinely worried. Bai Zemin suddenly didn't know what to say. These were not his subordinates whom he knew and with whom he had shared different battlefields. They were also not people whom Bai Zemin could forcibly control if necessary. What the hell was he supposed to say when even Bai Zemin himself did not know what was going on? Even if he was clear that this was all thanks to the title successor of the Sky Emperor, this did not mean that he understood the situation he was in, or what the thoughts of the armed soldiers in front of him were. In the end, Bai Zemin decided to be honest about his situation. "Lu Kai, I am not the Sky Emperor you probably served under in the past." Lu Kai looked at him in astonishment at first, but then an expression of confusion shone in his cat-like eyes. The other 19 powerhouses had also raised their heads at this point. They all seemed perplexed after hearing the words of the person sitting on the throne of creation. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, "Can you tell me what my name is?" "Your Majesty." Lu Kai looked at him with growing concern, and after several seconds he slowly said, "Yin Wuhan." Yin Wuhan, was that the name of the Sky Emperor? Bai Zemin shook his head to himself. "That's not my name," he sighed. "My name is Bai Zemin." "Bai Zemin," Lu Kai muttered to himself, lowering his head as if he was suddenly deep in thought. Although Bai Zemin might have lied and faked, he knew that nothing good would come of it. As his mother had once instructed him, lies had short legs and every truth would eventually come out when we least expected it. Bai Zemin didn't know why on earth Lu Kai and the others mistook him for the former Sky Emperor, but he knew that the moment the 20 in front of him sensed his aura, there would be no need for him to say anything for them to figure out that something was wrong. To be honest, I myself don't quite understand what's going on in the situation I'm in. To say that just like you I am completely lost is not an exaggeration. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly as he said softly, "Not long ago, the Soul Record gave me a title. The title is called Successor of the Sky Emperor, and I'm thinking that maybe that's the reason you all are confusing me." Immediately after he said this, 19 of the 20 soul evolvers who were previously statues began to murmur among themselves chaotically. Then Lu Kai waved his right hand and said in a serious voice, "Daibo." A man with short-cut black hair and red eyes nodded without saying a word before disappearing from his position. "Ah," Sylvia cried out in fright as she stared wide-eyed at the man, standing a step away from the stone throne. Bai Zemin remained calm on the surface as he watched the person called Daibo raise his sword high and subsequently slash fiercely downward. Boom! The thunderous explosion partially shook the throne room, but what scared Sylvia the most didn't happen. While looking at the semi-transparent light barrier completely blocking Daibo's sword, Sylvia began to pant heavily as her teeth clattered as proof of how strong the scare she felt was. Bai Zemin took her hand and gently stroked it in a not-so-successful attempt to reassure her, but to his surprise, one of the runes of the throne of creation suddenly glowed brightly. Daibo's expression changed noticeably, and he quickly withdrew his sword as he tried to back away. However, his lightning-fast movement seemed to be comically slow in the face of the speed at which the throne of creation counterattacked. Boom! Daibo's body was sent flying over 300 meters, stopping only after his back slammed into the wall on the other side of the room. Rumble! Daibo's mouth opened against his will, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of slightly bright yellow blood. The other 18 soul evolvers gawked as Daibo stood up somewhat shakily and sheathed his sword once more. Sylvia subconsciously squeezed Bai Zemin's hand as she watched the terrifying Daibo walk towards them, but to her surprise, Daibo knelt down and slammed his forehead against the ground. "I apologize for my offense, Your Majesty. Daibo is willing to give up his head if necessary to pay for my earlier daring." Sylvia felt like fainting at the abrupt change of situations again and again. "Your Majesty, Daibo was only following my order." Lu Kai suddenly spoke. His head was down as he explained his actions in a deep voice. "Although none of us understand exactly what is happening, the fact that you are now the Sky Emperor or the future Sky Emperor is undeniable. It's just that this Lu Kai needed to confirm it somehow. That's why I ordered Daibo to attack in order to confirm the reaction of the Throne of Creation." Bai Zemin nodded slowly, finally understanding what was going on. Lu Kai raised his head to look at him as he continued his explanation. The Throne of Creation was the throne His Majesty used during his reign. Although some succeeded in sitting on the Throne of Creation before they had to stand up immediately, and none of them succeeded in activating its runes. The only person able to use the power of the Throne of Creation was His Majesty. Even other emperors with a similar level to His Majesty could not. After a long silence, Bai Zemin remarked, "Basically, you think I am the Sky Emperor because I can use the power of the Throne of Creation." Lu Kai nodded, and from what Bai Zemin saw in the eyes of the others, it seemed that they also thought so. "Even though I can't control the Throne of Creation, and it just does whatever it feels like when it feels like it, that's not something they need to know." Bai Zemin nodded in his heart. At the end of the day, telling the truth and being an idiot were two different things. "Lu Kai, are you really willing to follow me even though I'm not the Sky Emperor you knew in the past?" Lu Kai looked at his comrades and then smiled bitterly as he said with some regret, "To be 100% honest, it's not like we have much of a choice." "Oh," Bai Zemin frowned after realizing that there were more complications to come. The Sky faction was erased from the records of the universe after His Majesty Yin Wuhan headed to the Golden Domain. But thanks to the Sky City Core, all of us can continue to exist without being punished by the law of time that rules over the universe outside of here. And for the core of Sky City, that is this hero city, to function properly, we need an existence capable of controlling it. Otherwise I and the others will go back to being statues." Lu Kai looked at Bai Zemin with a serious expression as he slowly said, "Although now that I see you, Your Majesty Bai Zemin is very weak, you are still the successor that His Majesty Yin Wuhan chose. I want to believe and trust that His Majesty Yin Wuhan's eyes were not wrong about you." Seeing the other 19, including Daibo, nodding, Bai Zemin did not know what expressions they would put on if they knew that he was not a successor chosen directly by Sky Emperor Yin Wuhan. In fact, having part of the Sky Emperor's records in his soul, Bai Zemin knew that there was even the ridiculous possibility that he had killed Yin Wuhan at some point in some past life, in the extremely hypothetical case that he had somehow managed to keep some records in his soul before reincarnating. But then again, this was something Lu Kai and the others didn't need to know. Besides, thanks to Lu Kai and the others, I now know that the former Sky Emperor did indeed head to the Golden Domain for whatever reason. Bai Zemin grimaced in his heart as he realized something else. If and only if he had actually killed the Sky Emperor, didn't this mean that he had been in the Golden Domain before? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 15 Fight and Problems. What Bai Zemin knew of the Golden Dominion was, at best, next to nothing. Exactly almost nothing. The only thing he knew was that the Golden Domain was a kind of higher universe, the main universe from which this universe and the others were born after a terrifying war. Now, as to what had provoked that war, what the living beings in that place were like, what kind of powers they had, what kind of energy they used, what their motive or motivations were for coming to this universe and attacking indiscriminately, Bai Zemin simply knew nothing at all. To think that he could have lived in that place was something he would never think of under normal circumstances. But given everything that had happened since he entered the Sky Emperor Palace for the second time, the most reasonable thing for him to do was to assume even the wildest theories. Your Majesty. Lu Kai's voice brought Bai Zemin out of his inner thoughts, and when he looked over he saw the man with the giant spear looking at him with a serious expression on his face. What's wrong? Bai Zemin questioned. If I may, could your Majesty tell us what level you are currently at? Lu Kai frowned slightly before pointing out. Although it is true that we need the Sky Emperor to be able to move within Hero City without being punished by the law of time and the soul record, I'm afraid that many warriors won't be willing to follow someone too weak. Bai Zemin immediately frowned after hearing Lu Kai's words. However, after thinking it over, he realized that what this powerful and former Sky Faction member said was completely normal and reasonable. For them to reach such high levels of power, Bai Zemin knew from his own experience that they had definitely fought countless deadly battles. That kind of person was truly terrifying, and many times they would often prefer to die over submitting, not to mention submitting to someone weak. Bai Zemin looked at the 20 soul evolvers in front of him, 19 males and 1 female. My current level is 100. I'm stuck at the peak of the second order. Level 100. A blonde-haired, black-eyed man looked at Bai Zemin in shock from his kneeling position. Second order. Why, Your Majesty, you're joking, aren't you? It was probably another feature of the throne of creation, but it seemed to be that Lu Kai and the others could not sense Bai Zemin's aura or Sylvia's aura accurately. Sylvia just listened to the conversation, as she didn't know how strong level 100 was. The only thing she knew was that her current level was 14, so as far as she was concerned, level 100 was simply too high. Besides, she had seen Bai Zemin's strength firsthand. But she felt that level 100 might not be as incredible as she was thinking after seeing the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the 20 warriors before her. Bai Zemin sighed, as he knew this would happen. Although my level is 100, my battle power is far beyond that. He didn't know how to say his next words, but he did the best he could. At present, I dare say that nothing below the 5th order represents a threat to my life when I am serious. Second order versus top 4th order. That sounds hard to believe. His Majesty Yin was considered among the most powerful in several eras, because he could fight enemies up to 150 levels above him, you know. But he's saying he can fight soul evolvers 300 levels above. That's exactly twice as much as His Majesty Yin. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly as he listened to most of them muttering amongst themselves. Lu Kai forced a somewhat uncomfortable smile as he said, Your Majesty, please don't blame them. They just... It's okay, I understand. Bai Zemin waved his right hand casually. This is not the first time I have been underestimated, and I know it won't be the last. The number of times both enemies and allies underestimated Bai Zemin, because of his comparatively lower level, was so large that he had already lost count of the exact quantity. Therefore, he was neither surprised nor angry. He knew that earning people's loyalty was not an easy thing, and he would definitely not earn it simply because his existence allowed Lu Kai and the others to move instead of being frozen like statues. All right, Bai Zemin stood up, attracting everyone's attention once again. Your Majesty, Lu Kai frowned, feeling confused to see him nod. At present, several soul evolvers are roaming around Hero City in search of old treasures or anything that might be of use to them. Although among them there are none particularly strong, I guess we'll have to settle for now. Bai Zemin looked at the reaction of the 20, and not to his surprise, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Hero City is used as a harvesting ground. The only woman in the group, a green-haired beauty with a sword sheathed at her waist, spoke for the first time, and they're nothing but lower existences at that. Aren't they afraid of dying? That's because they don't know that Hero City is not a place to play. The same black-eyed blonde man who had spoken earlier chuckled. When Bai Zemin heard the two's words, and observed the mocking expressions on the faces of the others, he couldn't help but worry about the safety of Shangyu and Bing Zhu and the rest. Although he had control over the weapons and now the entire Hero City, Bai Zemin did not know how the city had been built. Lu Kai, are there any traps that automatically trigger in the presence of uninvited guests? Bai Zemin asked hurriedly. Yes, that's right. Of course. The worries in Bai Zemin's heart immediately grew as he saw Lu Kai nodding with a serious expression. Although none of us know how long it's been since we were put to sleep, and while it's true that many defense mechanisms probably weakened or shut down completely after not being fed for so long, there are still some that work on a mana basis and don't need soul stones to kick in. It was only now that Bai Zemin remembered that Hero City seemed to have a mana generator or attractor. With a serious expression on his face, he sat on the throne of creation and waved his hand. Come on, you guys should follow me if you want to see some of my strength. With a single thought, a bright blue portal suddenly appeared in front of Bai Zemin, and with another thought he entered with the throne and all, disappearing in an instant. That's... The emerald green-haired female opened her eyes wide as she stared at the portal on the 7th step. He really does have full control over Hero City and its functions. Lu Kai sighed, not knowing how to feel about it. Finally, with a serious expression, he picked up his weapon and advanced. Let's go. Let's see if he has what it takes to replace the former Sky Emperor before we decide what to do. The other 19 looked at each other with complex expressions before standing up and following Lu Kai, disappearing beyond the portal in short order. None of them had particularly high hopes, but they at least hoped to see something good. While they didn't think a level 100 youth could fight against someone level 400, he should still be able to jump a good 100 levels, or else he wouldn't have been chosen to hold the title successor to the Sky Emperor. ////. The area north of the center of Hero City was partially covered by a large forest. The grass grew lush but not enough to look wild. The nearby buildings were surrounded by beautiful nature, and the wind in this part was particularly purer compared to the other parts of the city. The group composed by Shangyuan Bingzhu, Felix, Wu Yijun, Eleonora, Xian Mayer, Matthew Sanchez, Naomi Sanchez, and Bai Shilin headed north while the unconscious Angela was carried on Matthew Sanchez's back. According to Naomi, Angela would be unconscious for a while and none of her skills, even with the support of her scepter, would be able to wake him up. While the others believed her, Eleonora still looked at her as an enemy. However, this was only natural considering that Naomi did not have a good face the whole time and clearly did not want to be part of the group. Had it not been for Matthew constantly reminding her of the deceased Supreme Pontiff's words, she would most likely have already revealed herself against them. Not long after Bai Zemin disappeared in the center of Hero City, Shangyuan Bingzhu led the team to circle the Great Cloak of Darkness in search of a possible entrance. Unfortunately, no such thing existed, and eventually they decided to move northward in search of more treasure. Worrying about more would do no good. Those who had known Bai Zemin for a long time knew that his life was not so fragile. But what they didn't expect was that when they reached the forest and started searching inside the buildings. Who lived in this place? Bai Shilin looked at the beautiful but unfamiliar decorations with surprise. Second mother, can we take this with us? From the furniture to the seemingly useless wooden bows, everything was simply beautiful. Moreover, every single thing inside the buildings was colorful and brimming with vitality. Wu Yijun took a deep breath before exulting, so pure, this place is really nice, I could live here forever. At first, everything was great and nice. They rarely ran into other soul evolvers in the forest, and when they saw them, they simply walked away with no intentions of looking for trouble with such a terrifying group. However, things changed a few hours ago. When the group reached the center of the forest, some sort of defensive method seemed to be activated, and that's when the disaster began. Boom! Mateo stabbed his sword into the ground to stop his recoil as he frowned at the silhouette of whitish-blue light disappearing into the forest. What the hell are those things? No matter how many we cut, they keep coming and we gain nothing at all. Not far away, Naomi and Bai Shilin were also facing those strange light figures, attacking them with elemental magic like wind arrows, water spears, or lightning balls. None of them seemed to be particularly strong for the group. The problem was that, after so many hours of fighting, they were starting to wear out, so it was only a matter of time before they got into serious trouble. Even Felix, who was the strongest in the group, had to team up with Shangyuan Bingzhu to fight one of those figures enveloped in blue-white light that seemed to be the leader of them all. The leader was truly terrifying, as it not only used powerful magic, but also had a defense terrifying enough to ignore Felix's sword slashes. Moreover, the strange figures were not the only enemy they were currently facing. Green Dragon. Wu Yijun jumped back with an anxious expression as the magic staff in her hands glowed. Roar! A beast nearly 300 meters long shot forward and roared. Its golden eyes seemed to come alive as it charged towards the small female figure and the 10 or so soul evolvers around her. Hee, so cute. The red-haired, green-skinned female giggled charmingly as she waved her hands skyward, infinite vines. Bang, 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 bang. What seemed to be thousands of vines exploded from the ground and surrounded the green dragon. The beast shredded hundreds, but its advance was gradually halted until it was finally completely contained and buried under the countless shiny vines. Mother Earth's boost, Wu Yijun chanted from a distance. The red-haired, green-skinned woman's expression betrayed a trace of surprise when she heard the green dragon's roar, and an instant later, all the vines exploded into millions of tiny pieces. Intriguing, she muttered as she watched Wu Yijun intently. On the other hand, the 10 soul evolvers also rushed forward with the intention of knocking Wu Yijin down and taking her treasures. Unfortunately for them, Wu Yijin was not alone. Lenora and Xian Mayer immediately activated all of their strongest skills, and in an instant, they entered into combat against the soul evolvers that, although they did not have particularly high levels, were still third-order enemies that overwhelmed them in numbers. If not for the fact that Lenora and Xian Mayer were soul evolvers with many treasures and very pure soul power, they would definitely not be able to fight against so many third-order enemies at the same time. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// I think 2 chapters today and another one tomorrow morning, but it could also be the 3 between the afternoon and the evening night. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 16 Two Contracts and Two New Queens, Part 1. After more than 2 hours of fighting with everything they had to contain the numerous enemies that surrounded them on all sides, Shangyuan Bingzu finally began to show a tinge of panic in her eyes. Eleonora was being pushed back, and her body was already riddled with wounds. Xian Meyer could barely hold her own against 6 third-order soul evolvers, 3 of them whose levels were no lower than hers. Matthew was having trouble protecting himself while carrying Angelo on his back. Among all of them, only Bai Shilin and Naomi were overwhelming their enemies. Bai Shilin's fists and kicks were so frighteningly strong that every time she managed to make a connection with one of the light figures, she shattered them with ease. It didn't matter if the light enemy was strong or if it was weak. A single punch or kick from Bai Shilin finished any of them in a second. All Naomi had to do was restrain the enemies a bit so that they would not overwhelm the little princess with their numbers, as her healing was rarely required. This was because while Bai Shilin's skin was white, soft, and seemingly fragile, the enemy's magic could practically not break through her natural defense at all. "Felix, can you hold it back by yourself?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked after successfully freezing the left side of the light body, though partially. "By myself." Felix looked at her in surprise, but seeing the serious expression on her face he hesitated before replying. "This thing is very strong. My speed is useless if I can't break through its defense. I can only try to hold it back a little bit but forget about defeating it." "That's enough," Shangyuan Bingzu nodded. She knew that this kind of battle would normally drag on for several days and nights, but all she wanted was a few minutes of freedom to turn the tables. The unknown light entity did nothing to stop Shangyuan Bingzu from leaving but immediately continued attacking Felix, as if it knew he was the greatest enemy among all. All or nothing. Felix sighed as he spent thousands of mana points to activate over a dozen skills. His entire body glowed white, and he soon turned into a flash of light practically impossible to see or follow as he began to fight his enemy. Shangyuan Bingzu's heart clenched as she watched Felix's terrifying speed. She knew that Bai Zemin needed the records of the Saint of the Absolute to evolve, but she also knew that it was impossible for him to reach such a movement speed. Besides, Bai Zemin's defense was never particularly high. Shangyuan Bingzu might be in love with him, but she was not naive enough to think that he could take a cut to the neck from a rank 3 or 4 sword. "I don't have time for that now." She shook her head furiously, and with a firm expression charged straight towards the dozens of unknown enemies that Bai Shilin and Naomi faced. Although Bai Shilin and Shangyuan Bingzu were both soul evolvers with the Ice Maker skill, Shangyuan Bingzu was easily 10 times more adept than Bai Shilin at using that skill. When she waved her hand, more than half of the enemies automatically turned into frozen statues, and with a slash of her sword, the other half froze after being hit by a terrifying white blizzard that froze part of the forest. "Oh!" As Bai Shilin clapped her hands, Naomi couldn't help but grimace. "Shilin, support Yijin and the other big sisters first." Shangyuan Bingzu knew that when it came to physical power only Bai Zemin and perhaps Kong Jun could surpass Bai Shilin, so she immediately gave her a task that even she herself would have trouble with. Bai Shilin immediately nodded with a serious expression on her cute face, and with a loud stomp that shattered the ground, she turned into a blur of red light that disappeared in an instant. "Help your brother." Shangyuan Bingzu glanced at Naomi indifferently before dashing towards the new enemies. Naomi said nothing, but gladly went to help her only family, who was clearly in trouble. In the distance, Eleonora had just collapsed to one knee with a rather deep wound in her belly. Her eyes showed exhaustion as she watched the sword descending on her head, and then she knew it would all be over soon for her. Just then, a small fist encased in a silver-white glove appeared out of nowhere and fearlessly met the sharp blade. Boom! What? The level 178 soul evolver grimaced in disbelief as he clutched at the handle of his shattered weapon. The next thing the man saw was a white leg spinning before the light of the world went out for him. Boom! Gusts of wind exploded everywhere, shattering a few trees in the process. As Bai Zemin lowered her leg, Elinor appeared through her half-closed eyelids at the lower half of the incomplete body that had almost claimed her life. Big-breasted big sister, are you okay? Bai Zemin extended her left hand as she looked at Elinor from above. I wonder from where did you get such a nickname, little child? Elinor took her hand, and with a grunt stood up as she thought in her heart, not for nothing is this little girl that guy's daughter, monster after monster. After tearing the body of a level 178 soul evolver in half with a single kick and helping Elinor, Bai Zemin gazed at the other four who were looking at her with pallid faces. My dear father was kind enough to let all of you leave alive despite being so weak and useless. Bai Zemin snorted, suddenly appearing in front of an assassin who was using a pair of daggers with poison in them. Zemin really doesn't like weak people who play strong. Boom! The fierce winds from Bai Zemin's fist shook Elinor's blonde hair. She narrowed her eyes at the loud blasts as she muttered under her breath, just, what is this girl's strength number? 3 seconds and 2 booms later, all the enemies Elinor had been fighting and nearly killed her fell to the ground. Some of them had their heads blown off, others directly lost the upper half of their bodies, and some had a large hole in their chests. When the enemies facing Xian Mayer saw Bai Zemin's black but cold eyes falling on them, they felt as if the whole sky was raining down on them. Xian Mayer had only managed to kill one at the cost of a deep wound that had pierced her shoulder, but now that Bai Zemin was here, she could not help but sigh in relief. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 5 soul evolvers whose levels exceeded 190, and among whom were 2 level 200 fell dead before Bai Zemin's fists and kicks, as well as Xian Mayer's fierce magical attacks. Reaching the third order was not a simple task, and all those who succeeded could be considered geniuses. Those who managed to surpass level 190 and reach the threshold between the third and fourth orders were even rarer, geniuses among geniuses. However, one bad choice was all it took for such geniuses to lose their lives today. Just as Bai Zemin and Xian Mayer were about to help Wu Yijun, an amused chuckle sounded from the middle of the forest. Beautiful little sister, you are really strong, you know, just as I expected. Xian Mayer's face changed, and Bai Zemin showed a panicked expression when they saw that, not far from where they were, the beautiful woman with red hair and green skin had managed to capture Wu Yijun. You are not a third-order powerhouse. Wu Yijun did not dare to move in front of the dagger hovering an inch from her neck. Oh, I never said that, or did I? The beauty stroked Wu Yijun's long black hair from behind as she carefully but firmly held the red dagger close to her captive's pristine neck. My name is Ingrid. I am a fourth-order plant. It is a pleasure to meet you, little sister Yijun. As Shangyu and Bingzu kept the unknown light beings at bay, her expression turned extremely ugly as she saw that Wu Yijun had fallen prey to a fourth-order soul evolver. If the enemy was at the peak of the third order, Shangyu and Bingzu was confident of killing it and ensuring Wu Yijun's safety. However, fourth order was something else. Moreover, Wu Yijun should have the power to fight against normal fourth-order soul evolvers. This meant that this plant woman named Ingrid was anything but normal. What do you want? Wu Yijun asked without panicking. If you didn't kill me, it's because you want something, isn't it? Oh, I have 2 reasons why I didn't kill you, one more important than the other. Ingrid smiled slightly as she stared skyward straight through the treetops and looked up at the figure seated on the floating stone throne. Let's just say the two are related. First and foremost, I want to continue to evolve. Second, I need to be alive to grow, don't you think? Heh. Wu Yijun was about to ask something when she suddenly saw the space in front of her twisting fiercely. Bai Zemin! She cried out in surprise and excitement as she looked at the person sitting on the stone throne, floating a few centimeters above the ground. If she wasn't fearful before then, now that he was here, any worries she might have felt vanished without a trace right then and there. Shangyu and Bingzu also sighed in relief as she continued to fight against the unknown beings. Furthermore, The faint smile at the corner of her mouth made it evident that she no longer feared for her best friend's safety. Felix also noticed Bai Zemin's presence, and while fighting against the fierce enemy in front of him who didn't even take a step back, he exclaimed in a joking tone, "Although I really like that throne, would you mind helping me here? This fellow is really hard." Bai Zemin looked at the various beings of light, and thanks to his newly acquired title, understood what they were. He couldn't help but sigh sadly as he realized that many things were more than what one could often see with the naked eye. "It's okay, you all don't need to fight. They are allies, not enemies." Simple words came out of his mouth, but what happened next made everyone present gasp in shock. With a loud magical burst, Felix was pushed back by his enemy. On the other hand, Shangyu and Bingzu stopped attacking when she saw that the unknown beings jumped over the trees and stopped attacking them, but still watched them with obvious wariness. Suddenly, the blue-white light surrounding the leader began to weaken, slowly revealing the figure of a living being. The same happened to the rest, and when their appearances were revealed to the eyes of the others, the whole world fell silent. Even Bai Zemin was shocked, even though he knew what he was about to meet. The leader, who turned out to be a very, very old female with a wrinkled face, stared at Bai Zemin for a long moment before leaning forward slightly. "Elven Queen Lena greets the new Sky Emperor." Elf. Naomi sucked in a breath of cold air as she watched the approximately 12 or 13 elves standing on the branches of the trees. Golden blonde hair, green or blue eyes, slender and limber bodies, soft and delicate skin. The females were stunning beauties, and the males were handsome enough to compare to Bai Zemin himself. HMPH. Bai Shilin didn't know what was going on or what an elf was, but seeing the men she snorted, "My father is still more handsome after all." Yes, in the eyes of the innocent girl, her father was unbeatable after all. Backslash 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 backslash. Two more to go. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 17 Two Contracts and Two New Queens, Part 2. Elves, a legendary race that, since ancient times, was part of the stories and fantasies of humans. Characterized for being incredibly beautiful, noble, pure, talented in the use of magic, nature lovers, and above all, for having abnormally high life expectancies compared to any other mortal race. To think that elves actually exist. Matthew Sanchez lowered his sword as he looked at the dozen elves standing in different trees, and they are truly beautiful as recorded in the church books. While everyone was astonished, trying to comprehend and accept what was happening right before their eyes, Bai Zemin stood up and took a step away from the throne of creation. He looked at the elderly elf in front of him with an extremely complicated expression, and after a moment of silence, he finally couldn't help but ask his question. Are you really the elf Queen Lena?" The old elf woman looked at him with her deep blue eyes that shone with experience, pain, and many vicissitudes of life, but showed nothing but calm and steadfastness. "Hard to believe, isn't it?" Lena sighed and her body slouched forward. One of the elven females tried to help her when she saw this, but the elf queen waved her hand gently and shook her head. "May I know if you are related to the old Sky Emperor?" Lena asked as she looked at Bai Zemin gently. "I'm sorry." Bai Zemin shook his head. "Even for me it's a surprise to become the Sky Emperor's successor, and to be honest, I'm still trying to digest everything that has happened to me in the last hour." "I see." The elf queen nodded slowly and with some hesitation. Suddenly, a thick root grew from the ground behind Lena, stopping just below her waist. The root opened up just like a rose, shaping a seat that Lena used to sit on as she rested her wooden staff on the ground. Back then, Sky Emperor Yin Wuhan helped our elven race when we were on the verge of extinction. We, the elves, decided to follow him and support him during his lifetime as a token of gratitude and loyalty. From cities and kingdoms to empires and worlds, we elves who are not fighting fanatics helped the Sky Emperor, and together with his mighty troops as well as his monstrous power, he eventually managed to become one of the most prominent and outstanding figures in the cosmos. Lena sighed as her blank stare looked down at her wrinkled hands. It was hard to believe, but they who had been fighting to the death 2 minutes ago now listened like good students as the elf queen narrated events of the past. Although the Sky Emperor offered us elves who had reached the top of the Fourth Order to join the Sky Faction, changing the depth of our records was against the tenets of our race, so we rejected that offer repeatedly. Lena smiled bitterly as she looked at Bai Zemin. "I guess I failed as queen by forgetting that humans are not particularly kind-hearted, especially not when they are repeatedly rejected. Elves could live up to 1,000 years under normal circumstances, but high-level elves could live hundreds of thousands of years. As for Lena, whose level was definitely not less than 400, she could probably live for 1,000,000 years or even more, depending on the purity of her soul power. However, there were limits to lower existences. No matter how long her lifespan was, she would eventually run out. Yin Wuhan promised to help the elves so that at least one of us would become a higher existence, but before he kept his promise, he disappeared, and I, along with over 250 elves, were trapped in this prison in the form of a city. Lena looked at the blue sky above her head with 1,000 different emotions shining in her same colored eyes. Many years have passed since then, so many that I can't remember, and even if I could, I definitely couldn't say or write such a figure. Now all that is left of us elves is what you see, successor of the Sky Emperor. Looking at the 12 elves who were watching all of them cautiously and curiously, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel sorry and pain in his chest. Sorry, such words came from his heart and were spoken out of his mouth even before he realized it. Out of more than 250 elves, only a dozen were left. Furthermore, Bai Zemin knew that these dozen were not part of the first generation. How many elves had really died over an incalculable number of years? Just thinking about it made Bai Zemin feel partially responsible and guilty, even though he was not Yin Wuhan. Although the old Sky Emperor once saved the elves repaid that debt by helping him for centuries throughout his conquests. However, it was the Sky Emperor who did not keep his promise and instead imprisoned the elves in Hero City. It was only now that Naomi, Shangyu and Bingzu, and all the others understood why the elves fought so fiercely against them when they walked into this forest. They who loved and lived in nature could only live here, and yet humans who betrayed them once suddenly broke into their territory to bring destruction. The old elf queen looked silently at Bai Zemin for a long time before smiling gently. I can tell that you say what you feel from your soul. Even though your whole being is cloaked in a thick smell of blood, your heart does not seem to have been corrupted by the countless innocent lives you reclaimed. Your future will be interesting, but it's a pity I won't be able to see it. What do you mean? Bai Zemin suddenly had a bad feeling. We used to be 100,343 fourth-order elves, but now there's only me left. Lena stood up slowly and with great difficulty, making it hard to believe that she had just fought Felix and Shangyu and Bingzu at the same time without showing weakness at all. 100,342 fourth-order elves used their records for countless years to push the life expectancy of other weaker elves. These little ones behind me are all that's left, so this time it was my turn. It was then that Bai Zemin understood what was happening, and when he looked at the old, slender elf queen whose beauty had faded with her life expectancy, Bai Zemin couldn't help but let a glint of sadness shine in his onyx-colored eyes. Lena's life had dried up because she had helped the elves survive for a longer period of time, for only she knows how long. Therefore, she would die soon. What Bai Zemin did not know was that both Lena and Ingrid, who fought against his group for a while, were really nothing more than gifts sent from heaven. It was thanks to them that 2 new queens would be born, queens whose legends would be heard for many, many years to come. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:18 Rebirth. Lena looked first at Wu Yijun, who was still being held prisoner by the beauty of the plant race. My past self would probably have chosen you. Not only do you have a strong natural spring burning brightly within, but you have an extremely pure heart, and among all those present, you are the only one who doesn't seem to have murdered an innocent along with that man over there. Lena looked at Felix for a moment before returning her eyes to Wu Yijun. But after this bitter experience my elven race underwent, I feel we need a change. Young human girl, remember that having such a pure heart isn't always a good thing. Be vigilant, or you could be drawn into a deception you may regret all your life. Wu Yijin didn't understand very well what Elf Queen Lena was talking about, but if there was one thing she definitely understood, it was the part about eternal regret. She knew that Fire Sorrow regretted a past decision even today, millions of years later. There was also Feng Tian Wu, who because of a choice she made during her immature and youthful years, would probably never be able to really break into Bai Zemin's heart. Wu Yijin definitely did not want that for her. I understand. I definitely won't be tricked by anyone. Lena showed her a gentle smile before turning to look at someone else. The old elf queen's eyes first looked at Shangyu and Bingzu, and then settled on the elegant crown-shaped ornament she wore on her head. When Lena saw the sapphire-colored jewel hanging delicately on Shang Yuan Bingzu's forehead, she asked, "Can you lend me your treasure for a moment?" Shang Yuan Bingzu hesitated as she listened to her request. At the end of the day, her crown was an epic-grade treasure and was one of her strongest attack weapons as it complemented her ice and frost skills perfectly well. She looked to Bai Zemin for help, but seeing him nod calmly, she finally agreed. "Being cautious is good, don't trust easily." Lena nodded appreciatively as the treasure records flashed in her eyes. "I see, it really is like that after all." Shang Yuan Bingzu didn't understand what was going on as the old elf queen turned and began to slowly walk deeper into the forest. "Come with me, human girl. Don't worry, I have no intention of doing anything bad to you." The 12 elves looked at everyone once more before jumping from branch to branch, following their queen like protective soldiers. "Bingzu, go," Bai Zemin whispered with a nod. Seeing this, she nodded and finally began to walk until she disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Bai Zemin followed her back until she disappeared and was actually not particularly worried. Now that he was in the forest, whatever happened inside could not escape his senses, and if necessary, he had the weapons to help Shang Yuan Bingzu even without being there. Besides, something told him that this was a good thing for her. So, he turned, finally giving his attention to the green-skinned, red-haired beauty. "What do you want?" Ingrid was still holding Wu Yijin with her dagger close to her neck but not hurting her or causing her pain. She pouted lovely at his question. "Big brother, didn't you listen to me before? I said I want to live, but what I want most is to continue to evolve." Bai Zemin really had no idea what the female plant was thinking, and the frown on his face was proof of it. "What does Yijin have to do with that? Let her go." "That can't be done." Ingrid quickly shook her head and her grip on her dagger tightened. "If I let her go now, not only will my life be at greater risk, but it will be difficult for me to continue to grow in the future." Wu Yijin frowned and tried to look back unsuccessfully as she asked, "What do I have to do with all this? You've been harassing me the whole time." "Hee, that's because I like you a lot." Ingrid kissed Wu Yijin on the cheek as she said cheerfully, "Sis, how about you form a contract with me?" "A contract?" Wu Yijin blinked in confusion and embarrassment at the feel of Ingrid's lips still on her right cheek. What do you mean?" "It's very simple," Ingrid exclaimed with sparkling eyes and quickly began to speak almost as fast as an automatic machine gun. "I recently obtained a legend-grade scroll that allows me to form a peer-to-peer contract with another existence, partially linking our souls and benefiting both sides in the process. Sis, you have an extremely pure natural energy within you, you know. It's a treasure. How about giving it to me?" "No, okay. As I was saying." While Ingrid talked like crazy and Wu Yijin answered or asked questions occasionally, Bai Zemin could not help but look at the plant woman with strange eyes. Previously he had thought she was a seductress, but looking at her now and listening to her talk, Bai Zemin felt that he was facing a child with no experience in life. "Wait." Ingrid blinked in surprise when Bai Zemin interrupted her. "Big brother, what's wrong? According to what you just said, you want to form an equal contract with Yijin, is that so?" he questioned. Yep, Ingrid nodded twice. "Because of my special class, I can't keep leveling up even though I'm not on any threshold. That's why I need a source of extremely pure natural power so I can keep evolving." Bai Zemin then frowned and asked in a deep voice, "And what does Yijin gain from this? You said it's a peer-to-peer contract, didn't you?" "My protection." Ingrid's red eyes flashed as she stared at Bai Zemin and said slowly but earnestly, "Big brother, even if it doesn't look like it, I am really very strong actually." Actually, Bai Zemin knew that Ingrid was strong because otherwise she wouldn't have been able to capture Wu Yijin, whose battle power was comparable to that of soul evolvers below level 220. "How strong are you?" "Yijin is also very strong, so unless you say how strong you are, your proposal is meaningless." This was the crucial question, and he didn't hesitate to ask it. "Oh," Ingrid looked at everyone one by one, and her eyes finally stopped on Felix. "I don't think I would lose easily against that big brother over there." Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled as he listened to Ingrid's words filled with confidence. Although she didn't say she could beat Felix, she said she wouldn't lose easily to him. What did this mean? It meant that Ingrid was confident enough to fight against level 400 soul evolvers. Moreover, the fact that Ingrid dared to say something like that, even after seeing Felix in action, more than once meant that she really had confidence in being able to back up her words. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed again, as an expression of deep contemplation appeared on his face. While it was true that Wu Yijin was powerful, there were still soul evolvers capable of suppressing and harming her among the countless lower existences that existed in the cosmos. However, if she had Ingrid's help at all times, that might not be the case if the two of them worked together. Although I will naturally do my best to take care of Yijin, I'm afraid that for diverse reasons I won't be able to be by her side at all times. Bai Zemin reasoned to himself. He raised his head to look at Wu Yijin and asked, "Yijin, what do you think about it?" Wu Yijin also seemed to be contemplating Ingrid's proposal when Bai Zemin's question reached her. She hesitated and bit her lips before nodding. "I'd like to accept if she really has a peer-to-peer contract, as she said." "Oh, I naturally do." Ingrid took something out of her leather bag using her free hand and threw it to Bai Zemin. "I'm not lying, nor do I have to." Bai Zemin confirmed the item and soon realized that it was a single-use consumable treasure. Furthermore, just as Ingrid said, the two soul evolvers involved in the contract would have their souls partially bonded, so that they would benefit together and grow together, but would not receive equivalent damage, nor would they both die in the event that one of them was killed. Although Bai Zemin was a bit worried about Ingrid's naivety, since she even dared to hand over a legend-grade treasure just like that casually, the female plant's proposal was too tempting and unique to let it pass. "Yijin, are you sure?" he asked, as the contract was a bit vague in some aspects and there was no telling what might happen in the future. Wu Yijin bit her lower lip gently, as memories of the past flashed through her mind at the speed of light. Memories of Bai Zemin fighting alone and being wounded. Memories of him risking his life. Memories of how she could only watch because she was too weak. Memories of how the only person capable of supporting him had always been Shangyuan Bingzu. Now that she had the opportunity to be almost as strong as the Saint of the Absolute, would she be willing to let it go? Of course she wouldn't. "Ingrid, let's do it." Wu Yijin nodded with a serious expression. "Yay." Ingrid immediately put away her dagger and took a step back, letting Wu Yijin go free without hesitation. Bai Zemin shook his head at this but said nothing. He didn't know if Ingrid was feigning ignorance, since she seemed to be more cunning before, but if she was really feigning, she really was a great actress. Ingrid opened the silver-colored scroll with golden streaks and made a cut on her finger before pressing the cut finger on the side of the sheet. "Sis Yijin, you also do the same as me, but put your blood on the back." Wu Yijin looked at Bai Zemin, and seeing him nod to signal that it was okay, she finally gently bit her index finger and did as Ingrid told her. Not even a second later, a flash of white light in a circular shape covered the scroll and slowly spread out to cover both girls. Bang! Just then, a flash of deep blue light shot straight up into the sky and pierced the clouds from the center of the forest. "What's wrong?" Naomi frowned as she stared at the several hundred-meter-high pillar of blue light. Felix looked at Bai Zemin silently, but seeing that the latter was quiet as he stared at the pillar of blue light and the sphere of green light, he said nothing. Felix could sense that the Bai Zemin in front of him was different from the Bai Zemin that had chased the corruption demon Shun the day before. Furthermore, Felix somehow knew that not only would Wu Yijin soon gain a partner strong enough to fight him, but even Shangyuan Bingzu, whose power was already terrifying, would soon become stronger. If Bai Zemin joined hands with both females and used his control over Hero City's weapons, Felix sighed in his heart, knowing that this alliance would soon be broken. Although Bai Zemin said that until all of Hero City's matters were finished the alliance would stay strong, who could guarantee that he wouldn't take this golden opportunity to kill him? At the end of the day, Felix and Bai Zemin were neither friends nor were they helping each other out of kindness. Felix and Bai Zemin were allies only because they needed each other to fight against the higher existence's alliance, but if one of them had enough power to handle the enemy alliance, now weaker after the defeat of the Holy Church, at least Felix didn't know if he would be willing to let go of such a danger as Bai Zemin, and thus didn't blame him if he attacked him right away. For now, all Felix could do was raise his guard and wait. At the same time, Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin were experiencing a kind of rebirth, and this was particularly the case for the first one. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:19 Queen of Life and Death Wu Yijun. The wind inside the forest north of Hero City was stronger, but not exaggerated to the point of forcing a soul evolver to close their eyes. The air in the area was also purer, so much so that just by breathing one would feel their worries ease and the weight on their soul loosen. Furthermore, the beauty of nature within the elven forest was beautiful enough that one would not get bored no matter how long one stared at it. Seconds turned into minutes, and slowly but surely, minutes piled up to become hours. Naomi and Mateo, this pair of siblings, sat under the shade of a thick tree not far from where the emerald-green sphere of light glowed. "It looks like an egg," Naomi whispered quietly as she looked calmly at the pulsating sphere of light. "It's like some kind of monster is going to come out at any moment." "Maybe you have that feeling because it will," Matthew murmured softly, his eyes also fixed on the green sphere of light where both Wu Yijin and Ingrid, the female plant, were. "The aura that occasionally comes out of that ball of energy is unbelievably pure, but somehow it manages to scare me when it blows outward." Not far from the two Sanchez siblings, Eleonora, whose wounds had been mostly healed by Naomi, rested her back against the back of another large tree with her eyes closed and breathing smoothly. She had fallen asleep, completely exhausted after all the difficult battles she had experienced in the 2 days since arriving in Hero City. Less than a meter from her, Angelo, whose face still looked pale, remained unconscious. Xian Mayer glanced at Eleonora before looking back towards the two people who were still standing. "Let's hope everything goes well." About 10 meters away from the emerald-colored sphere that occasionally pulsed like a heart, Bai Zemin's eyes moved back and forth without missing the condition of the energy sphere, but also not missing the condition of the large pillar of blue light in the distance. "Father, will big sister Yijin and second mother be all right?" Bai Zemin looked at the little silver-haired, black-eyed beauty, who was still holding his hand, even after more than 3 hours. Bai Shilin was noticeably worried. Not only were her eyes occasionally trembling, but there was an occasional bead of sweat forming on her forehead and sliding down to her neck, disappearing past her collarbone into the inside of her white battle dress. "It's okay." Bai Zemin smiled comfortingly. "The two of them are getting stronger than before, much stronger. That's why the process takes some time." Bai Shilin raised her head and used her big night black eyes to look at him before nodding slowly. "If father says so, then so it has to be." Bai Zemin was about to smile when suddenly his expression changed. Not far from him, the emerald-colored sphere suddenly began to lose its glow and did not pulsate anymore. Furthermore, although it was very subtle and almost impossible to notice, a small crack the size of a grain of rice slowly began to spread from the top to the sides. "They're coming out." Bai Shilin squeezed Bai Zemin's hand as she stared at the egg peeling off. "They're not dinosaurs, little princess." Eleonora's giggle reached Bai Zemin's and Bai Shilin's ears. "You finally woke up, sleeping beauty." Xian Mayer had also stood up, right behind Bai Zemin and Bai Shilin. "Although my level is not as high as yours, I'm still beyond 150, you know." Eleonora rolled her eyes. She had also felt the changes in the surrounding aura, so her eyes soon opened her eyes and jumped to her feet, just in time to see the crack widen and branch out all over the sphere of light. Yomi and Matthew said nothing, as they still didn't have that much trust with the group, even though they knew they were all on the same side. It was impossible for them not to have resentment due to the death of the person who had raised and cared for them, so that nailed splinter in their hearts would not be removed so easily no matter how good a leader Bai Zemin might be. Sitting on top of one of the trees in the area, Felix said nothing as he calmly looked at the now completely cracked and dull emerald-colored sphere. Then what everyone was waiting for finally happened. Bang! The sphere exploded and broke into thousands of tiny green fragments. The green fragments quickly melted into the ground, being absorbed into the earth and nourishing all wildlife within the forest at the same time. Despite the wonderful sight of the trees and grass covered by a thin layer of green light, everyone's eyes were fixed on Wu Yijin. Bai Zemin approached her slowly, and after a few seconds asked the question that everyone was probably asking. "Yijin, everything okay?" Wu Yijin, whose eyes had been closed, slowly opened at the sound of Bai Zemin's voice. She looked in his direction, and upon seeing him her eyes immediately lit up. A big smile grew on her face as she nodded. "It's all right, don't worry." Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes at first, trying to figure out if the Wu Yijin in front of him was really the Wu Yijin he knew. However, seeing the unmistakable blaze of love as she looked at him, he knew that there was really no need to worry about her being replaced or anything like that. Finally, he cautiously pointed out, "Yijin, your eyes." "Ah?" Wu Yijin blinked in confusion, and when she saw Bai Zemin stretching out a mirror towards her, she took it without a second thought. "Ah?" Her confusion soon turned to surprise as she stared into her blood-red eyes. What's this all about? If you don't know, don't ask us, Elenora grumbled under her breath. As Bai Zemin stared intently at Wu Yijin's red eyes and black hair, Lilith's image flashed in his head for an instant when she suddenly shouted loudly. Ingrid, what's this all about? Ah, sis, you really are noisy. A sleepy voice came from somewhere in Wu Yijin's body. Suddenly, her silhouette was surrounded by a thin layer of red light, and in an instant, her eyes returned to their original black color. Wu Yijin sighed in relief before looking at the white-skinned, red-haired beauty, who was looking at her with a bitter expression on her face. Ah, your skin. Huh? Ingrid didn't understand what was going on at first, but when she looked at the white skin on her hand, her red eyes widened. What's this all about? The corner of Naomi's mouth twitched several times as she muttered something under her breath to herself. Ah, my race changed, Ingrid exclaimed loudly as her eyes moved, evidently sliding down her record's underworld tree. What's wrong with that ugly name? Race? Wu Yijin's now black eyes suddenly opened wide. She too began to slide down her records, and suddenly her face turned slightly pale as she raised her head and looked at Bai Zemin in shock. What's wrong? Bai Zemin asked in a serious voice. He was already regretting for letting Wu Yijin make that damn contract. But there was nothing wrong with the records of that legend grade scroll. And my race didn't change, but now I have a subclass and a new skill. Wu Yijin stared at Bai Zemin, or perhaps it would be more correct to think that she was staring at the window of records in front of her as she softly said, Queen of Life and Death. That's what it says here. And besides, somehow I'm level 201 now. Then before Bai Zemin could say or think of anything, a cry of surprise resounded noisily beside them. What's this all about? Ingrid ran to Wu Yijin and shook her several times as she looked at her with tears in her eyes. Sis Yijin, the contract went wrong. Ah, Wu Yijin looked at her puzzled. Wasn't it good? Not only had she gained a new subclass and a powerful skill, but she had even gone up over 30 levels, even breaking into the fourth order thanks to the total evolution of her overall records. However, Ingrid and the tears in her eyes disagreed. And no, why, you have somehow now become my master. See, check again. Arg, we better break this contract and do it again. It doesn't count, no way. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:20 Elf Queen Shangyuan Bingzu. Bai Zemin sighed a heartfelt sigh of relief as he looked at Wu Yijin smiling bitterly at the same time, as Ingrid shook her off her shoulders with tears threatening to fall at any moment. Although several unexpected things happened, it seems that Yijin benefited more than Ingrid from that strange contract. Bai Zemin decided to ask for confirmation from Kali later, but for now, things seemed to be fine, so there was no need to worry too much. Ingrid, I'm sorry. Wu Yijin seemed genuinely sorry as she explained, I don't think we can break the contract. You also feel like one part of our souls merged with the other, don't you? My soul is the one that is subordinate to yours. Ingrid took a step back and pointed at her noisily. If I die, you're still alive, but if you die, I die. What kind of baby logic is this? And no, even if you ask me, I don't know the answer. Wu Yijin looked away. You clearly know the answer, don't you? Ingrid looked like she wanted to tear her hair out. Then she suddenly took a deep breath and calmed down. Very well. There is no use crying over spilled milk. You humans often use this saying. Besides, it is true that for better or worse I have become more powerful than before. As Bai Zemin wondered if Ingrid was suffering from some dual personality disorder, he secretly thought, could this be due to the interference of the World Tree Heart Fragment? The World Tree Heart Fragment was a demigod-grade treasure that was directly connected to Wu Yijin's soul. Since Ingrid was of the plant race and was born from nature, the World Tree Heart Fragment that was part of the legendary World Tree should be able to suppress her without her noticing. Be that as it may, this is good for Yijin and all of us. Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful beauty with blood-red hair and milk-white skin with an unreadable expression as he secretly thought, Ingrid is an incredibly strong plant-type soul evolver, and by being subordinate to Yijin her loyalty is guaranteed. Thus, the Transcendent faction had acquired a new unshakable ally. I'm sorry, but I'm just too tired right now. Ingrid finally sighed, looking nothing like her previous childish toddler attitude. She looked at Wu Yijin with a complicated expression as she slowly said, apparently I'll become stronger by simply sleeping inside your body, so that's what I'll do. Wu Yijin opened her mouth to say something, but even faster than her, Ingrid turned into a flash of red light and in an instant disappeared inside her. And she is gone. Wu Yijin smiled wryly before looking at Bai Zemin. I feel a little sorry for Ingrid. I saw part of her memories before. She's not a bad person. Then is she a bad plant? Bai Shilin's eyes sparkled as she asked this. Ha 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 ha. Elinora couldn't help but burst out laughing as she gave Bai Shilin a thumbs up. That was a good one. Bai Shilin tilted her head with a puzzled expression on her face. Naomi's shoulders shook as she did her best to hold back the urge to laugh as well. She was having a hard time because of Elinora's laughter, though. Matthew glanced at his younger sister out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help the corner of his mouth from curling up slightly as he saw her trying to hold in her laughter. Bai Zemin stroked Bai Shilin's hair, gaining a giggle from her. Yijin, you didn't do anything wrong. He pointed out casually. There's no need to feel bad about what happened. What happened already happened. You can't change it no matter what. Besides, didn't Ingrid say that her class changed? Sounds pretty strong, not to mention that she can become more powerful just by sleeping in your body. What soul evolver wouldn't pay anything for the sake of gaining the ability to become stronger simply by sleeping in a safe place? There was definitely no one who would not want to have such an ability. Wu Yijin slowly stopped frowning, and after several seconds nodded, feeling better about herself after hearing Bai Zemin's words. I understand. Bai Zemin nodded with a satisfied smile, when suddenly his expression changed abruptly again. Boom! His body turned into a blur, and the wind spawned by his speed pushed everyone back except for Bai Shilin, who quickly followed him straight into the center of the forest, followed then by Wu Yijin, whose body simply disappeared underground. Lenora and Xian Mayer exchanged glances, and after the former carried the unconscious Angelo, they both followed Bai Zemin and Bai Shilin. Naomi and Mateo nodded to each other at the same time before following them as well. As for Felix, he was the fastest and was following Bai Zemin with ease. Less than a minute later, Bai Zemin slowed down gradually until he finally came to a complete stop while staring at the scene in front of him with a dazed expression on his face. About 20 to 30 meters away was a large stone square surrounded by 12 huge pillars, each 200 meters high. The square, like the pillars, was covered by a large magic circle that was composed of tens of thousands of tiny runes. There were blue and green lines of light covering the outline of the magic circle, but by the time Bai Zemin and the others arrived, these lights were beginning to fade, and it would not take long before they were completely out. The 12 elves were standing in front of the 12 stone pillars, all of them with serious expressions looking towards the center of the magic circle, even though crystalline tears were falling on their perfect faces. Standing silently like a sleeping goddess, Shangyuan Bingzu, whose eyes were closed, did not move at all even after the magic circle stopped glowing. Her white hair, which swayed every time the wind blew from the south, had become a little longer than before, falling below her butt, and there were some strands that shone with a tinge of light blue under the radiance of the warm sun. However, this was not all. Slowly, her closed eyes opened softly. Her pupils glowed brightly like two flashlights, and two beams of cold light shot forward before exploding. Bang! In an instant, everything over 3 kilometers away turned to ice, and the sun seemed to disappear as snowflakes and ice shards began to flutter everywhere. See cold. Elinora subconsciously took a step closer to Bai Zemin as her whole body began to shiver fiercely. The rest were not much better off, and except for Bai Shilin, whose physical body was terrifyingly powerful, only Felix and Bai Zemin were able to withstand the cold temperatures without shivering from the cold. Bai Zemin waved his right hand casually, without taking his eyes off Shangyuan Bingzu. When the endless blue lotus flame began to burn, making a circle of fire around the group, everyone affected sighed in relief as they felt their body temperatures slowly recover to normal. The 12 elves fought against the cold, and ignoring the sadness they felt in their hearts, they knelt down and lowered their heads as they chanted almost in unison. We greet your majesty the queen. We greet your majesty the queen. Shangyuan Bingzu's ice-cold gaze seemed to have become even colder than before. Moreover, her entire aura had completely transformed. If she exuded disdain and grace before, all that others felt when looking at her was self-embarrassment. Unrivaled prestige, arrogance from the bones, pride from the depths of her soul. It was as if nothing and no one was worthy of a single glance from her, and not even the 12 elves were glanced at even though they had knelt down. However, when Shangyuan Bingzu looked at them, A rare flash of gentleness shone in those two cold orbs of hers. "Stand up, all of you." The 12 elves obeyed and remained with their heads down. Besides, even though they were doing their best to hide it, it was only too obvious that all of them were still weeping with sadness. Bai Zemin calmed down after almost a minute. There was no need for him to ask questions because he knew perfectly well what had just happened. He sighed as he looked up at the sky with an extremely complicated expression. "Thank you and sorry for everything." Elf Queen Lena's aura had vanished, and looking at the current Shangyuan Bingzu, as well as the elves' respect for her, one didn't need to be too smart to have a fairly accurate idea of what just happened. Shangyuan Bingzu decided to give the elves some time after seeing that they were still struggling with their own emotions. Seeing that her team was staring at her, she turned and began to slowly walk towards them as the snow piled up behind her with each step she took. She paused only for a moment as she looked at Wu Yijun. "Congratulations." "Thank you," Wu Yijun muttered in a daze as she looked at her with wide eyes. "Bingzu you." Shangyuan Bingzu simply nodded towards Wu Yijun before focusing her attention on Bai Zemin. His heart skipped a beat and stopped for a moment when those blue eyes that sparkled like precious sapphires looked at him. He already knew that Shangyuan Bingzu was in love with him, but the way she looked at him now was different, and there was absolutely no way to compare it to the look she gave to others. Even the way she looked at Wu Yijun, who was closer to her than the closeness between two sisters, was different. "What's wrong?" Shangyuan Bingzu smiled slightly and narrowed her eyes. Naomi hurriedly looked away as her heart began to beat erratically, but when she looked to her side, she saw her brother stunned and muttering something to himself. Lenora and Xian Mei also seemed to have fallen prey to Shangyuan Bingzu's smile. Only Felix, who was wise and quick enough to react, managed to protect his mind using mana. This level of charm. Bai Zemin never thought that he would ever say such words, but isn't she now too close to Lilith? Bai Zemin had never felt Lilith's overwhelming charm to its 100%, and his immovable heart skill protected him from becoming a puppet in love. However, Shangyuan Bingzu's charm currently definitely did not lose to Lilith's to the level that Bai Zemin had felt so far. He couldn't help but reach his hand out as he looked at those two long ears. However, she hurriedly stopped him. "Don't touch them," Shangyuan Bingzu whispered sheepishly. Felix couldn't help but look away as he muttered to himself, "What a horrible woman." Bai Zemin didn't remove his hand when she grabbed it. He stared at her as he softly asked, "Your race is now elf." Not only had Shangyuan Bingzu's hair grown and undergone some almost imperceptible color changes, but she had become 2 or 3 centimeters taller. Her body was now curvier, her eyes deeper, and her ears lengthened outward and ended in a pointed shape. "You verify it." She gently squeezed his hand as she looked into his eyes as if she didn't want to look away for even a second. Bai Zemin nodded as he stared at her just as she did, and getting her permission, immediately linked a part of his soul with Shangyuan Bingzu's. The connection between their souls was immediate, with no pain or inconvenience whatsoever. The records she shared showed up in his eyes in a moment. Subclass Elf Queen. Race Charming Elf. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 21 End of the Alliance and Expel. Seeing that even after several seconds Bai Zemin did not say anything, Shangyuan Bingzu gently squeezed his hand, feeling a little apprehensive in her heart. Although she knew that Bai Zemin was not a person that judged based on race, she still couldn't help but worry in her heart. "What do you think?" she asked with a somewhat rigid smile. Bai Zemin was a bit overwhelmed, so he didn't realize what her feelings were. He looked into her eyes and said with a sigh, "This is awesome, Bingzu." Shangyuan Bingzu immediately let out the dark air she was holding in as she heard his words. Thank heavens. It was only then that he realized that she was more worried than he was about everything that was happening. "Are you okay?" "Right now I feel better than ever." Shangyuan Bingzu smiled brightly and gently squeezed his hand again. "Not only did my race change and I received a huge boost in my stats, but I also obtained a new subclass which immediately granted me 2 new skills." Bai Zemin knew that the current Shangyuan Bingzu was much stronger than before. However, when he looked at her, he could not help but feel that her change was not limited to only racial changes and the acquisition of a subclass. Indeed, her next words confirmed Bai Zemin's thoughts 100%. I am currently a level 200 soul evolver, and only have to complete 2 more requirements to evolve to the 4th order. Shangyuan Bingzhu was a level 193 soul evolver previously, but after Lena handed her records to her, she directly jumped to level 200, and when she chose her path to continue walking the remaining records of the former Elf Queen, immediately helped complete 1 or 2 of the requirements needed to advance. Bai Zemin nodded, and wisely turned his eyes away from Shangyuan Bingzhu as he asked softly, "Bingzhu, what's with those elves?" Shangyuan Bingzhu's charm was very high, and he was not used to looking at her like that. Lilith was different because she was his lover and Bai Zemin had been with her since day one, but Shangyuan Bingzhu was not his partner after all. Shangyuan Bingzhu didn't seem to notice his thoughts or pretended not to. Before Elf Queen Lena passed her records to me, she told the 12 elves that from today onwards they should follow me. She explained with her eyes on the 12 elves several dozen meters away. As I understand it, they are all soul evolvers above level 190. Also, when the 12 of them work together with the Elf Queen in a forest, it is possible to use a skill called spiritual synchrony. As long as there is one of them left alive, no matter how many times the others are killed, the only thing they will lose is a spiritual body which holds all their strength, but they will not suffer any substantial loss. Bai Zemin nodded slowly, remembering the previous battle. Earlier, no matter how many times Bai Shilin and the others smashed the pale blue light bodies, they kept appearing one after another as if there was no end to them. Bai Zemin now finally knew what such an ability was due to. Suddenly, Shangyuan Bingzhu squeezed Bai Zemin's hand that she had not let go all this time and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Regarding Felix, should we make our move now?" Bai Zemin sighed upon hearing her words, but he didn't blame her because he knew that, while Shangyuan Bingzhu herself was against betraying her allies, she was only thinking of his good. In reality, Bai Zemin knew that this was a golden opportunity to get the records of the Saint of the Absolute, an opportunity that would most likely never happen a second time. Here in Hero City, Bai Zemin was like a god. Not only did he have control over more than 1,500 magic energy cannons, capable of shattering 4th order existences, and over 100 cannons that could threaten higher existences as long as they were provided with the necessary energy. With Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijin assisting him, Bai Zemin was 200% sure that no matter how fast Felix could not escape his fate. Besides, Lu Kai and the other ex-members of the former Sky faction were also watching everything from the clouds. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for Bai Zemin to show them his power. However, Bai Zemin glanced at Felix and shook his head. Our transcendent faction does not betray its allies. Even if he is only a temporary ally, an ally is an ally no matter what. You are stubborn, Shangyuan Bingzhu sighed in relief and suddenly smiled, but I like that about you. While she would not mind helping him achieve his goals, Shangyuan Bingzhu had fallen in love with a Bai Zemin who stuck to his principles firmly and would not be blinded in search of power. If he agreed to kill Felix now just because the circumstances were optimal, Shangyuan Bingzhu would inevitably feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Shangyuan Bingzhu soon walked towards the elves and began to say something to them. On the other hand, Bai Zemin approached Felix and looked at him silently for a few seconds before extending his right hand. "Saint of the Absolute Felix, thank you for your help. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It's clear to me that if it wasn't for you it would have been difficult to enter Hero City with so many enemies targeting me and my team." Felix looked back at him calmly, and after a moment of hesitation took his hand with a serious expression. "I can feel the heat of the heavenly devouring flame burning inside you. How could I not after so many years fighting that demon? The fact that you killed Shun means a lot to me. Besides, our alliance was formed because of mutual benefits, so there's no need to thank me." The feud between the demon of corruption Shun and the saint of the Absolute Felix had existed for a millennium. Because the two had different fortresses but similar overall strength, Shun could not kill Felix, but Felix also could not kill Shun, nor avenge the millions of innocents who were killed by him. Felix's main class, Saint of the Absolute, had a skill similar to Bai Zemin's immovable heart skill that affected his emotions and thus his actions. Felix could not take innocent lives just like that. It was against his core principles. Of course, he also could not tolerate the existence of beings like the Mana Eater Tree or Corruption Demon. "Right now I have full control over Hero City," Bai Zemin announced as he let go of Felix's hand. "Although the 48 hours of time we were allowed to be here has not yet expired, I will expel everyone except Bing Zhu and the others. Is that okay with you? Honestly, Felix was not surprised that Bai Zemin had gained control over Hero City. For starters, he already had a ring that allowed him to control the city's ancient weapons to a certain extent. Furthermore, the fact that Bai Zemin managed to return from the space storm with the heavenly devouring flame proved that he now had the strength to kill Shun, even if the latter had been injured before. What surprised Felix to the point where he stared at Bai Zemin, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard, was something else. Won't you try to take my records? This is a golden opportunity, I have it clear. Bai Zemin shook his head at Felix's disbelief. But you and I agreed to be allies until matters in Hero City were over, remember. I will keep my word no matter what. Besides, you don't need to worry either since I won't attack you once I expel you from the city. Felix stared at him for a long while before sighing with closed eyes. Just like that old elf woman named Lena said, I can smell the blood covering your body from afar. It's really hard to believe that someone who killed so many innocent people has such a firm code of righteousness. Felix would have liked to be friends with Bai Zemin, but in this life, both men knew that such a thing was not possible. Not only did Bai Zemin need Felix's life to obtain his records, but Felix would also not be able to befriend a person who had killed so many innocents. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. Bai Zemin took a step back as he gazed at Felix with a serious expression. Don't show me mercy, as I won't either. Even if I wanted to show you mercy, I'm afraid it's not something I can do just because I want to. Felix stared at him before nodding. I hope our next meeting will not be any time soon. Bai Zemin nodded before waving his hand. Ejection system activated. Felix panicked slightly as he felt an irresistible force dragging him somewhere, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at the people he had fought shoulder to shoulder with and slightly lowered his head just before disappearing. Are you sure to let him go? Naomi suddenly couldn't help but frown as she looked at Bai Zemin clearly with restrained anger at the person who had killed the man who had raised her. Bai Zemin did not look at her when he replied. If he were another enemy without principles, then I would have killed him even if that was supposed to go against my own ethics. But Felix is different. He will not seek trouble for my faction openly, and he will not attack innocent survivors. Our enemies are those invaders who play at being our gods, that's all. Without waiting for a reply, Bai Zemin waved his hand again as he muttered under his breath, Get out of my city, every one of you. ///. The Fifth Order Angel Sonata was waiting patiently on the outskirts of Hero City's location, in the depths of the ocean. Next to the Fifth Order Angel was the Eastern Sea King, who was anxiously awaiting everyone's departure. He was particularly anxious because he didn't know what was going on in there, but the outcome of the battle between the first prince and the seventh princess was definitely what worried him the most. He consoled himself. It's okay. Xian Luo not only has our family's legendary sword that allows him to control some of Hero City's weapons, but by his side are the Supreme Pontiff and other powerful soul evolvers. Fire Sorrow was also anxious until recently, but when Lilith returned after disappearing for almost 2 days, her nerves calmed down when she saw the smirk on her companion's face. Although Lilith didn't tell her anything about what was going on, Fire Sorrow was smart and experienced enough to know that she would soon see something interesting. Swoosh! Sonata suddenly turned his head in astonishment as he felt a fluctuation not far from his position. A flash of blue light shone, and an instant later a figure appeared standing in the middle of the ocean. Felix, Sonata murmured with widening eyes, what's he doing here, and how? However, no one answered his question, as only an instant later, something shocking happened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One by one, flash after flash of blue light illuminated the surroundings, as the dazed and confused soul evolvers that were inside Hero City began to be expelled without warning. //. AN, 3 chapters more before next reset. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:22, Angel Sonata against a rock in Ahard Place. What's going on? What's this all about? No, the rank 3 Flame King's sword. I was about to grab it when I suddenly appeared here. Didn't we have 48 hours? It's only been 43 hours at most. The number of soul evolvers that had followed Sonata to enter Hero City totaled over 100, and each and every one of them had entered the city without exception. However, the Fifth Order Angel was stunned, as he looked at the little over 50 survivors, who began to curse after waking up from their stupor. "What in heaven?" Sonata muttered in shock. "Weren't they in Hero City? How were they suddenly kicked out?" "Don't tell me." Sonata's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle, as his eyes frantically swept across the face of each of the lower existences that had just been expelled from Hero City. "It's not, this one isn't either, that little punk isn't." No matter how hard Sonata tried, the formerly arrogant and confident Fifth Order angel was unable to find the lower existences he was looking for. Suddenly, Sonata gritted his teeth and looked at Lilith and Fire Sorrow, who were watching the scene from a distance with curiosity. "Demonic army commanders, you are helping the lower existences called Bai Zemin from the shadows, aren't you?" Sonata couldn't keep calm even if he wanted to. If the other leaders found out that something so irregular was happening, and something were to happen to Hero City, one of the most wanted treasures for every faction, his head wouldn't be attached to the rest of his body for long. Lilith glanced at Sonata coolly. She pretended to search through the non-existent pockets of her black dress before looking back at him with the same initial coldness. "I don't seem to have any pockets to hide him in." Fire Sorrow frowned and said in a serious voice, "You're just a minor Fifth Order angel, but you dare to point fingers at two commanders. Do you really think your army of heaven is invincible under the stars?" "You." Sonata gritted his teeth as he realized he was up against the wall and the tip of the sword. Seeing the mocking look in the bloody succubus eyes, Sonata immediately understood that the assassination attempt carried out by the Dragon God realm failed miserably. Furthermore, Sonata feared that at this point he would end up being more unfortunate than a Fatun for every second that passed without encountering Bai Zemin and the rest of his team. "Wait a minute." Sonata suddenly turned around and his body became a blur. In an instant, his figure appeared in front of Felix, exerting the pressure of a giant iron tower. "Human variant, where is the rest of your team? Why, all the lower existences that went into Hero City were expelled, but the rest of your team still hasn't appeared." Even though Felix was a level 400 soul evolver on the verge of breaking into the Fifth Order, the difference between him and Sonata was simply as great as the difference between a low-end vehicle and a high-end one. Felix's face turned slightly pale under such pressure, but his expression did not change at all when he looked at Sonata with a slightly defiant expression. "Maybe they were killed by others. Not only are Bai Zemin and the others are missing here, but quite a few soul evolvers are absent." "That's..." Sonata suddenly frowned as he realized that what Felix pointed out was true. Could it be that that little brat was killed by others? While Bai Zemin was among the strongest who entered Hero City in search of treasures, Sonata knew that besides the first prince who had a treasure that gave him slight control over the city's ancient weapons, there were also 3 other soul evolvers capable of killing him. One of them was Israfel, the highest authority of the Holy Church and the most important pawn of the army of heaven to slowly take control of Earth. Another one was Shun, a pure-blooded demon who even possessed a flame capable of comparing to Archangel Michael's flame in terms of value and importance. Finally, that mutant plant female, who was hiding her powers all the time. Despite all this, Sonata couldn't help but feel that something was definitely not right. It was then that Felix opened his mouth again. "But if you so badly want to know what happened to Bai Zemin and the rest," Felix pointed just behind Sonata as he said in an indifferent voice, "why don't you wait a little bit more? Something is telling me you'll get your answer soon." "What?" Sonata frowned tightly and glared at him. "My business around here is over, so I'll be leaving now." Felix turned to leave without caring about anyone's opinion or thoughts, even those of the Fifth Order angel in front of him. "Wait." One of the most frustrated soul evolvers among those who were expelled suddenly blocked Felix's path. He had a rather fierce expression on his face as he snarled through his teeth. "From what I heard, you had something to do with the person who ran us out of town. Is that so?" "For starters, I don't know where did you hear that Bai Zemin was the one who kicked us out of the city, but whatever. We were in an alliance. What's up with that?" Felix replied calmly. "What's up with that? You ask what's up with that?" The blonde soul evolver native of South America roared. "Right before my eyes, I had a rank 3 sword comparable to some rank 4 weapons, but I lost it now." A good part of the sea bubbled at the man's anger. However, Felix's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even blink when he replied, and. The evolving blonde-haired soul muttered as he stared at Felix, as if he couldn't believe the other party's indifference despite what he had just said. Then the handsome man's handsome face practically distorted in rage as he unsheathed the sword tied to his waist. Bastard, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Dragon blade. The sea twisted fiercely as the man slashed diagonally as his sword flashed. Roared. A dragon nearly 300 meters long, that seemed to be made of water, roared towards Felix. Felix simply waved his hand as he muttered something to himself, and what happened next made the blond man finally wake up and realize what he had just done. Rumble. The huge water dragon seemed to run into a huge wall as its movements came to an abrupt halt. The beast roared, trying to push forward, but suddenly its body exploded, leaving a huge vacuum of more than 300 meters in the surrounding area. In the midst of the turbulent waters, the South American man met the calm gaze of his opponent. "Wait, I apologize for." The man's words were cut off as a bright flash of white light illuminated part of the sea. When the white light disappeared, some soul evolvers could not help but suck in several puffs of cold air, and if not for the treasures the East Sea Kingdom had lent them, they would have died of suffocation after inhaling so much seawater. Sometimes I wonder if I should say thank you to ignorant people like that person. Felix calmly looked at the large bloodstains slowly diluting with the sea as he slowly said, "It's thanks to soul evolvers who don't know the difference between heaven and earth that I can still grind out records after all." At the end of the day, Felix wasn't killing just for the sake of gaining some records. Saint of the Absolute, Felix looked at the rest of the soul evolvers before turning into a flash of white light. "I'm leaving, but if anyone wants to come with me to play, go ahead." It was hard to tell if Felix was mocking them as his body simply disappeared. All that remained was a thin line of slowly fading white light that partially marked his trajectory. That little bastard! How dare he! Sonata was about to spit fire from how angry he was. "If it wasn't for the soul record guarding you, I would have torn you into 1,000,000 pieces by now." The East Sea King was frightened at the angel's outburst, but the worries in his heart at the moment were even higher than that. "Lord Sonata, what should we do now?" he asked tentatively. If that surface person named Bai Zemin was still alive, then there was a strong possibility that Princess Xian Mayer was also alive. In theory, the king of the East Sea should feel happy for it, except that he had chosen a side opposite to the one his daughter chose. If Xian Mayer was alive, the East Sea King feared that the first prince would probably be out of luck, and that meant he would soon be in danger as well. "What should we do, you ask me?" Sonata snorted as he turned to stare icily into the empty space where Hero City was hidden. "Wait. There's nothing else we can do but wait." In the distance, standing on a sea reef, Fire Sorrow sighed before asking Lilith a question in a low voice. "He's okay, right?" "If he wasn't, do you think I would be standing around this peacefully?" Lilith replied softly. Thank God. Fire Sorrow's worries finally eased after hearing Lilith's confirmation. "What happened to the Void Dragon? Did you kill her?" To Fire Sorrow's surprise, Lilith shook her head. "I wish I could have torn her into 100 pieces, but the defense of the dragon race is really something else. Besides, the dragon god realm certainly invested a lot in her, since that woman even had a legend-grade treasure meant to protect her. I was only able to heavily wound her before she slipped away from me." "I see." Fire Sorrow nodded slowly. "Indeed, the dragon race has the toughest body of all. Besides, if she had a legend-grade defensive treasure, it's to be expected that you can't kill her easily. Still, it seems like she couldn't target Bai Zemin after being badly wounded by you." "You're wrong. She did break into Hero City ignoring the rules and attacked Zemin," Lilith said coldly. "What?" Fire Sorrow gazed at her in shock. "You said he was fine." The fact that Lilith was here meant that she hadn't entered Hero City, and Fire Sorrow definitely didn't believe that Bai Zemin could survive 5 minutes under the assault of a 6th-order dragon. In fact, it would be a miracle if he didn't die instantly. "Zemin is fine." Lilith shook her head. She looked in Hero City's direction with an extremely complicated expression as she said softly, "It's just that I'm afraid even I don't know him as well as I would like to anymore." Before, Lilith knew every single one of Bai Zemin's trump cards in depth. Skills, treasures, weapons. She knew every one of his records from the lightest to the heaviest. But now, what was happening now? Lilith didn't know how much Bai Zemin's skills had grown. She didn't know what things he had gained after arriving in the other dimension. And above all, she knew that he was hiding something really big from her. Facing Fire Sorrow's astonished stare, Lilith shook her head. Lilith naturally trusted Bai Zemin, and did not even consider the idea of him planning something to hurt or harm her. She also didn't mind him having his secrets, since she herself had things that she hid from him. It was just that, due to her past and lived experiences, Lilith deeply hated it when she couldn't control something. And unfortunately or not, regardless of the huge gap in levels and overall power, Lilith could no longer control Bai Zemin, who was the biggest unknown and irregularity in existence. Let's wait and see. I think we'll get some answers soon. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1223, Scaring a Higher Existence, Part 1. North of Hero City, Elves area. Bai Zemin sighed, after expelling all those who were not his friends or allies from Hero City. "All right, now it's just us," he said, looking at everyone. Then his eyes stopped on Angelo. "What happened to him?" he asked with a frown. Leonora shook her head as she replied. "According to what Felix told us, Angelo managed to cut off one of the corruption demon's arms when you were chasing him. If that's true, I'm afraid Angelo possibly used his strongest but most dangerous skill to get power, and the sacrifice he made surely wasn't small." Previously, Angelo's level was around 230 at best. While his battle power was higher than that, Shun was a level 400 soul evolver whose soul power did not lose to Angelo's in terms of purity. With a difference of 170 levels, combat experience, and with the quality of their skills in different leagues, it was absolutely impossible for Angelo to cut off Shun's arm that easily unless he paid a considerable price in return. Bai Zemin nodded in understanding as he thought to himself. Angelo seems to have lost some records. I guess I'll have to give him something good later so there won't be any discomfort on his part. Angelo's talent was definitely top-notch, and not for nothing was he one of the most powerful human beings and soul evolvers on all of Earth. Bai Zemin needed his existence to fight in the future. "So what do we do now?" Matthew Sanchez approached Bai Zemin and asked in a serious voice. "According to what His Majesty Israfel said, my sister and I will help you take control of the Holy Church. It will take some time to convince some people, so the sooner we start working the better for everyone." "We'll take care of that in no time." Bai Zemin nodded. "Let me bring you all a little up to date regarding some matters first." Just then, Naomi approached with an indifferent expression. "Use the power of your king subclass on me, and make me your loyal follower just like you did with my brother." "Are you sure?" Bai Zemin glanced at her doubtfully. "If you don't make me your loyal follower, I can't guarantee that I won't do something stupid later." Naomi gazed at him with the same indifference and coldness as before as she said calmly, "It will be best for everyone if you do." Bai Zemin looked at her unblinkingly for a few seconds before nodding. "Very well, in that case." Naomi's body shuddered slightly as the Soul Records notification flashed across her retina. However, she didn't hesitate to nod to herself. Soon, Bai Zemin felt a much deeper connection between his soul and Naomi Sanchez's. "Now we can both rest assured." Bai Zemin did not look at her but turned to look at Shangyu and Bing Zhu, who still seemed busy with the elves. Honestly, Bai Zemin did not regret killing Israfel, even if he felt it was a pity that mankind lost such a powerhouse. At the end of the day, Israfel was not only a king with a huge faction behind him, but he would definitely not hand over the power of the Holy Church just because Bai Zemin asked him to. Under these circumstances, where the two were destined to clash no matter what, Naomi and the other members of the Holy Church could only choose to oppose or surrender, which would ultimately lead to death or survival. He owed Naomi and Mateo nothing, and if they both wanted to be angry with him, they had every right to be, and Bai Zemin understood their feelings. But that was it, nothing more and nothing less. "All of you head for the north wall of the city first." Bai Zemin looked at Xian Mayer and slowly asked, "Seventh Princess and soon-to-be Queen of the East Sea, do you have the first prince's head with you?" Xian Mayer's body shivered slightly when she heard Bai Zemin's words. Yes, she was the seventh princess of the East Sea, and she thought it would be so for the rest of her long life. She had no ambitions for more and hated war. She would be happy with that position if it were not for the fact that, while her people suffered, her family did nothing but look for endless trouble. But everything changed that fateful day on the bridge where zombies, beasts, sea creatures, and two humans met to fight. Xian Mayer stared at Bai Zemin and knew that at this point there was nothing and no one who could stop him, and thus her fate as Queen of the East Sea was set in stone. She nodded as she lifted up a blue-stained cloth sack. "Here it is. Take it with you." Bai Zemin sneered as he sat on the throne of creation. "I'm sure your good father will be happy to see his son's face for the last time." As Xian Mayer made a pout, Bai Shilin immediately ran to Bai Zemin and sat on his lap. She looked at him with her big pearl-like shining eyes as she said in a sweet voice, "Father, can Shilin go with you?" Bai Zemin chuckled as he nodded. "Yea, he. Bai Shilin smiled like a rose in full bloom. In reality, she knew that no matter what she asked or wanted, her dear father would definitely not say no as long as it didn't involve her safety, particularly if she spoke to him in a sweet and soft voice. If Bai Zemin were to know that his adorable little daughter was slowly starting to learn ways to manipulate him, he definitely wouldn't know whether to laugh looking up at the sky or cry in a corner. "Yijun, help Bingzu in case she needs it, and go to the north wall as quickly as possible after that." "Okay." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the throne of creation was swallowed by a pale blue portal that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. An instant later, Bai Zemin appeared several kilometers distance away and above Hero City's cloud level. Bai Shilin immediately looked at the group of 20 people in front of her. Her expression changed and her body tensed noticeably as she whispered, "Father, these people." Having the records of a mutant weaver ant, Bai Shilin's senses were simply monstrous to the point where they could rival or even surpass Bai Zemin's when it came to pure instinct. Bai Zemin stroked her hair to reassure her as he looked at Lu Kai and the rest. "I'm sorry that no fight broke out where my strength is needed." To Bai Zemin's surprise, Lu Kai shook his head after exchanging glances with his teammates. "Your Majesty, we saw everything clearly." Lu Kai looked at him with rather complicated eyes as he calmly said, "That plant woman became your ally, and that human variant was your ally for a short period of time. Actually, all of us are amazed that you didn't use the power of the city to kill the human variant you called Felix." The emerald-haired female whose name was Valerie nodded as she said softly, "The qualities for a good emperor we are willing to follow have changed a bit after seeing the fate of Elf Queen Lena and the other elves." One of them clenched both fists and lowered his head as he said through gritted teeth, "His Majesty Yin, why did he do that to the elves?" While Bai Zemin was still shocked, Lu Kai explained in a nostalgic voice, "Actually, Elf Queen Lena would probably have been a powerhouse above the 700 level considering the enormous amount and purity of records she absorbed over hundreds of thousands of years during His Majesty Yin's conquests. She would have been stronger than most of us, and she saved more than a few comrades' lives. We owe much to her, as well as to the elves." Bai Zemin finally understood, and when the realization hit him, he couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of fate. Apparently, his behavior was considerably different compared to the former Sky Emperor when it came to dealing with allies and potential enemies. What Bai Zemin didn't expect was that him letting Felix go despite being able to finish him off right, there would become a turning point. "We've decided to follow you for now." Lu Kai nodded with a faint smile before clearing his throat, "though there's really little we can do for you." Bai Zemin frowned slightly upon hearing this. He was naturally happy that Lu Kai and his companions were following him, but Bai Zemin did not understand what he meant by his last line. "Because we are not part of a higher existence's faction, Vali and the rest of us cannot leave Hero City," Lu Kai explained upon seeing the confusion on Bai Zemin's face. "The moment we leave the city walls, we will immediately be struck by the law of time and turn to ashes minutes later." It was then that Bai Zemin realized and recalled his conversation with Lu Kai in the throne room. "To be honest, none of us know why we are alive." Lu Kai sighed. "Although Hero City is indeed amazing, it is actually nothing more than the core of Sky City. A mere core shouldn't have the ability to ignore the soul record and the laws that rule the universe." In theory, Lu Kai and the others should have already been dead for billions of years. However, the 20 of them were living and breathing in front of Bai Zemin. It seems that the Sky Emperor heading to the Golden Domain is not as simple as it seems. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed at this thought. There were many unknowns and mysteries, but Bai Zemin could feel that he was getting closer to the truth of it all much faster than he thought he ever would. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:24 Scaring a Higher Existence, Part 2. About 30 minutes passed. During this time, Fifth Order Angel Sonata felt like he might as well pull out all his hair as he nervously moved back and forth. Don't tell me I'll have to wait another 4 hours until the 2-day deadline is up. Sonata gritted his teeth to himself as he muttered, I'll go crazy if I have to wait that long. He needed to confirm that nothing unusual had happened with Hero City as soon as possible. Sea King was also going crazy with his nerves, particularly every time he saw the formerly proud and arrogant angel behaving like a young boy about to be caught by his parents after accidentally breaking the family heirloom. The other soul evolvers had not yet broken away. They were all waiting for the 2 days' time lapse to expire and Hero City to reappear. Even if they couldn't get back in, at least they could learn the reason why they were expelled prematurely, couldn't they? Suddenly, the space in the area distorted fiercely, and the water churned with such force that some closer soul evolvers were sent flying hundreds of meters backwards. Finally, Sonata's eyes sparkled as he looked toward the city slowly materializing not too far away. However, Sonata's joy did not last long. A giant holographic screen hovered in the sky outside the dome protecting the city. On the screen, a young man seated on a stone throne in what seemed to be a huge, extremely luxurious hall was looking straight ahead while a petite silver-haired, black-eyed beauty sat on his lap comfortably like a little tame cat. Sonata did not know what that throne was, and neither did he know about the throne room because he had never been to the Sky Emperor's palace, nor did he know such deep information. However, the moment Bai Zemin appeared on the holographic screen, Sonata immediately realized that what he was about to hear or see was not going to please him at all. Ah, hello everyone. The image of Bai Zemin on the screen raised his right hand and waved forward with a friendly smile. Even the little beauty on his lap did the same. She even nodded with a big smile on her face. As you all probably already imagine, I am now the owner of Hero City and thus expelled the uninvited guests. Bai Zemin lowered his hand and said in a serious voice, "However, I am generous enough to let you go with the treasures you took from my house instead of killing you. Be grateful." Be grateful, Bai Shilin nodded with a serious expression on her baby face. Sonata couldn't help but spit out a puff of slightly golden blood after hearing that Bai Zemin had taken over the city. You. Sonata took several steps back, barely restraining his aura to avoid harming the others and having the soul record turn him to ash later. Why, you have any idea what you're doing? You're turning all 8 factions against you by stealing Hero City. Stealing? Everyone watched as Bai Zemin's holographic image snorted. If such a legendary treasure as you described was so easy to steal, then why didn't that god of yours and the others take it home sooner? Can't they do something that a pitiful little lower existences managed to do? Besides, your threats are as good as the paper I use to clean my ass now. Sonata's face turned red with shame and anger. All the way from Europe to the East Sea, Sonata had not failed to point out the lower existences as creatures unworthy of mention in the face of the vastness of the higher existences. Therefore, Bai Zemin's words were no different from 200 slaps in the face. On the other hand, the East Sea King's face was pale, as if he had seen an unidentified sea creature, as he stared at one of the people standing on the city wall. Mayor. There, the 7th princess, surrounded by her friends and peers, stood proudly, as she held up a head. The paleness on the old king's face grew worse, as he immediately recognized who that head belonged to. It was then that Bai Zemin spoke again. "East Sea King, you disappoint me." The old king subconsciously took several steps back, as his eyes met the young man's on the screen. "I helped your kingdom in the past. I became friends with the 7th princess of the East Sea not long after the apocalypse broke out. But you still ignored all this and decided to be my enemy, choosing over the person who helped you some alien invaders." Alien invaders? Sonata opened his eyes wide before yelling, "How dare you? Shut the fuck up. Bai Zemin's voice thundered like a roar, making a large part of the waters in the surrounding area tremble fiercely. Sonata froze as he looked at one of the magic cannons pointed at him and glowing brightly. Bai Zemin looked at him with deadly eyes as he said coldly, "The only reason you are still alive is because I don't want to destroy the Earth and my world. You still don't get it, do you, goddamn angel? You stopped having the qualifications to talk to me a long time ago." Sonata could feel the scythe of death on his neck as he watched the golden glow of the cannon in the distance. He knew that even with his speed he wouldn't be able to evade that, so even though he was extremely furious, Sonata didn't dare to say anything. Bai Zemin took a deep breath before saying in a serious voice, "Angel Sonata, go back to Italy and tell your god that I will soon go claim the Vatican as my territory." Sonata's face paled when he saw the old bronze spear in Bai Zemin's hands. "The Supreme Pontiff was killed by me, and I will soon take the Holy Church and fuse it with my transcendent faction." Bai Zemin's voice was neither slow nor fast, neither high nor low. I will use everything I have to let the whole world know that your army of heaven lost against me, a small and insignificant mortal." Sonata was no longer listening. He turned and became a blur, disappearing without a trace in less than an instant. He had to report this as soon as possible. If Bai Zemin really had killed Israfel then, there was no one who could hold the Holy Church anymore, and Medes would not be able to interfere at all since he was a higher existence. That would put them completely off the earth. Bai Zemin coldly snorted upon seeing Sonata's retreat. "East Sea King, because of my friendship with the seventh princess, I have decided that I will not kill you despite your lack of ethics." He turned his attention to the old king, and his words surprised the old merman as he now stared at him in disbelief. Bai Zemin remarked, "I will give you 1 day's time to arrange the coronation ceremony of the seventh princess as the new queen of the East Sea. In addition, I want you to hand over to me the treasure that the third prince used to let you suppress one of the evolution requirements." Bai Zemin did not forget the supposed mutant plan that the third prince of the East Sea used to let other soul evolvers reach the next order more easily. A treasure of such magnitude could only belong to him and no one else. Bai Zemin would definitely not feel comfortable leaving something so dangerous in the hands of someone other than himself. Seeing the East Sea King looking at him with wide eyes but not saying anything, Bai Zemin snorted, "If you disappoint me again then don't blame me for being cruel. I definitely won't give you another chance to live." The East Sea King looked at his daughter and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But seeing Xian Meier's indifferent expression, he finally realized that no matter what he said nothing would change. Soon, Bai Zemin and the others watched as the East Sea King moved away in the direction of the East Sea Kingdom. His speed was not particularly fast, as if his will to move had been drained from him. Several seconds later, Bai Zemin looked at the other soul evolvers who were staring at him in shock and asked with a clear frown, "You guys need anything else? Go back the way you came." Most of them looked at each other in silence before leaving, while shaking their heads to themselves. Although they still felt greed and itchiness, even a powerful fifth-order angel rushed out in the face of the city's power. What were they supposed to do? They could only leave for now. A few minutes later, Bai Zemin finally made sure no one was around and looked at Lilith and Fire Sorrow. "Enter the city first, we'll talk here." Lilith blinked in confusion, but Fire Sorrow looked at his image on the screen in shock. "Enter Hero City. Are you crazy?" she said in a shocked voice. "We'll die as soon as we set foot in there." However, Bai Zemin shook his head. "I am the absolute ruler here. I decide the rules, who comes in and who goes out." Lilith looked into his eyes for a moment before laughing to herself. She walked towards the city and without looking back she pointed, "Let's go, Fire Sorrow. If he said it's okay, then it's okay." Less than a minute later, Fire Sorrow and Lilith were the first higher existences since the disappearance of the old Sky Emperor to set foot in the core of Sky City without being punished by the Soul Record. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 25 Super Warrior, a skill whose evolution requirements are unknown to all. When Fire Sorrow and Lilith stepped through the huge blue portal, they both felt the space around them twisting fiercely, and even before they realized it, their graceful figures had already changed their location. However, even before they could appreciate the beautiful throne room in which there were all sorts of golden statues depicting mighty warriors or the smoothness of the emerald floor, both the bloody succubus and the calamity mage became tense as they felt the aura of at least 20 higher existences enclosing them. What the hell? Fire Sorrow's pupils shrunk, and her heart sank at the thought that they had fallen into a trap. Lilith's heart also sank for an instant, but when she saw Bai Zemin sitting on the stone throne on the 7th step with the beautiful little Bai Shilin on his lap, she quickly calmed down. It's all right, there's no need to worry. Bai Zemin's voice immediately drew Fire Sorrow's eyes in his direction. Bai Zemin, what's this all about? She stared at him in astonishment before looking at the 20 soul evolvers lined up on either side of the long carpet that ran from the entrance of the room to the 1st step. Lilith was also genuinely surprised and confused at this point. Although Lilith's knowledge of Hero City might not be huge since everything to do with Sky City was a big mystery to anyone, she at least knew one or two basic things. The fact that for some reason the Soul Record did not allow any Soul Evolvers above level 400 to enter Hero CTY was something that all the factions and their members knew, even if that information was only passed down through old books. However, if that was true, then who could explain the sight in front of her? Lilith could tell that among the 20 soul evolvers in front of her, 2 of them had levels above her, particularly the tall and powerful man holding a giant spear in his right hand. Bai Zemin waved his hand to ask Fire Sorrow to calm down first. "They are with me, Fire Sorrow." Fire Sorrow looked at him as if she was looking at an unknown creature. All the evolvers in front of her were in the 6th order, and there was one who had already broken into the 7th order. Fire Sorrow was pretty sure she knew every single 7th order soul evolver in existence. No, each and every higher existence in the universe definitely knew the few existences that managed to break beyond the 6th order. However, Fire Sorrow definitely did not know the man in front of her at all. But Bai Zemin's explanation changed everything. "Let me start from the beginning," Bai Zemin sighed, as even for him it was hard to explain something he didn't personally understand. Many minutes later, the throne room was in absolute silence. Both Lilith and Fire Sorrow looked at Bai Zemin in shock after hearing his explanation regarding how he had mysteriously gained control over Hero City and even Sky City, even though the latter's whereabouts were unknown even to Bai Zemin himself. Successor of the Sky Emperor, Fire Sorrow looked at Bai Zemin with a hint of hopelessness in her eyes. I thought you were the reincarnation of the Heavenly Wolf." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly in response. "I'm sorry. I can't imagine how you must be feeling, but right now I'm more confused and lost than anyone else here." I'm sorry." Fire Sorrow tried to force a smile as she realized that indeed she was being too selfish. To begin with, while the odds were high, it was never 100% guaranteed that Bai Zemin was the reincarnation of Sirius. To say that Fire Sorrow had pinned all her hopes on the body of a young man who was barely over 20 years old was not an exaggeration, even though she knew how huge of a burden such a thing would be for him. Bai Zemin not only had to deal with the pressure of his faction and his world, but now he was also dealing with the weight that more than half of the factions that ruled the universe placed on his back when they arrived on Earth. Having to deal with the hope of the crush of one of the most powerful women in the cosmos was not particularly easy. But although Fire Sorrow knew it, it was not easy for her either to suppress the suffering and love she had buried with great difficulty for millions of years now that hope had been awakened. Lilith, on the other hand, didn't care if Bai Zemin was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Wolf or the Sky Emperor. Past lives, if there were any, were past lives. She loved the current one, unlike Fire Sorrow, who obviously loved one of the possibilities. "Zemin, then they are your subordinates now." She looked at the 20 soul evolvers armed to the teeth and couldn't stop her eyes from shining with a strange light as she slowly said, "But this is really mysterious. How is it possible that they can keep their levels even though they don't belong to any faction of higher existences? They aren't even being punished by the law of time now that they are finally vulnerable. I'm afraid that even though I own Hero City now, I don't own the answers to all those questions." Bai Zemin shook his head. Lilith nodded and was smart enough not to ask any more questions. She didn't ask where Sylvia was, nor did she ask any more questions about Lu Kai and the others' scope of power, nor did she inquire about Hero City. Now that Fire Sorrow knows that Bai Zemin is not necessarily who she expected, it's hard to say what her next moves will be. Lilith glanced at the strongest mage in the universe out of the corner of her eye as she thought in her heart. ////. 1 day later. Although only 1 day in total had passed outside, Bai Zemin had spent a total of 12 days in the Collector's Pocket world. While the Collector's Pocket watch had not become any stronger, nor did it give Bai Zemin any more power after he put in one of the lost handles, the Collector's Pocket world had become much more realistic to an ordinary planet capable of hosting all kinds of life. Rivers, oceans, different continents, 12-hour time spans for day and 12-hour time spans for the night, and much lighter climates compared to the strong winds or high temperatures of the past. Another thing that Bai Zemin noticed was that there were beginning to be bacteria and single-celled organisms in some waters such as lakes and oceans. During the past 12 days in the Collector's Pocket world, Bai Zemin spent 90% of his time trying to break the seal that blocked his memories of living in that 10-year illusion. This time, however, it was much easier for him to enlarge that small crack because he now knew and could use spiritual power to strengthen his soul slightly. Another not-so-great mystery was that, although Bai Zemin's spiritual power was consumed when he used it for something, he did not need much time to recover even though there was no spiritual power in the surroundings. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes now a little deeper than before thanks to the few memories he managed to recover after enlarging the rift to almost 1/4 of its previous size. Spiritual power 24. It's really strange. Bai Zemin did not understand how it was possible that one mana point was being replaced by one spiritual point. According to his rending of the night skill, one spiritual point was equivalent to 10 mana points, but he was exchanging one for one as if they were the same. Forget it, let's not think about it now. Bai Zemin stood up and stopped overthinking the matter too much. Looks like you managed to recover a good portion of memories this time. Lilith's voice sounded from above, and raising his head, Bai Zemin saw her sitting on the lowest branch of the giant tree he always sat under to rest or break the seal. She looked at him with an extremely affectionate smile as she said in a tender voice, "I also see more seriousness in your eyes. Somehow I feel like I'm going to miss my baby from before." "Don't say that." Bai Zemin rolled his eyes as he pointed out, "Besides, what do you mean by baby? It was you who called me daddy 2 nights ago, wasn't it?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Lilith was still smiling as she looked at him with amusement. Yep, the other 10% of the time was spent on Lilith or Kali. Bai Zemin and Lilith naturally did couple things, pampering each other after not seeing or feeling each other for several days. This was particularly true for Bai Zemin, who had been 1 month in another dimension, where the difference at which time ran was vastly different. On the other hand, Kali was helping him how to make Longinus and Annihilation of the Falling Sky become one. However, the depth of a king-grade soul armament was not something that could be casually unearthed in a month or two. Fortunately, Bai Zemin was in no hurry as the power of rank 6 Longinus was more than enough for him at the moment. "I gained a few glimpses of combat experience." Bai Zemin stretched, and after a pause he remarked, "I think I'm slowly getting closer." "To what thing?" Lilith looked at him in confusion as her dainty feet moved back and forth. Bai Zemin walked inside the mansion to say goodbye to Kali and Sylvia temporarily, as well as to tell them that he would pick them up soon. "I mean the super warrior skill." Lilith's foot movement stopped, and her eyes widened as his voice floated behind. "I think I know now where it will evolve to." Lilith remained seated on the branch of the giant tree for a long time before her soft voice drifted off into the warm gusts of wind. Super warrior, a skill whose evolution requirements are unknown to all. This little monster is becoming more and more mysterious. The super warrior skill was one of the most desired by any higher existence, even by mages, as combat experience was something they all wanted. However, at least within Lilith's knowledge, no one had managed to reach the next stage of that skill. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// before next reset. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1226, A New Queen, Part 1. East Sea Kingdom. The East Sea Kingdom was one of the many kingdoms into which the ancient and once extremely powerful Atlantis Empire had fragmented after the fall of the forgotten emperor. Although it was only a part of something once glorious, like a mere fragment of a shattered mirror after hitting an impregnable wall, the East Sea Kingdom was considered a powerhouse even among the other kingdoms or fragments of the former Atlantis Empire. Why? The answer was very simple indeed. In reality, the East Sea Kingdom did not particularly have many third-order soldiers and only had approximately 50 second-order powerhouses at best. Furthermore, this kingdom was one of the ones that suffered the most in terms of population, since they had a policy of attacking everyone even among themselves, a true jungle where sea creatures would not be safe even in their homes. However, the East Sea Kingdom had recently gained a fourth-order power. The old East Sea King, the leader of the Xi'an family, had managed to break the chains that kept him bound to the Third Order and finally entered a completely new stage. With the protection and leadership of a powerhouse at the peak of power that a mortal could reach, any of the more aggressive nearby kingdoms immediately stopped behaving atrociously and tried their best to get along with them, even if they knew that in the waters of the East Sea was a treasure that they all coveted greedily. On this particular day, the East Sea Kingdom was very lively compared to other days. The fishmen patrolled every corner of the capital with their steel spears. The walls were filled to the brim with electric jellyfish capable of launching powerful and deadly ranged attacks, and every sea creature that wanted to take a step into the city would immediately be carefully checked by the guards before being allowed to pass through. Outside the capital of the East Sea Kingdom, A huge line of sea creatures stretched for more than 5 kilometers long. There were fish creatures of all kinds of species, sharks, small whales, crabs, and much more. Suddenly, the line opened as a chariot similar to the one used in ancient times by mankind approached the gate, being pulled by 2 dragon-like sea beasts. Look, that's the symbol of the Coral Kingdom's royal family. That means that even the Coral Kingdom sent someone from the realization. That's natural. His Majesty the King is already a fourth-order warrior, but he still decided to hand over his crown today. This can only mean that one of the younger princes or princesses probably made it into the fourth order. That's right. Although the Coral Kingdom is very strong, they must still want to be on good terms with the East Sea. As the chariot moved forward, the sea beasts with intelligence discussed among themselves at the same time, as they would have to step so as not to hinder the chariot or the 5 tritons guarding it closely. A soldier of the shark race approached and blocked the path with his spear, but with a respectful expression on his face. Once the chariot stopped, the door opened and a beautiful silver-haired mermaid descended gracefully. Her unparalleled beauty immediately blinded everyone present, even the soldiers in charge of guarding the gate. "I'm the first princess of the Coral Kingdom, Shui Meiying." The beautiful mermaid smiled gracefully as her 5-colored tail swayed gently behind her. "I have come to congratulate the new king or queen and to wish the goodwill of our Coral Kingdom." One of the Triton men approached with a closed box and opened it slightly before closing again. The shark soldier's eyes widened in shock, as although it was only for a second, he definitely saw what was in there. "Why, Your Majesty Shui, please go ahead." Shui Meiying smiled again and soon disappeared inside her chariot. "I wonder what's inside that box." "Who knows, but considering they're from the Coral Kingdom, it's probably expensive." Murmuring resumed as the chariot entered the city, and the line moved again. Several hours later, the central square of the capital of the East Sea Kingdom was practically overflowing from being so crowded. Although the workers had made sure to place more than 100,000 seats, it was still not enough, so those with lower status had no choice but to stand at the back. Still, no one complained or raised any problems. At the end of the day, this was the strongest city in the East Sea Kingdom, and it was not only about the old king, but there were also rumors that the first prince finally broke into the Fourth Order and would become the new king today. Everyone was looking at the big stage with 100 steps, waiting for the moment of the coronation. On both sides of the stage, a few steps down from the main stage, the princes and princesses were seated on small silver thrones. They all wore silver crowns with blue jewels on their foreheads as proof of their status, but except for the little 9th princess who was too young to compete for the throne, each and every one of the princes and princesses had unpleasant expressions on their faces. Although no one said anything, everyone knew the reason behind their long expressions. Today, a new king would be crowned. The fact that the other princes and princesses were there meant that they were not the chosen ones. As expected, the first prince is not present. That's right, the crown prince got the throne after all. I can't seem to find the 7th princess among the princesses present. Hey, do you think the Peace Princess could be the one? Haha. Although the 7th princess rose considerably in the past year, I heard rumors that lately she wasn't on good terms with anyone in her family. Even His Majesty Xian wasn't looking favorably upon her in the past few months. It was while everyone was quietly discussing that a flash of warm blue light shot up from the highest floor of the royal palace. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:27, A New Queen Part 2. The flash of warm blue light broke the sky inside the magic dome in two, and within seconds descended upon the stage. Look, it's His Majesty Xian. Then he really did enter the Fourth Order. Although we are so far away, the distance makes me feel uncomfortable every time I look directly into his eyes. This is the natural pressure that a soul evolver beyond level 200 can exert. Amazing. As the warm blue light began to fade, the figure of the East Sea King slowly revealed himself to everyone. The old king looked impressive, dressed in his royal robes of golden color with blue embroidery. In his right hand, the sword that was passed from hand to hand among the rulers of each era was in its scabbard, ready to accept its new master. Although the king's expression was firm, some people with sharper eyes, such as the first princess of the Coral Kingdom, noticed that the East Sea King's eyes were not particularly bright, nor could one see the excitement one would expect to see on his face. Before we begin the coronation ceremony, I would like to deeply thank all the distinguished guests who traveled and came long distances to witness this very important moment for all of my East Sea. The old king began to speak in a dignified voice and even bowed slightly. Regardless if you are part of the East Sea Kingdom and come from a distant city, or if you are a citizen of a different kingdom, accept this bow as a token of thanks from me. Traveling long distances was extremely dangerous in the apocalypse, and this applied not only to the surface, but on the seaside things were often even riskier when one tried to move through not-so-explored territories. It had to be said that the king of the Eastern Sea might be a bad father, but he certainly wasn't a bad politician. The mighty Fourth Order merman immediately earned several smiles and nods from the audience, as lowering his head despite his status showed that he was able to sympathize with the rest of the people, even if it was all a polite facade. The old king's speech continued for a couple of minutes before he clapped loudly. "Let's begin. It's time for the new generation to continue the legacy of us old ones." Amidst clapping and cheering, a fully sealed deep blue chariot approached. The chariot was not only covered with a series of runes and 2 small magic circles, but there were also 2 large light blue sea lions pulling it. Ice sea lion, and 2 of them. Isn't the Ice sea lion the guardian beast of the East Sea Kingdom? How come there are suddenly 2 of them? They're being used to pull the chariot like sea horses. As the 2 large beasts at the top of the Third Order advanced with slow but powerful steps along the wide open road, the nearest intelligent sea creatures could not help but shrink back. After advancing along the large square for almost a minute, the 2 ice-sized sea lions stopped 5 meters from the first step to the top of the stage. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the firmly closed chariot door. Because of the runes and engraved magic circles, inspection skills were useless unless those skills had very high levels. Therefore, everyone wanted to get a quick look at the person inside. Even if everyone was 99% sure in their hearts that this person was the first prince, that remaining 1% pecked at everyone's hearts in the form of doubt, just like a cat's claw mocking their feelings. Crack! The sound was extremely faint, but the previously noisy square had fallen into a level of silence so high that everyone within a couple of 100 meters heard it clearly. When the side door of the chariot opened, everyone's eyes immediately focused on that extremely delicate long leg. The white skin of this leg was so smooth that one did not need to touch it to know, as it seemed to glisten slightly against the artificial lights that illuminated the city. Princess Yui Meijing's eyes widened slightly as she watched the person descending from the East Sea royal family's chariot. Everyone watched expressionlessly, stunned, as the beautiful woman dressed in blue advanced with slow but confident steps towards the stage, step by step. For what seemed like an entire eternity, everyone stopped breathing before several gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the square. What? P. Princess? It's not the crown prince after all. Xian Mayer was wearing a dress that came as low as mid-thigh in the front, but in the back, the triangle-shaped fabric with the point down was so long that it almost dragged on the floor. The blue high heels seemed to be made of ice, for with every step she took the temperature dropped and the steps she stepped on froze slightly. Unlike the other princes and princesses, she wore no crown on her head. However, the lack of jewelry only enhanced her natural beauty even more. She looked splendid, to say the least. Her blue eyes were as peaceful and calm as a stagnant lake, with no ripples at all as she walked past the step where her siblings stood and stepped onto the stage, unmoved by the different types of eyes practically fixed on her lovely back. The face of the first princess and the others were extremely unaesthetic when they saw the indifference of the one they had ignored and despised all this time. Although they were sitting on their silver thrones, that insignificant 7th princess was now above them, and there was nothing they could do about it but watch, grit their teeth, and try to smile. Only little Xian Bao, this little blonde lowly mermaid, smiled brightly until her eyes curved into a crescent shape as her big sister ascended the top step. Xian Mayer advanced until she stopped 2 or 3 meters away from where her father stood. She looked into his eyes for a second before kneeling on her 2 knees and lowering her head. Mayer offers her greetings to Royal Father. I hope that Royal Father will live a flourishing life of thousands of years. The old king looked at his 7th daughter with a somewhat complicated expression as he nodded slowly. He knew that his 7th daughter, whom he had paid no attention to, and was even willing to sacrifice, no longer needed to kneel in front of him, nor did she need to pay respects of any kind. If not for the fact that this was part of the sacred coronation ceremony, the old king believed that the seventh princess would not even look at him. However, could the old king of the East Sea blame his daughter? No, of course not. Not after Xian Mayer had practically been sacrificed despite all she had accomplished for the East Sea Kingdom and the Xian royal family in the past year and a half. Now the tide changed and the table was turned. The king would no longer have the main seat in this game. After feeling the comfort of his golden throne on which he had sat for so long, but on which he would never sit again, the East Sea King stood up, and while drawing his sword took a step forward with a serious expression. Swoosh! Xian Mayer raised her head just as a flash of silver light cut in her direction, and at the same time, several gasps of astonishment could be heard from the crowd below. Xian Mayer's expression was calm, not cold but not warm either, just calm. The flash of silver light filled with sharp energy, capable of cutting through everything, struck the blue jewel in the center of her forehead, splitting it into two pieces. Some sea creatures could not help but sigh in relief at the sight of the broken blue jewel falling onto the stage with two sharp tinkling sounds. For a second, many of those present thought that the life of the seventh princess was in danger, as it seemed as if the king was attacking her. Backslash 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 backslash. AN, 10 minutes a new chapter. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:28, Beginning of World Conquest. The East Sea King resheathed his sword at the same time, as he used his free hand to unearth the purple-colored jewel from his forehead. Once this was done, a trail of blue blood slid down the old king's face, and the guards as well as the two eye-sized sea lions immediately surrounded the stage and watched everyone cautiously. This was the most important part of the ceremony, and nothing could go wrong. The consequences of the slightest carelessness were unthinkable to anyone in the East Sea Kingdom. During the last few months, my seventh daughter not only supported our kingdom with large quantities of food brought by herself from the surface, and thus greatly alleviating the need for our people to devour each other, but she also proved to be a talented mage. The old king's voice sounded much weaker than before, and less imposing, even though his level had not suffered at all. He knelt down and his eyes met his daughter's as he slowly put the jewel that was previously in his forehead in her forehead. Although Mayer has not yet reached the fourth order, her strength is not far below me. Besides, she proved capable of leading troops and people without letting her judgment be clouded by gains or losses. Once the jewel was firmly embedded in Xian Mayer's forehead, covering the hole left behind by the old blue jewel that had accompanied her from the moment she was born, her aura immediately changed. Father and daughter slowly stood up at the same time. Looking at the bright purple jewel and then at his daughter's blue eyes, the old king inquired aloud, "You, Xian Mayer, seventh princess of the East Sea, do you swear to protect and never betray our East Sea Kingdom even if it means your life?" Xian Mayer looked into her father's eyes calmly as she nodded. "I, Xian Mayer, swear to bring the East Sea Kingdom and our entire marine race in general to levels of prosperity never before seen." The old king was stunned, and so was the crowd who heard loud and clear the arrogant oath of the seventh princess. Levels of prosperity never seen before. Moreover, not only of the East Sea Kingdom but of the entire marine race in general. Didn't this mean that Xian Mayer was claiming to be able to surpass the ancient and legendary Forgotten Empire? From her VIP box in one of the tallest buildings near the square, some princes and princesses from other kingdoms could not help but chuckle under their breath. Although the beauty and power of the seventh princess were quite evident now that she showed up in public, it seemed that her head was not on properly. Only one of the princesses among all those present frowned slightly as she continued to smile and drink tea. The old king looked deeply into his daughter's eyes before announcing to the whole world, "From this moment on I relinquish my position as king to let my later generation carry on the legacy of the Xian family. Long live your majesty." The former king's voice boomed throughout the capital, along with his knee striking the stone stage. Under everyone's wide eyes, Xian Mayer walked past her father and took the sheathed sword before walking towards the golden throne. As she gazed at the golden throne and clutched her family's legendary sword, Xian Mayer could feel the purple jewel on her forehead becoming warmer as memories and thoughts of the past flashed in her memory. She was nothing. She was nobody. Her title as the seventh princess was really no big deal, as the marine citizens of the East Sea thought. From many angles, Xian Meier's status was even lower than a Triton bodyguard. Peace Princess or Stupid Princess, that's what they called her secretly and behind her back. However, everything changed when she met a group of two humans who fearlessly took on millions of zombies and hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts with a ferocity that Xian Meier had never seen before. It all started as an alliance so that she could have the zombies' bodies to prevent her people from devouring each other. But now that simple alliance had become something much bigger. Xian Meier turned and sat on the golden throne. She looked up to the highest level of the East Sea Palace, and for an instant, her blue eyes met a pair of eyes as black as night. Fate is really interesting and mysterious, she murmured before looking forward with a dignified expression. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Regardless of her strength or previous status, all the sea creatures of the East Sea Kingdom cried out from the bottom of their hearts as they stood and knelt or bowed deeply before their new ruler. Now that the one jewel that was passed only to the next ruler of the East Sea was in the forehead of the seventh princess, she was the queen of the East Sea, no matter whomever it pleased. Unlike humans, the sea creatures followed a much more orderly governmental regimen, where the voice of the highest could not be disobeyed. Xian Meier closed her eyes and isolated her senses from all the noise outside. Cheers, congratulations. She blocked it all out as she thought carefully about her next words. Although she didn't like to act arrogant, Xian Meier understood that her role was no longer that of the seventh princess of the East Sea but that of queen. And according to her agreement with that person, she had to advance even further. A few seconds later, she stood up, and this simple movement was enough to keep everyone silent. The sound of her high heels could be heard as she walked to the edge of the stage, and as she looked at everyone, she unsheathed her sword before raising her chin and ordering in an arrogant voice. All generals and commanders, listen to my command. The sound of a needle could probably be heard as Xian Meier gave her command. Get the soldiers ready. Within a month we will begin the process of conquest to unify the entire marine race as one, the way it should be and should have been from the beginning. As the faces of most princes and princesses turned slightly pale, the commanders and generals of the East Sea Army stared blankly at their new queen for a few seconds. However, the jewel in Xian Meier's forehead glowed slightly, and soon everyone, from the highest commander to the lowest soldier, felt their heart begin to beat fiercely with the desire to unite their race. At the top of the East Sea Royal Palace, Bai Zemin looked at the noisy crowd and frenetic soldiers with indifference before turning and walking away from the window. Let's go, we have to start moving on the mainland too. And just like that, the process of conquering the world officially began. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:29 Arriving to reclaim Europe. Europe, Italy. In all of Earth, the Holy Church was probably the richest and perhaps the strongest faction in general terms. Although the religious faction covered much less territory than other factions, such as the Transcendent faction stationed in China or the United States of America faction, the number of survivors that this faction had was by no means inferior to the other two. Furthermore, leaving aside the low-level manpower, the number of soul evolvers that had joined the army exceeded 5 million, and of those over 5 million, about 100,000 had managed to become second-order soul evolvers. Before he fell, Israfel foresaw that within another 2 years the Holy Church would have over 10,000 powerhouses who had already surpassed level 100, third-order soul evolvers. One needed to know that a world in its third stage of evolution, such as Eventide World, only had a few hundred soul evolvers beyond level 100. In fact, Eventide World was a very advanced world with a good number of third-order powerhouses even among the worlds in the third stage. Just based on the above, both Earth and the Holy Church were anomalies of colossal magnitude, to say the least. At this moment, the 700 armed men and over 400 soul evolvers stationed at the Vatican were tense in defensive positions. The look in their eyes was that of someone about to face a great enemy they doubted they would be able to defeat even with their numbers. In fact, had it not been for the 4 winged figures in the sky, it was likely that none of the soldiers or soul evolvers of the Holy Church would have dared to raise their weapons in an attempt to defend themselves against what was to come. Uriel looked beautiful as always. Her 6 pure white wings kept her suspended in the sky like a heavenly fairy, while her white dress with gold engravings clung to her body every time the wind blew. "Lord, this doesn't make any sense," she said. The expression on her beautiful face reflected concern and also guilt as she looked at the humans on solid ground. Anyone who saw the pitiful expression on Archangel Uriel's face would immediately want to please even the deepest of her wishes. However, the expression of the one she referred to as Lord did not change in the slightest. "Uriel, if what Sonata said turns out to be true, then that child is an even greater anomaly than we first suspected." Mead's voice did not reflect his emotions but sounded as warm and gentle as ever. His silver eyes were lost in the distance, as if he was waiting for something. "You, Gabriel, and I knew Sirius. Arrogant, proud, never listened to anyone, and did whatever he pleased even if it meant leaving a sea of blood and mountains of corpses wherever he walked by. The Sky Emperor, though, was 100 times more bloodthirsty in comparison. The Sky Emperor was one of the first soul evolvers who managed to become a higher existence on his own, and he was also part of the first era of soul evolvers since the creation of life." Gabriel pointed from the side. The gentle smile on his face seemed to be a permanent feature of his, as it always accompanied him regardless of the circumstances, or so the ancient records say. The god of the army of heaven nodded. "All those who have already entered the Seventh Order and read the most ancient books kept by each of the 8 factions know that the Sky Emperor was an existence that stopped before nothing for the sake of achieving his purpose. He annihilated more than 100 races, killed countless innocents, and conquered thousands of worlds by force. Uriel, if that human child named Bai Zemin was the reincarnation of Sirius, I might have taken a step back now that Israfel is dead. I don't want people back there to die for nothing either. But if he is the reincarnation of the Sky Emperor, we need to do everything we can to stop him no matter what." Uriel looked at Meads with an extremely complicated expression on her face. She wanted to point out that even if Bai Zemin was the Sky Emperor, there was no way for them to stop him unless a higher existence sacrificed themselves. However, even that didn't seem to be particularly safe, as there had been 2 records to date of Bai Zemin being attacked by higher existences, and he was still alive while those 2 higher existences had their souls obliterated or absorbed. The first time he had help, but he still had to hold on until help arrived. The second time it should not have been possible for anyone above level 401 to extend a helping hand to him, and anyone below that level should be useless against the power of a 6th Order dragon. And yet Bai Zemin was still alive. Uriel didn't believe for a second that someone like that could be taken down by the people below, not to mention that Bai Zemin now owned Hero City. "For you all to have come out to greet me with such enthusiasm, I must say, I don't know whether to feel honored or worried." Space twisted fiercely, and a part of the atmosphere seemed to collapse as a huge crack opened up in the sky. From within it, a male voice that sounded slightly lazy but at the same time extremely disdainful spread throughout the Vatican. Gabriel continued to smile, and Mead's expression did not change at all. Only Angel Sonata frowned and subconsciously activated his light spear skill to fashion a weapon in his right hand. This was because Hero City represented danger to his records and thus to his life. The huge city slowly emerged from inside the crack, leaving a huge dark opening behind. "You came." Meads nodded as the crack gradually closed behind the floating city. "We were waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Standing in the midst of his team members, Bai Zemin took a step forward on top of the city's northern wall and looked at the god of the army of heaven with a faint smile. "And now that I'm here, what will you do? I know you can kill me easily if you attack me now, but the question is, you dare to?" Mead shook his head and raised both hands. "My intention is not to fight against you or to be your enemy. I mean it." Bai Zemin gawked before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. If I remember correctly, you and that guy who looks like a woman were the first to reject the only path of peace that could have existed between us." "Ah, peace deal." Uriel looked at Bai Zemin and Meads, bewildered as this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. "The boy wanted to form a soul contract based on blood, and then force us not to set foot on Earth or intervene with this world." Gabriel replied indifferently. "What, and why didn't you accept?" Uriel looked at Meads with wide eyes. "Don't tell me." Meads said nothing but stared at the floating city in front of him. His luminous eyes kept glowing as his pupils darted back and forth, as if he wanted to search every inch of the mysterious runes on the walls and on the semi-transparent protective shield that enveloped all of Hero City. "Bai Zemin, right?" Meads finally looked at him and pointed down. "I can do nothing but tell the truth. You killed my spokesman, the man who saved millions of lives and the hope of many. Is your thirst for power so great that you also want to kill these innocent people? At first, Bai Zemin did not understand the reason why the army of the Holy Church stationed at the Vatican was waiting for him ready to attack him. But when Meade said what he said, however, everything became much more transparent and more evident. Backslash 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 backslash. Everyone, at the moment I am having some difficulties and personal problems, but I will do my best to give you 3 chapters before the next reset. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 30 Army of Heaven leaves. Evidently, Israfel, the former Supreme Pontiff and last of the Holy Church, was considered to be the spokesman for the God of Heaven, the biblical God of the Catholic religion. Now that Bai Zemin had ended Israfel's life, Medes, who could not intervene directly, needed only to say that he was the one to blame for the loss of hope for so many. Medes only needed to reveal that Bai Zemin had murdered the Supreme Pontiff, and the entire Holy Church would immediately turn against him and the transcendent faction. I must say that, although what you did is something simple and basic, it is still quite effective in preventing me from being able to join the forces of the Holy Church with my faction. Bai Zemin nodded and even gave a thumbs up towards Medes. Once the Holy Church and its forces belong to me, there will be no force on earth capable of stopping me. Not virtually, at least. Medes continued to look at Bai Zemin calmly. Why do you have to be so greedy? You have your family alive, you are strong, you have the power to protect your lands. Isn't that enough? Bai Zemin chuckled and replied, for the same reason you continue to seek more power to this day, even millions of years after becoming one of the strongest soul evolvers in the cosmos. Everyone wished for the immortality of time, but this was particularly true for those people like Bai Zemin who, since the beginning of the apocalypse, had not lost too much. The God of Heaven was right. Bai Zemin had his family, friends, and even a beautiful lover. He was undoubtedly an extremely lucky man, to say the least. However, although Bai Zemin believed that in all of Earth, there should be no one capable of killing him as long as he could see the opponent's attack, this did not mean that there were no extremely strong soul evolvers capable of killing his loved ones. In order for his family not to have to fear as the years passed, for all of them to become stronger as he pushed them upwards. I had planned to stop on Earth and maybe some other lower world, but you are the ones who have declared war on me and my faction. Bai Zemin's expression coated in a layer of frost as he looked at Sonata and then at Medes. Lord God, your angelic dog brought you information just as I wanted, but it's a pity that your pet's intelligence is not so up to date. Sonata's expression sank as he roared, Bai Zemin, do you dare to fight me? Let's go to outer space and attack me head-on and let's see who's the dog. At this point, Sonata could attack Bai Zemin to teach him a lesson, although the soul record would probably not allow him to kill Bai Zemin just for a verbal insult. Seriously injuring him would surely be within acceptable limits. However, fighting on Earth with Sonata's strength was simply ridiculous. A single attack from him would immediately involve the lives of countless others, and that would mean certain and painful death for him. Easy, you and I will have time to play. Bai Zemin ignored Sonata after saying this. He looked back and nodded his head. It's your turn. Fine. Hearing that voice beyond Hero City's protective barrier, Medes frowned tightly as he looked intently at the figure that revealed itself after advancing a couple of steps. Matthew, Uriel looked at the first holy knight with wide eyes. You're alive. Matthew Sanchez looked at the God of Heaven and did not take his eyes off him. Seeing the shocked expression on his face, as well as the amazement in Archangel Uriel's voice, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems you are even weaker than I thought. The now former First Holy Knight had an extremely complicated expression as he said, I used to believe that you were all-powerful existences, but now I see that I lived in a bubble of falsehood all these years. Forget about intervening to end the sadness of the survivors. The angels and the God of the army of heaven couldn't even sense the presence of a couple of humans on Earth. An old magic city was enough to block the senses of all of them. I don't know what you people want, Matthew pointed out with a serious voice and a determined expression, but what I do know is that you must not want something good for our human race. I will not become the dog of a few liars. Without waiting for a reply from anyone, Matthew stepped forward and shouted, This is First Knight Matthew Sanchez, second commander of the Holy Knights Legion. People of Italy, at this very moment, I will reveal to you the whole truth about the lies that both you and I have been living in all this time. First night. Look over there. It really is the first night, Matthew. But why is the first night with them? Lord God said that the enemies would arrive in a floating city. The survivors inside Vatican City, as well as the soldiers and soul evolvers, looked skyward as they heard Matthew Sanchez's powerful voice spreading out everywhere. Mateo's voice was surely not known to all, but his appearance was something else, as he was one of the figures that needed to appear often among the survivors to give spiritual peace to the weaker ones. Just below the white clouds, a huge screen of energy showed not only the first but also the second. Matthew and Naomi, this pair of siblings who had managed to save the lives of countless others and took part in the war against the demons a couple of months ago. Matthew took a deep breath and began to speak out loud. His Majesty Israfel was killed, that is true. However, this only happened because someone was washing his head, someone vile and cruel enough to pretend to be someone they are not. Matthew's voice became more and more emotional as he revealed all to the Vatican people. As the expressions of the survivors below changed as they listened to Matthew's words, Bai Zemin watched calmly as the expression on Mead's face grew uglier and uglier. Bai Zemin felt neither joy nor any other emotion as he watched from the sidelines as the God of Heaven's plans collapsed. As far as he was concerned, Meads and the angels were invaders who were being expelled from a world where they no longer belonged, that's all. So what if Meads and some others were born on Earth? That was millions of years ago. Did the previous owners of a house have the right to come in and do whatever they wanted just because they once lived there? They certainly didn't. Everything had its phase, and the phase of Meads and all the other higher existences who were born on Earth had ended in this world. Strength minus 800. Agility minus 560. Health minus 694. Stamina minus 368. Magic minus 980. Mana minus 1203. Strength minus 356. Agility minus 435. Health minus 357. Stamina minus 210. Magic minus 400. Mana minus 504. For several minutes, the soul record notifications continued to rain down on Meads, and the green light in his eyes practically never stopped even for an instant. Bai Zemin and the others, including Sonata, were oblivious to what was happening to Meads. Only Uriel and Gabriel looked at him with concern. After the notifications stopped coming once he had lost around 10,000 stat points in each of the 6 main stats, Meads looked at Mateo with ice-cold eyes before looking at Bai Zemin with an indifference that wasn't there before. This was transmitted to all of humanity. Only to the bases I know of. Bai Zemin met the God of Heaven's gaze as he calmly replied, I'm afraid your lies can only go this far now. Mead stared at Bai Zemin deeply for what seemed like an eternity before nodding. Suddenly, Mead smiled as he looked at him. I will admit that I lost this time, but trust me, the one who will lose the most eventually is you. Is that so? Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow. From my point of view, it doesn't seem to be the case, though. They never told you that your worst quality might be the fact that you focus too much on the path in front of you and neglect your surroundings. Meads continued to smile. His body soon became a flash of light, and just before he disappeared, his voice echoed. Unlike lower existences, we higher existences have time. It will be interesting to see how you yourself bring destruction and death upon your head and the heads of those you love. Gabriel looked at Bai Zemin as if nothing had happened, and just before he disappeared, he nodded. We will see again soon. Uriel sighed softly. She simply left without a word, unlike the other two. I thought only second-rate villains in light novels said a few cheesy lines before running away after being beaten up by the main character. Bai Zemin scratched his head as he looked at the empty space in front of him. Again with your light novels. Wu Yijin smiled wryly before jumping up and down in joy. But isn't it great? Now there's one less faction to worry about. Bai Zemin nodded, however, he frowned in his heart. Mead's words made him uncomfortable for some reason. Forget it. Bai Zemin shook his head before smiling. With this, the army of heaven is out. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// practically. It's a complicated time for me. I will do my best to give you at least one daily, though, and later I will try to write a new chapter today. Chapter 12, 31 Bingzhou Seductress and Russian Falls. A week of time flew by. With everything going on at the same time, Bai Zemin and his people felt as if time was slipping through their fingers like water slipping through cracks. None of them noticed when the day ended or when the night began, as they had no opportunity to worry about such things. After the departure of Medes and the few members of the army of heaven who accompanied him to earth, Matthew and Naomi Sanchez joined forces to try to convince the masses of Italy. Because the truth about the Bible God came to light, many survivors committed suicide that same day. This was because, while the doctrine of Israel served to keep in order and give hope to those with more fragile minds and spirits, once that hope was ripped away, all that was left was pure and utter despair. With over 200,000 survivors committing suicide and approximately 300 high-ranking members of the Catholic Church being killed after they attempted to take Israel's place, Bai Zemin finally began to see the day when the Holy Church faction and his transcendent faction would join as one. What surprised Bai Zemin and his party the most was the enormous wealth that the Catholic Church had in store. As Naomi Sanchez led Bai Zemin and the others into the treasury, they all gasped as they walked past the different rooms as she pointed out what was in each. In that room there are purely euros. That one there, it's a mix of Asian currencies but mostly Chinese yuan. US dollar. Banks. The banks are controlled so all the money in the church is handled by the church. Oh, that's gold. Yeah, the whole room should add up to about 13 or 14 tons of gold. To be honest, even I'm not really sure how much is in there. Although the world had changed and physical money no longer had the value of the past, everyone was greatly surprised as they discovered more and more about the wealth of the Catholic Church. This was particularly true for Bai Zemin and Eleonora, two individuals who in the past were just part of ordinary families. Although soon the whole world and every kingdom in it will move using a single common currency, gold is still useful. Bai Zemin said, as he recalled that in Eventide world gold could also be used to make some transactions. Exactly 7 days after this, Bai Zemin was with Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzhu in a spacious living room of the villa that had been prepared for him as soon as he arrived in Italy. In total, we were able to count about 42,300 second-order soul stones, 72 third-order soul stones, and 2 fourth-order soul stones. Wu Yijun looked at Bai Zemin with exhaustion written all over her face as she said in a low, soft voice, "As for first-order soul stones and unclassified soul stones." She shook her head. "They are simply too many to count." Shangyuan Bingzhu explained. "The number of first-order soul stones is probably close to or already surpassed 1,000,000, but the number of unclassified soul stones is so absurd that it's not even worth counting." "That's good." Bai Zemin sighed in relief and plopped down on the back of the sofa. "Once Europe is ours, we'll have to start working on the technology of both continents. I saw that the Holy Church has technology that is used to change the engines of vehicles and make them run without fuel but soul stones, so we can use that to continue vehicle development according to the information I brought back from Eventide World." Shangyuan Bingzhu crossed one leg over the other gracefully while nodding. "Not only that, Naomi also showed me a blueprint explaining how to build an interplanetary teleportation gate. The problem is that the materials to build it probably can't be acquired on our Earth temporarily." Bai Zemin was not too surprised as the wealth of the church dated back millions of years into the past. Besides, his eyes couldn't help but get lost for a moment in those snow-white, silky smooth, and shiny like ivory. "Do you like them? Good." Shangyuan Bingzhu pointed to her legs as she stared at him with a faint smile. "Good." Bai Zemin subconsciously revealed the truth, but when he realized it he immediately panicked, and the great leader whom everyone feared and respected disappeared. I don't know what I mean, It's okay, you can touch them if you want. I only wore this dress for you to see them, they're yours anyway." Shangyuan Bingzhu reached out a hand with the intention of catching Bai Zemin to let him feel the softness of her thighs, but he was quicker as he jumped to his feet and stepped away quickly. Bai Zemin coughed to clear his throat as he stole another glance at that pair of legs that were slowly beginning to seduce him more strongly every day. "Anyway, now that Angelo and Eleonora got back to America, I think we should go back to China too." "Coward." Shangyuan Bingzhu pouted extremely cutely. "I only wear these short dresses here because you're the only one who can see me, you know. Would you really feel comfortable if I wore them in front of other men?" Bai Zemin grimaced as he looked at the pale blue dress that reached the mid-thigh of the white-haired beauty. In fact, the thought of Shangyuan Bingzhu modeling those clothes for someone else not only made his heart boil with anger, but there was also jealousy evident in him. Even Bai Zemin himself did not know what was going on. With each passing day, and as his grip on the world grew, his desire to possess increased exponentially to the point where he began to remember the greedy dragons who wanted everything for themselves, or they would destroy what they could not have. Wu Yijin watched it all with a smile on her tired face. She was perfectly fine with sharing, as in her heart she knew better than anyone that it was absolutely impossible for her or anyone else to replace the importance Lilith held in Bai Zemin's heart. The sooner he accepted a second woman, the more easily number 3 could enter his embrace, so Wu Yijin was happy every time her good sister progressed like this. Bai Zemin didn't know how he escaped from that situation, but what he did know was that exactly 4 hours after that he, Wu Yijin, and the increasingly seductive Shangyuan Bing Zhu arrived in Russia using Hero City to move through the sky. Now that Matthew and Naomi were his loyal followers, Bai Zemin no longer had to worry about being betrayed by either of them. Then, he could leave Europe to them while he personally went to take care of other important matters. It will probably take another month or 2 for Europe to be mine. There is no point in staying there and wasting my time since there is little I can do to influence these people. Bai Zemin thought silently as he followed Nangongya's footsteps to a dungeon built in the underground of Moscow. Taking control over Europe would take time, and even though Bai Zemin knew that every passing second was important, some things could not be forced or else they would go wrong. "Hey, Bai boy." "Bai boy," Bai Zemin snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Nangongya's voice, but when he looked at his face he couldn't help but grimace. "You dirty old man, you're thinking something rotten as usual, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha," Nangongya's loud laughter echoed loudly between the thick walls of the dungeon. He raised his head proudly as he announced, "This young master finally reached the number of 100 mistresses, all officially conquered by my awesomeness." "Don't say it so proudly. Besides, what young master, old hag?" Bai Zemin rolled his eyes. In the entire Transcendent faction, if Bai Zemin said that he was number 2 in terms of stamina, there would definitely not be someone who dared to claim to be number 1. This was because, thanks to the overlap regeneration skill, Bai Zemin could easily regenerate his stamina repeatedly hundreds of times to the point that even Lilith admitted defeat against him in a battle among the sheets. However, Nangongya's stats were monstrously high as well. A couple of ordinary women would definitely not be able to take care of him properly, so it was reasonable for him to get himself several lovers since he had the resources and capacity to take care of them all. "Anyway," Nangongya gave him a dirty smile as he asked in a low voice, "you finally made it to the last line with the 2 princesses." "What last line or what nothing?" Bai Zemin sighed. He gazed at him and said calmly, "If Bing Zhu hears you talk about her like that, she'll freeze your balls off." "Nah, I think she'd be happy at this point." Nangongya laughed out loud once again as he said, "Her personality has changed remarkably as well as her beauty when it comes to you. I'm sure she wouldn't mind." Bai Zemin wanted to say something else when they suddenly came in front of an iron door that forced them to stop. "We are here." Nangongya's expression and voice did a 180-degree turn as he looked at the closed iron door. "Although I don't think it's necessary for you, I'll say it just in case. Prepare yourself mentally. That cold and silent girl may be crueler than we all expected." "Just open it." Bai Zemin nodded, and upon seeing this Nangong, he opened the iron door after injecting some of his mana into the central magic circle. The duo was immediately greeted by howls that seemed to come out of a beast, and immediately after that, their faces were slammed by an extremely foul smell. When Bai Zemin looked at the former Russian leader, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Of course. Russia had fallen exactly 6 days ago, but the now former Russian leader had been defeated in combat by the duo of Feng Tianwu and Evangeline. Evidently, Evangeline had been busy lately. During the last few days, she had hardly eaten or slept. Her only focus was on the man Bai Zemin was looking at right now. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:32 Eduard Valentinovich's Fate. The body of Eduard, the man who had once led and ruled over Russia, not only after the apocalypse but also before, was in such a terrible condition that Bai Zemin doubted whether what he was looking at was really a human being. To call it simply a mere, disgusting piece of meat would probably be better, he thought to himself. For God's sake, Nangongya turned to face the door through which he had entered with his face now pale. He had seen several bloody scenes. At the end of the day, Nangongyi was a top-tier soul evolver who had been fighting on the front lines since the very beginning of the apocalypse. However, this level of torture was extremely rare even for him. Are you okay watching that? Nangongyi noticed out of the corner of his eye that Bai Zemin's expression was quite calm even as he watched and listened to the writhing mass of flesh. Bai Zemin did not respond, as the only reason why what he was seeing was tolerable was because he had tortured Liang Peng in an extremely cruel manner in the past. It was just that Evangeline had taken that level of torture, which Bai Zemin saw as extremely cruel, to a whole new level. About 20 minutes later, Edouard fainted and his screams stopped. Despite Evangeline injecting him with some kind of serum several times, the man simply did not wake up, and it was as if his brain had completely shut down to preserve itself. Perhaps realizing that for today this was all she would get, Evangeline walked over to a small iron table located to her left. She began cleaning her tools of the trade as she softly said, "Most ants are too big because of mana and evolution, but evolution brought a new branch of ants that are still very small. Because they are small and bite really hard, our new life research team called this species flea ant. That explains a few things." Bai Zemin looked at the former Russian leader's body and finally figured out how the wounds had been caused where both his skin and his flesh and muscles had been torn rather than cut. Ants love sweet things. It was that way before evolution and it's still that way today. Evangeline continued, as if talking to herself. Honey is a scarce resource and quite precious today because only soul evolvers above level 25 willing to risk their lives could get it from the huge honeycombs. I had to spend half a month of my salary buying honey this time. Evangeline's salary was naturally very high. She was one of the top 10 highest paid people in the entire Transcendent faction, money in the new currency approved by the new government, soul stones for her skills, skill scrolls, system treasures, and more. Don't tell me you spent all that money on honey to torture this old thing. Bai Zemin pointed in disbelief. Why not? Evangeline finally looked him in the eye. There was no joy or sadness in her gaze. Eduard Valentinovich spent a lot more than that to tear my family apart. Don't you think he deserves at least a share of his goodwill? Besides, I also took care of that man called Roman. Don't thank me. What you do with what you earn is none of my business. Bai Zemin shook his head, and as he looked at the flesh mass bound by the chains he had personally made, he remarked, I also don't care how you treat our enemies. Besides, I promised you this when you agreed to follow me back then. It was that dark fatal night almost 2 years ago that Evangeline appeared to attempt to kill Bai Zemin and his team after being tricked by the leaders of one of the camps taken down by the Transcendent faction, while it was still in its initial stage. It was also then that Bai Zemin saw the terrifying potential Evangeline possessed and decided to do anything for the sake of bringing her to his side. Then we're good. Evangeline nodded and walked past Bai Zemin and Nangongyi with the intention of leaving. I'll try to get some rest. I think he won't wake up for the rest of the day anyway. So it's not over yet, Nangongyi muttered in shock. Bai Zemin turned to look at Evangeline's back, and the more he looked at her, the more sadness he felt in his heart. Evangeline's body was so small, and her back looked so vulnerable. Who would have thought that such a young and beautiful girl had actually been carrying such a past for 3/4 of her life? A past that she would carry for eternity. Because if there was something that could not be changed even by the strongest being of all, it was precisely the past. What should I do now? As Nangongyi looked at Bai Zemin in worry and confusion, the latter's sigh accompanied the silence in the bloody dark room. ////. A week later, Russia's former leader Eduard Valentinovich finally gave his last howl of pain. This man that had ruled Russia for over 30 years, and who did what even beasts would hesitate to do for the sake of preserving his position, finally succumbed to his fate, dying. His death was not honorable, and he was not even killed by a human being. Eduard Valentinovich's records were absorbed along with his flesh and blood by millions of tiny ants, while Evangeline watched everything closely. She took it upon herself to inject him with all sorts of evolved and mutated drugs to keep him alive most of the time, and even made sure to feed him using extremely expensive potions, just to make this man she hated so much breathe for even one more minute. This snow just won't stop. The wood stove was burning, and the sound of small tree trunks and branches being incinerated by the blue flame inside echoed for a long time throughout the spacious hall of the castle that once belonged to the previous Russian leader, but now belonged to the highest leader of the Transcendent faction. The one who spoke earlier was Shangyuan Bingzu. She was wearing blue jeans tight to her body and a long sheep's wool coat that was even whiter than her own hair. She looked extremely beautiful and even cute in her current clothes. I thought your favorite season of the year was winter. Standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, Bai Zemin watched the scenery outside with a frown. Thanks to my skills and level, this kind of temperature is not enough to freeze me, Shangyuan Bingzu remarked while looking at the small ripples in the liquid inside the teacup she was holding. It's just that because of the low temperatures, some people are dying even if we feed them properly. We need the weather to improve before the clothes made in mainland reach Moscow. Bai Zemin nodded without saying anything. In fact, not only were there more than 200 survivors dying every day because of the low temperatures and shortage of proper coats to withstand it, but even the work of Wu Yijin and the others to hold on tightly to the hearts of all Russians was also undergoing difficulties. At first, it was estimated that only a month would be necessary for Wu Yijin to ensure that the Soul Record would accept and confirm Bai Zemin's reign over this newly conquered territory. However, that time would probably be extended by another month if things did not improve soon. By the way, regarding that girl named Sylvia you brought, Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly thought of something, and while looking at his back she commented with a tinge of surprise in her voice, Zemin, how did you meet her in reality? This Sylvia girl's skill has a really terrifying growth potential to the point where I don't understand how you let her live. We don't kill just because someone might threaten us someday. Bai Zemin shook his head and pointed, Ziya, Kali, Shilin, Zio. They all have mysterious skills that even today we cannot comprehend in depth. Kali's capacity to comprehend and draw runes capable of damaging even soul evolvers above level 200. Ziya's skill to connect to other people's records and potentially damage them. Zio's skill to communicate spiritually that could evolve into a spiritual attack impossible to prevent. Shilin's physical strength which is even higher than mine, and probably that of any living being on Earth. Shangyuan Bingzu thought about it for a moment before nodding as she realized that Bai Zemin was right. Suddenly, she realized something, and while looking at the surroundings puzzled she asked, by the way, where is she? She? You little succubus was it, whatever, Shangyuan Bingzu rolled her eyes. Bai Zemin nodded with understanding, and with his eyes still on the white landscape, he explained, Lilith is with Shilin and the twins right now. She wanted to explore a little deeper into Hero City and see if she could discover something that would help her to get stronger. Hearing that Lilith was in Hero City, Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but frown. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully pointed out, Zemin, I understand that you love Lilith, and now I know that sometimes love makes us act or do things that we wouldn't normally do. But are you really sure it's a good thing when a member of an enemy faction is digging up the secrets of the most powerful weapon in our entire faction? Shangyuan Bingzu's concerns were undoubtedly reasonable and logical. Bai Zemin was aware of that. Don't worry. He shook his head again. Although Lilith and I have only known each other for a little over 2 years, a short time compared to the total of her life and experiences so far, I am completely sure that she won't stab us in the back like that. Is it because you love her and she loves you? Shangyuan Bingzu asked, feeling that those reasons were unreasonable. That is part of the reason. Bai Zemin replied calmly and somewhat mysteriously, if she is who I think she is then it will be okay to show her everything. Shangyuan Bingzu felt that his words were too vague, but somehow implied too much. But just as she was about to press for more her expression changed slightly and turned into a blur as she stood up. In less than a second, Bai Zemin heard the wind howl behind him, felt the temperature of the entire room plummet as the flame in the fireplace froze, and also heard the sound of metal clanging against metal, followed by a small grunt. How did you catch me? Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder with no change in his expression, and seeing that the person he had been waiting for all this time finally appeared, he simply nodded. I see you made up your mind to show up, Christina. Shangyuan Bingzu, whose ice sword was trying to press lower the body of the crystal woman in front of her, who was defending herself using a beautiful pair of crystal daggers, stopped, surprised that Bai Zemin and this person knew each other. Christina, still shocked at being discovered so easily by Shangyuan Bingzu, exclaimed, Now tell her to stop it at once or all the energy in the castle will be gone. It was precisely beneath this castle that the former Russian leader found ruins of ancient times, and it was also thanks to this that the entire castle was still standing even after all the old structures collapsed. However, the power of the runes also had its limits and would eventually run out of energy after absorbing continuous shocks. Just as Bai Zemin sighed in relief as he did not know what to do about Evangeline and Christina. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu looked at the woman in front of her with a tinge of anger in her blue eyes. Christina grimaced at the way she was glaring at her and quickly pointed out, "Don't worry, I won't steal him from you." Backslash 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 backslash. Sorry for not posting for the last few days. I was and still am going through a very bad time in my life, so I'm doing the best I can. Those of you who follow me for a long time know that I never miss an update day unless it's for something extremely important. Thank you for all your support and understanding, from the bottom of my heart. Those who don't understand that we authors also have lives and problems to deal with, and don't like my way of doing things are more than welcome to stop reading like you. Ki/Kalo. I'll upload another chapter today, and one more before the next reset. PD, this message is not 200 words long, so you're not paying more for it.